I'll check 1, 2. Respected dignitaries, esteemed presenters, and delegates, a very warm good morning to one and all. On behalf of NICMAR University, Agarwal, take immense pleasure in welcoming you to the Practitioner's Perspective session of the 9th International Conference on Construction, Real Estate, Infrastructure and Project Management, ICCRIP 2025. ICCRIP 2025 brings together leading academicians, researchers, and industry professionals from across the globe to share insights, exchange knowledge, and explore emerging trends shaping the future of construction, real estate, infrastructure, and project management. The Practitioner's Perspective session, in particular, serves as a unique platform to bridge the gap between theory and practice, highlighting real-world experiences and industry challenges. We are fortunate to have with us a distinguished leader from the industry, Dr. Bhargav Dhave, who will be guiding us as the session chairs for this session. His vast knowledge and experience will undoubtedly enrich the discussions ahead. I am truly honored by your presence here today and look forward to an engaging and enriching exchange of knowledge and ideas. I am pleased to introduce our session chair, Dr. Bhargav Dhave. Dr. Bhargav is the co-founder and CEO of Visilean, a Finnish startup focusing on solving complex production management problems in construction with lean methods. With an early interest in computing, Dr. Bhargav started programming at the age of 11. The seeds of digitizing the construction industry were planted during his graduation in construction technology from CEPT University. Soon after, Mr. Bhargav's career focused on leading process improvement and lean implementation on projects. With a master's and PhD in digitizing construction, Mr. Bhargav's research explorations continued on in improving production on construction projects with lean construction methods aligned with information systems. During this time, he contributed to the original research behind integrating lean construction and BIM as well. As of today, Mr. Bhargav has authored over 60 publications and led several research projects in the area. Work aside, he has keen interest in photography, reading, and traveling during his spare time. I welcome you, sir, to this session on the Practitioner's Perspective. Now, we invite Dr. Bhargav to deliver a talk on automation in lean construction planning.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for that kind introduction, and thank you to the organizers for inviting me to the wonderful conference. I've thoroughly enjoyed yesterday. I hope we all will have a wonderful day ahead today as well. We're starting with the Practitioner's Perspective session today. And as my fellow colleague just introduced you, it's very important to bridge these two perspectives from theory, as we are here in a university, and how practitioners sort of implement these ideas in the real world. So combining, our academic ideas and making sure that they're making an impact in the real world. So we have some wonderful presentations today, and I want you to take as much as possible from this session. So with that, I'm going to start with my own presentation, which is going to be in automation in lean construction planning. I hope that most of you are aware of what is lean construction. I'm sure all of you are aware of what is planning, so I'm not going to introduce these topics in their own right, but going to talk about how we implement these things in real life. I'm not going to talk about my publications here, but you can have an understanding from the presentation. So before we go into how we apply these concepts into real world, it's more important to understand why we are implementing these concepts, meaning what is the problem that we're trying to solve. Many presentations yesterday, we actually heard about what are the problems plaguing construction. All the famous issues about, yesterday we heard from Mr. Dhawan from HCC that only 1% of construction projects over the world complete within time, cost, and quality parameters. And that's really poor. And these are the statistics we've been hearing over and over again. And, as sort of as a researcher, when I was looking at these problems, and also as a practitioner, when I was working in the real world, I started to be curious about why this is the case. And one particular thing that I focused on was production management or construction management in the field. And what I realized is that for an industry as big as ours, one of the largest industries, as we heard yesterday, we really don't have a production planning and control method which is sort of recognized. And as a result, almost half of the time that the workers spend in the field goes into wasteful activities. And if you flip that statistic, only about 15 to 20% of the time that the workers spend in the field adds actual value to the project. So these are very dire statistics. And not just these sort of statistics, they apply in India, but internationally. So same research sort of applied in, let's say, Sweden, Finland, in the UK or in USA, will come back with practically the same statistics. So we have a problem. And one of the reasons why we have this problem is that we haven't really addressed the core in production or in construction, which is kind of on-ground production activities. We have addressed the peripheries, but we haven't really addressed the core. So what is the root cause, in terms of why this problem exists? So most of you, coming from construction, you would know what is planning and scheduling. And in construction, planning has been typically a top-down activity. So we haven't really been able to reconcile this imaginary world, which is the top-down world. When we plan, we make a lot of assumptions, but these assumptions are never reconciled with the real world. And when they are reconciled, it's practically too late, meaning that we are constantly in some kind of a lag between, reconciliation between, the data coming from the side, from, to the actual plan. So we have this disconnect between, the plan and the execution, and that causes a lot of challenges. So what do we do there? And one of the biggest enablers, or one of the ways to solve this is to enable flow. And the manufacturing world, as we know, through assembly line has been able to reduce this variability and achieve flow through the introduction of the assembly lines. So you can easily visualize how the production is flowing across different activities. Whereas in construction, here it's so easily visualized. Whereas if you actually look at a picture in construction, we cannot really look at where the flow is. It's very difficult for us to visualize flow, which means it's very hard for us to actually plan and visualize how the work is actually being sequenced and achieved in the real world. So what do? We have these inherent, peculiarities of construction. We don't have, like manufacturing, products being manufactured over and over again in thousands or in millions. We have actually a prototype way of construction. All of our products are practically unique, and we practically manufacture them, once, and through a supply chain that is also coming together just to deliver that project. So we have some very sticky problems that we need to solve. So how do we do that? And this is where the lean production comes in. And the importance of flow is then, highlighted through the lean production techniques. And Professor Koskela introduced us to transformation flow and value theory. And so we have three different typical kinds of flow in construction. We have trade flow, where we have coordination between different teams across the project. We have the workflow between the activities and tasks and the sequences which kind of pertains to that. And we have the logistics flow, which pertains to materials and equipments and so on. And so all these different types of flow, they need to be achieved seamlessly in order for us to plan and execute projects in an efficient way. And so what can we do there? How do we actually achieve this in the real world? So the typical current problems in planning, as I mentioned, is that the planners, they plan in isolation. They are not able to visualize flow because construction, with its own peculiarities. And when these plans are pushed to the side, we're not able to reconcile them with the real world data and coming back to the plan. So we're constantly stuck in this sort of loop, which we're not able to break out of. So we have to do something there, and we need to reconcile, and this is the idea based on which we kind of developed a system. We need to reconcile the top-down world of planning with the bottom-up world of execution in a seamless way in order to solve this problem. And this is where kind of the lean construction planning and the last planner system comes in. So we're able to then take all the top-down initiatives from the milestone level to the work package level and reconcile them with the ground level information about where the constraints are, where the bottlenecks are, and push them back and constantly have this virtuous cycle rather than the vicious cycle. So we need this reconciliation between the top-down planning and the bottom-up planning in a seamless way. And this is where the lean and the last planner system comes in, based on which my own research sort of focused on developing an information system called Visilean. I think if you have some students here, you may have had an opportunity to learn this system. So I'm not going to go too much in detail there. Some of the companies we work with. And the idea here is that we don't just rely on the CPM method of planning, which is kind of our top-down way of managing and planning, but we also connect that with the bottom-up last planner system through various interfaces. So we have a Gantt chart to manage our milestones and to visualize the overall flow of production. The main difference between this and, let's say, a typical Microsoft project or a Primavera schedule is that this is a live schedule which is constantly being tracked, and we are actually pushing this schedule through 2 different work packages and making sure that everything is up to date for the site. This is then combined with the collaborative planning of the last planner system, making sure all the constraints are tracked in real time and making sure the make-ready processes are happening. And by doing this, we achieve constant flow and reduce variability in production. So collaborative planning is very important. We make sure that all the stakeholders are participating in this activity. And we can also go even much further in terms of planning resolution with something like tech planning, which is a new method of planning, very similar to location-based scheduling, if you are aware of that. And we can achieve almost hourly level planning if we want to kind of go down to that level of resolution. So we get even more stability and less variability with planning. By integrating with BIM, Visilean sort of was one of the pioneering solutions which introduced product and process integration. So one other challenge we had to solve in construction is that we have decoupled the design and the construction activities from each other. So we're not visualizing everything around the product that we are building. We have drawings and CAD systems and BIM systems separately, where they are not directly integrated with our production systems. So that's the problem we also solved by introducing a BIM-based planning and production tracking in Visilean. So here the idea is that rather than your traditional 4D systems which are connected just to your master plan, we are also connected to your low-level collaborative and last planner plans to make sure that you can visualize production both at the weekly, monthly, and higher level of resolutions there. So here we can visualize where the teams are working, what is the status, and if there are any bottlenecks, they will start to kind of flag up immediately. By doing this, we're again kind of bringing in the practitioners into the production in a much more interactive way. We have apps through which people can interact with the system rather than kind of having to rely on paper-based or Excel-based information. And we can, as I mentioned, leverage this micro-level 4D for simulation and so on. And we can then achieve, once all the information is connected with each other, we can then achieve this live plan versus actual, so we can visualize constantly and reconcile what's happening on site versus what should have happened on site, so that we can bring back the efficiency that we should really be tracking at. Once all the information is in place, we can then control the project in a much better way, because now we're not just relying on the top-down information, which is kind of, as I mentioned, coming from the imaginary world, but also reconciling with the real world. All the productivity data, all the cost data and everything is at a much granular level through which you can proactively control the project rather than reacting after the problems have occurred. So this is also very critical. And from this point of view, what are we looking at in terms of what are the innovations that are coming in? And we all know that AI and machine learning and these sort of techniques are coming into our lives on daily basis. But construction, in my opinion, has not been able to leverage this technology to its fullest. One of the biggest reasons being that we haven't got reliable data from our past projects. We have never been able to achieve this reconciliation of what actually happened on the ground and collect this data. And as a result, we can't really leverage AI until now. But now that we have started to, reconcile the ground level data into our systems, we can then apply AI in doing things like real-time constraint management, meaning predicting roadblocks before they occur, and also predicting the efficiency of our own teams to resolve those roadblocks as they occur. Optimizing the schedules based on the actual current situation on the ground. So looking at all the current resource flows and making sure that we are then projecting accurately, and also integrating the modeling techniques automatically with our planning data using, say, natural language processing and so on, for visualizing and reporting. So there are many avenues we are working on. We are currently sponsoring a number of research projects. One of them is a PhD student in the UK who is looking at automating some of the scheduling data, and also automating the generation of 4D schedules for improvements in efficiency. And these are some of the things which will bring then next level of improvements into our production system. So these are some of the research topics we are currently working on. In terms of LPS, how do we improve collaboration? How do we improve scheduling management and constraint management, collecting through a database, and then generating this sort of an automated LPS system? With that, I don't want to take too much time because many presentations have to follow. So thank you very much, and would be happy to answer any questions. Thank you very much. Yes.
Usually integrating these type of systems,
Yeah.
it means we have to put in a lot of. Okay, thank you. So we have to put in a lot of data to feed
Right.
in. So what is the additional, I would say, onboarding overhead for project managers for any kind of system like this?
Right. So I think that's a very good question. All of these systems rely on data. In terms of the overheads, my answer is always like you have to compare it with the current situation. So when we actually think about the manual handling of this information, we rely on either Excel or paper, in terms of when people have to reconcile this data. So in our daily lives, we see people have to prepare daily project reports and things like that. The amount of time required to then utilize a system like this is much lower than the manual data entry that is currently happening, because we integrate with leading planning systems and so on. So within minutes, you can import a plan and start to distribute that plan and develop it further on the ground. That said, a lot of time is then invested, I would say, into preparing and nurturing that plan so that it's more accurate, and you achieve that flow so that you don't have problems down the line, and that really kind of saves a lot of time. But of course, that means that you have to invest time in that sort of quality data preparation. So yeah, there is some additional time needed for that.
So you have something to evaluate what means a plan contains usually 1,000 line items. So do
Correct.
you have something in place to identify, like, wherever if a project manager has missed
Right. Right. So this is where the research in AI comes in, where it will start to automatically, you see this particular chart here, it will start to automatically suggest to you the look ahead plans based on your current, say, L3 plan, for example. So you don't miss out on those activities, but also you don't miss out on the constraints or the roadblocks that typically are attached to those activities, be it design or be it procurement or things like that. So that's the idea. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks. Any other questions? Yeah, we have a question there.
Good morning, sir. Actually, I was also writing a research paper based on the same issue. And what I found was that with the traditional construction system, no matter, because there's also a resistance in the construction industry.
Right.
Wherever we are trying to push lean and BIM, but it is not being followed by the last planner.
Right.
So the workers and the Mazdoors, you constantly need a surveillance of them, which is possible in a manufacturing plant, but not here. But what I did observe was that when you are talking about technologies like modular construction, which is also the 11th or 12th dimension of BIM, when you're talking about it, it has actually become a fast-paced construction, because whenever you're talking about precast buildings, it is in a way following all the lean techniques and following all the lean principles, which is allowing the construction to become better.
Yeah.
So do you think if we are trying to make this industry-wide thing, we need rules that from traditional construction systems we need to shift at least to 40-50% precast, so that it becomes easier and faster?
I fully agree, actually. So when I showed that picture of the manufacturing plant, for example, they have been able to achieve that sort of efficiency and flow, because it's an assembly line and so on. Construction doesn't have that. In our experience, we've had projects where they've had mandates of up to 85% off-site production, meaning precast or pre-assembled components. Even then, the rest requires a lot of on-ground activities, and already then you have to apply certain lean principles to kind of make sure that those are done in an efficient way. Otherwise, you'll again fall into the same traps. So yes, I think both are needed. Off-site manufacturing, modern methods of construction, they are definitely addressing some of these problems. But when it comes to, until we go completely towards 100% sort of robotics-based construction, meaning until when we are sort of dependent on human beings assembling this on the ground, we will still require some sort of a reconciliation between what we had planned versus what we are kind of achieving at the ground level. And this is where techniques like last planner system and TACT production systems will come in. So yeah, we will still sort of rely on those until then.
Also, one more question. Can we use the software which you made in order to do proper value stream mapping of all the activities that have been going on?
For sure. I mean, it will be able to demonstrate to you, where the bottlenecks are and so on. So from that point of view, you can kind of carry out that sort of, But for that, you will have to go down to the higher resolution planning, like, weekly planning and up to daily level planning. Then you will be able to achieve those. So, VSM, Any other questions? No? If not, then thank you very much, and we'll move to the next presentation. So, thanks. I invite Lakshmi Kumari for presenting. You were going to announce? Yes. Okay.
Now we have our second session chair with us, Mr. Abhay Vengurlekar. One second. He is a professor of practice at NICMAR University, Pune. Mr. Abhay, a graduate in mechanical engineering and PG diploma in business administration from University of Canterbury, New Zealand. He has over 34 years of project management experience, having worked in Singapore, Netherlands, UAE, Qatar, and New Zealand, delivering major oil and gas projects for clients like ExxonMobil, Nestle India of Finland, Evonik Industries, etc. Today we welcome you to the session, sir. I would like to share the presentation guidelines. Participants will be given 10 minutes for their presentation and 5 minutes for questions and answer. So total time allotted to each participant is 15 minutes. Participants are requested to adhere to the timings. Now I would like to invite the presenter of Navigating Complexities at All Levels to come forward for their paper presentation.
Hi everyone, good morning. Thank you, and I would like to carry your momentum, sir. So it's a very small paper, Navigating Complexities at All Levels. The setting or the premise of this paper is working in matrix organization. So while I also come from construction background, but now that I have moved to a different organization in my journey, I realized that not everyone is working through projectized organization or that kind of setting. Audible? Okay, thank you. So not everyone is working in that kind of setting, and we are working in matrix organizations where we have product life cycle and then there is project life cycle. And the product life cycle encompasses of multiple projects that goes through from initial launch to how the new development in the industry is happening and those settings, and how do we withdraw those projects. So what are the difficulties we are facing? And we understand that, okay, leaders, and they face challenges. For me, when I started working, project manager was someone who is having at least 30 years of experience. Now I am a program manager managing 3 projects myself with 10 years of experience, 10, 11 years of experience. So how do we identify who is leader and how they are navigating challenges in their daily lives of working in any big organization? So this is the agenda: introduction, methodology, discussion and conclusion, what I found. In the introduction setting, so there are different kind of organization. It's vertical. So most of our construction projects goes in projectized vertical organization, but there is also something called matrix, and now these days we are having open boundary organizations. They don't have any good structure to lean upon. So our focus area is matrix organization, the second point, where it's not working. I'll use this then.
Yeah, you can put it here. Hita? Will you be comfortable?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Is it audible to everyone?
No, I think it's not.
I'll use this. Thank you. Okay, working in product organizations where we have matrix structure. So how the matrix structure is coming up is we are working in R&D centers in a country, whereas the manufacturing is happening in another country and the leadership is sitting in a third country. So we are managing 3 to 4 countries, 3 to 4 different cultures. So what are the challenges we face? So externally, global issues. We have wars going on. We have tariffs impacting us. and what are the internal challenges. So the premise today is what are the internal challenges we face as leaders working in an organization. So it's restructuring, corporate excellence, we are driven through revenues, P&Ls, those kind of, and when we are in matrix setting, we have dual challenges. So we have to manage a manager, which we report to, and someone sitting in another country whose expectations are totally different. So how do we navigate through? And the approach taken is open-ended interview. The research gap that was identified is the current research focuses either on totally organizational behaviors or focus only on project managers. It's not focusing on each level. So project manager, program manager, portfolio managers, manager of managers, we have n number of hierarchies when we are working in global setting. So how the issues are faced and they are being managed. I had some 12 to 15 questions which were associated directly with their working, their experience, and how they are managing their teams, their projects. It was a standard set of questions for all levels. I was able to connect to around 12 to 14 individuals at different levels. So my peer group, the executive leadership, the country leaders, and the global leaders who are managing or are accountable for these projects. It is a summary of what we found. On the left-hand side, you see is, okay, on the left-hand side, you see is the challenges the level of leaders are facing. So frontline leaders, the project or program managers like me face is process efficiency. We are asked to do a project and then we are bombarded with a lot of documentation. We have to fill a lot of reports, as Sir was mentioning. Hours and hours go daily, weekly, monthly on finalizing and reporting those details. Conflict management, our teams, and the bigger picture. So one of the most challenging situations for individual today working in global setting is identity crisis. In construction, we see the product that is being developed. If we are working on a manufacturing line, we know what's the outcome coming. If we are designing something which is manufactured somewhere else, and the revenue or the congratulations growth goes to some third country, how do we identify ourselves? Where are we? And that's why motivation, keeping the team motivated to do the work that's being asked for, is what we are looking. The next level is the executive leadership, and they are the hard-pressed people because they have to manage country leaders, they have to manage global leaders, and they have to manage our own questions from the frontline leaders. Competency management and operationalizing the vision. So every organization has got a great vision. So how they are operationalizing those vision is the challenges faced by them. Delivering value, managing commitment, and the misaligned vision between the organizations, the global organization and the country's expectation. The global organization wants cheaper production. It might happen in Philippines, China, but we want make in India. How do we manage those kind of expectations? And the global leaders are facing cultural sensitivity, decision making, and VUCA forces which comes external from the organization. Of all those, we found a common theme is communication, team or people management, managing constraint, and how do we align the goals of each level, how we are managing that. This is a causal loop diagram. So when I initially started this paper, I thought of Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and the problems should also go like, I solve 10 problems, the executive leaders will solve 5 of them, the country leaders will solve 3 of them, and only 1 or 2 issues will go to global leaders. But it's not so easy. All these things, and it also comes in our scheduling of project as well. We have different interdependent forces. So it's all interdependent challenges, issues faced at each level. And actually it percolates and creates bigger problem for the global leadership. So how are we managing that? So the connection between all the levels is how well they are communicating, how frequently they are communicating their vision, how they are prioritizing the issues, challenges faced by everyone, influencing the mindset to solve the problem, aligning goals, and how they are empowering the individuals who are part of the organization. So that is a short survey-based, I would say, paper which was created on managing or navigating through matrix environment. I am open for any questions. Thank you. If not, yes, thank you. Over to you. Okay, no. Okay. Okay, there is.
Hello. Ma'am, when you talk about integrating and connecting at all levels, the problem is that in Indian construction, we provide all the baselines, we provide all the timelines and schedules, and at the top level of management, everything is done. But when you were talking, because I've worked on site at metro projects and construction projects, the behavior of the Indian site managers or even the workmen, it's like whenever you don't have the deadline, they don't start working. How do you deal with that if you want to connect at the bottom level?
So that's what we are mentioning, right? It's a cultural sensitivity. So I can relate to how we are motivating if we don't have a deadline sitting on our head. For leaders or someone sitting at MD level, the launch has to or was supposed to happen yesterday, right? So it's always about for them yesterday, and for us, we are not able to do or deliver in next 6 months. Yes. So how do we manage or motivate that? And I would say it's a cultural sensitivity and integrity that the PMs have to drive. And it's not a very easy job, I would say. Without a deadline or for saying that
how do we bring that change? Because if you look at countries like Japan or something, the workmen don't need anyone to hover over their head to get the work done.
Yes, I understand. That's what I mentioned. The identity crisis of relating them to bigger pictures. So if we are not sharing what's the impact of delay. Now, usually on a construction site, you will see a board hanging. 1 day of delay usually costs 2 to 5 crores of rupees. So if we are not hanging that, if we are not providing that message that what your actions carry, everyone's action has an impact. So if we are not able to inculcate that culture of having an identity which is associated with the project or the bigger picture, we will not be able to drive, because we can take, it's intrinsic. We cannot force anyone to do something, right?
Okay. So it's more like making even the bottom level people feel that they are the part of the organization and
yes.
integral.
Okay. If we don't, we will never be able to move forward.
Hello. Hi. Good morning, ma'am. Yeah. Thank you for that presentation. Can you, and apologies if I've missed this, but can you just describe the 14 sort of respondents that you had for the interviews? Okay. What was the context? Meaning, were they from the same organization?
Okay. So yes, this is, the interview was based in matrix engineering oriented setting. It's for Eaton. Okay, Eaton India Innovation. So Eaton's, and I got connected with India and people sitting in US because my organization is set up like this as of now. That's also, I would say, very dynamic now these days. We don't stick to an org structure.
Very true, yeah.
Okay, and we had 4 PMs, 4 executive leaders, 3 country leaders, and 4 global leaders that I interviewed.
Okay.
Okay. So that's the sample. It's a very small sample size, not to drive many meaningful, but the answers were very standard, I would say, from everyone. Everyone is facing the same challenge, similar challenge, even at global setting.
Yeah. No, thanks. I think this part about aligning goals is really something that's it's been something that's been on my mind too. I've been looking at research on so people, process, and technology, and basically trying to fit in between what I refer to as the missing link, which is goals, which is inherently what will, like you mentioned, primarily drive people at each sort of stage. Just as an add-on to the question, do you have any further sort of have you given it a thought? Meaning, is there a theory that you can carry forward this goals piece with? How do you dive deeper into it? Like you just described the answer, which is that we want to, right? And we know there are ways to culturally affect people and talk to them and motivate them. But is there an underlying theory that, or a route to actually achieving these this motivation?
This motivation.
And goals? Yeah.
And the poor, I would say, how to put it, but when we come from professional perspective and share, some of the insights that we carry become, very, very specific to the organization, because that's where we are working, and the organization has a total control of what theory I have.
Yes, of course.
So, but on aligning the goals and vision is something how we do our balanced scorecards, right? So that's a standard practice across the industry, where whoever is working in a global setting. So if they have global capability centers here in India, manufacturing in China, Philippines, Vietnam, somewhere South Africa, and they are delivering the product to US and European markets, that's the thing which everyone, I would say strongly should follow, because that's where you align what's happening at the strategic level and what's being delivered at the operational levels.
Makes sense. Thank you. This was very insightful. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I hope that's all. Okay.
Hi, I'm Raj Jogdankar. I'm head quality of MMR region, Godrej Properties Limited. So one thing which I found very unique in your presentation or the case study, you mentioned about the UCA, okay? And do you want to give any references, like what kind of exercise could be done referring the UCA? And you also touched about that how the Indian revenue is actually going overseas and they are making money. Eventually we are doing all other exercise. So do you want to cover with the examples, because very, very nice and very good topic which you touched upon.
Yes. So when I was doing research for this paper, a lot of research has been done on VUCA and how the leaders are navigating through the VUCA challenges. And the central theme or topic of that is to manage it in two phases. First is the external, means they have a team somewhere sitting, maybe someone like me who is sitting and evaluating every change that is happening, every tariff that's getting changed, every new agreement or MOU if we are making. So what's the impact that is percolating through the organization? And then there is the, I would say, motivation or the vision of the leader who is sitting at the top. So those two being integrated is what drives an organization, and it's being researched and published. So not something for my personal suggestion. And the second part, sir, I missed. First is you asked for VUCA, and
the second part is that you touched upon how the revenue is going from India to overseas. Because there are few organizations like Tata's World and many other organizations where they are getting almost 65% revenue from the overseas, and the company what you mentioned, they are earning from India and investing in overseas companies. So
if you see Deloitte, EY, or Eaton, Siemens, Schneider, anyone and everyone, I would say, they have the same structure. They have the global capability centers here, where we do the grunt work, and then it's being sold to a product in US or EMEA markets, and the revenues are generated there. But I think our finance minister, Srimati Sitaraman, did something for that, and which is not, the organizations are not very happy with that. Now we are asking financially is to give a share of what the revenue is, allocate it to the capability centers for their own growth and 15 minutes. So for their growth and bringing in more of Make in India and making it centers not only where we do capability but also build those products here and then send it across.
Yeah, thank you. Very well explained. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Next, I invite Scaling Heights with Visilean, transforming the 40 lead hall project for MACE.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. It's good to be back for day 2. Bhargav sir's presentation obviously forms a prelude to what I'll be presenting today. And this is one of the projects that we've recently sort of finished last year. So this was an interesting one. And hopefully we'll cover some insights on what we've done here. Ma'am's presentation also just now was really sort of connected to what we're going to talk about, because a lot of these projects that we deliver are actually, they have participating greens from all over, which is India, Europe, even US. So it's just so insightful to be part of these presentations where a lot of these presentations actually connect together at the end of the day. And so kudos to NICMAR on sort of organizing this so well. But it's good sort of how these stitch together. Okay, so we're going to talk about this project, which is the 40 Leadenhall project. So this is within UK, London. And this was being done by MACE, which is a general contractor, or principal contractor in this case. So a little bit of background about the project. So this is two towers. So one is 34 stories and the other is 14. You're looking at almost 1 million square feet of sort of development. This is commercial spaces. So it's a mix of office and retail at the lower floors. One of the interesting parts was that we've spoken about offsite just now, and somebody mentioned about how much offsite is also very relevant. So in this case, they have gone extensively with offsite manufacturing for certain MEP components. And then there was a lot of use of BIM modeling as well. So BIM was deployed quite heavily, and there was a mix of offsite and common data environments. So we were in the middle of a lot of technology already, and we were introduced on the project in the middle, so somewhere in the middle of the execution, and we saw the next 2 years of this project through. Overall, the project has achieved a lot of good ratings. You can see some of the benefits that I mentioned, but they've saved a lot of man hours in terms of offsite manufacturing. They've gotten a heavy boost in terms of productivity, and these are documented by the clients themselves. We have a small role to play in this, but of course, all of the components together made a huge difference on this project. Interestingly enough, so this project was actually awarded to MACE in 2015, but because there was a change in the developer, the client who was actually building it, the project went live just a day prior to COVID happening in 2020. So through that period, which is the start of COVID, till April 2024, roughly 4 years is how long this project ran. And they were able to deliver it through quite a difficult starting point as well. So we're going to talk about some of the ways in which they've worked, basically how Visilean was sort of deployed for this project and how we've been beneficial. So I'll cover those aspects in more detail right now. But as you can imagine, a mix of a lot of technologies and a lot of ways in which the project was actually able to achieve a lot of success. Outside of the construction components, it's a very heavily awarded project for its sustainability and design and sort of how it's green rated and things like that. So when it came to the complexity, there was a lot of problems in terms of just managing the project, considering that, yes, there was a lot of technology at their disposal, the number of tools that needed to be managed, the number of, as you can imagine, the deliveries and the components that had to be sort of brought to site, and then the coordination piece for all of these things became quite complex. one of the things that became a problem, so when you're working as a principal contractor like Mace, one of the main components that you're responsible for is basically becoming the central source of information for your customer, right? And developers are obviously very keen on when the project is going to go live. So with all these moving parts, Mace was heavily responsible and spending a lot of time in basically collecting this data. Internationally, if you've looked at any of these projects, you have specialized subcontractors participating. They're always able to bring their own planning into the picture and basically bring their own detailed sort of schedules and delivery dates and so on. But Mace then has to consolidate all of this into one working program and make sure clearances are given and things like that. So you can start to see that around about the time which was middle of the project when we came in, there was a lot of troubles in terms of understanding where the delays are actually coming from, which is that we know that there are delays, but where do we what do we pinpoint them to, and what is kind of their cascading effect is something that they really wanted to understand. Even in the middle of the project, Mace constantly felt that they were reinventing the wheel, which was that the process of standardizing their project planning and control mechanisms were not kind of in place. It still felt like they were revising the strategy every time a new specialized subcontractor or a vendor started to come in. So what they really wanted to do was to get a sort of sense of a control and build a system for that. You will also notice that the delays and the issue tracking was very much limited to sort of their performance reviews and not having the exact clarity. And when you don't have clarity, what tends to happen is that you're not able to communicate very effectively with all the teams. So naturally, with all of the moving parts and the subcontractors and the vendors participating, communication started to take a big impact. And in all of these projects that we've done internationally, even with Mace and others, there is heavy focus on what Sir spoke about, which is production planning, right? So they really like to get into a room, really sort of flesh it out, that what are we going to do, whose dependency is where, and those are great conversations, but if you don't have an inherent system in place to document it, to follow up, to actually release these conversations, then they just become good conversations for the moment. And these were kind of the basic challenges that we were trying to, where we were introduced to kind of address this. Okay, so we'll talk about the planning, but I have like a sort of a flowchart that will help sort of probably explain this better. But essentially, as you can imagine and what Bhargav sir covered, we are first and primary sort of starting point, 80% of our results come from planning, right? And sort of planning effectively. So this is a project where you're dealing with Excel, which is detailed schedules from subcontractors, sometimes Microsoft project, but primarily Excel because these are detailed look-aheads. Then you would have these look-ahead meetings, as you can see, which ran with using these Excels for 2 hours. So there's a lot of trades that come together, and you would literally have trades come in, go, and then overlapping trades sort of then discuss. But these meetings ran for quite some time. And then all of this data collation that you're looking at by planners at the top, which was 6 hours, is primarily Mace's key planning resources on the projects, trying to collate all of this information together and come up with a plan, right? Now, outside of this, Mace had a contractual obligation with the owner, with the developer, to maintain their ASTA schedule as well. So this is a project which is using ASTA. We still come across some of the projects internationally as well as in India, actually, where we have ASTA users till date. But primarily, otherwise, obviously, it's P6 and MSP. So once this is sort of collated, then this schedule is released. As you can see, then more emails go out, and then individual construction managers responsible for, let's say, MEP, responsible for civil, responsible for facade, would then have their own individual meetings with different trades, and then again, collation of all this information when you have to do project reviews. So as you can see, this was quite a stretched out process. You can also see a number of tools in sort of the whole mix of things. Even my yesterday's presentation kind of had a similar sort of a flowchart. Ma'am, I think you asked about time and how much time. So this is not the initial time savings, this is eventuality. So like sir mentioned, yes, picking it up from the beginning, and like you said, there's a lot of data overload and you have to centralize all of this information. Yes, initially the time spent can be a bit more because of change management and you're transitioning, but eventually you're looking at time savings, which is basically that overall you've now brought the job down to sort of 4 hours, and you've managed to overall save 10 hours. And this is documentation that we've done over time, eventually when the sort of process settled in. So how is that happening? It's happening because, like sir mentioned, Visilean becomes a central platform. We work with the ASTA, so we're able to bring the ASTA in. We're able to work with Excel schedule, so we're able to bring that in. So subcontractors and Mace in general sort of participate on one platform. One of the most important things that Pam also mentioned, which is constraints, and obviously we spoke a lot about, is constraint mapping in the look-aheads, which is a favorite part of production planning, a very important part. So they will come and look at the sticky notes, highlight any sort of potential problems that they will have. And so that also becomes centralized and connected to these actual schedules. So you don't have another Excel for constraints, you don't have another Excel for separate management. ASTA, like I mentioned, was contractually an obligation and had to be sort of run on the side. But at least with Visilean, because the updates are captured within one platform, the ASTA is just released from the platform then. So the planner doesn't have to recreate the updates. The ASTA gets updated automatically. Whether they want to make some changes for the client for that is up to Mace as sort of their own purview. But it genuinely saved a lot of time in recreating those updates as well. Of course, there were dashboards involved, so PPC reviews became a lot more easier. So when you talk about sort of the reviews, what these project reviews started to look like is they're heavily sort of involved in PPC reviews. This, by the way, is a sample of their dashboard. We've not been able to get permissions for their exact sort of dashboard, but the look and feel and sort of what they're looking at is primarily similar. So PPC, which is percent plan complete, became a really important metric, which is every week, what are we planning and how much are we able to achieve? I'm sure a lot of the lean sort of participants here would be aware. So PPC became really important, not just in terms of understanding whether we're achieving our targets, but really getting into the whys, right? Which is what are the reasons for variance? Are we not effectively planning? And if any of these shortfalls came through, these would be discussed in these reviews with each of the subcontractors as well. So people would be made accountable, and a centralized manner of basically doing these reviews became simple. Of course, how these updates were coming was that they were using the mobile application. So the subcontractors would then use the app to actually try and do updates. So we were onboarded by Mace, but the software then is released to all of the participants as far as possible to basically get a centralized source of truth, right? Outside of this, of course, they were doing their BIM reviews, they had clash detection, they had offsite sort of manufacturing sort of being managed through all of these moving parts, but a lot of the key deliveries were then tagged within the platform, so those could be monitored as well. Overall, just having a complete sort of a sense of what's going right and what's going wrong, a visual production management system which could speak to them quite clearly, showcase what's going right, where the challenges are, getting their daily progress reports automatically, really sort of help them get the outputs immediately. But what ended up settling in the third year, we only had, like I said, 2 years in the project, which is the fading 2 years, but it was also where the most intensive of this fit outs, MEPF works were going on in this commercial project. So it became really important by then to really have a centralized sort of system in place, and that's where Mace found like the most benefit out of it. So as new and final vendors were coming in, they just knew that there is an Excel template. Please fill this and submit it in Visilean, and then your data is already locked and loaded in there. Visilean team will train you on the app, go and do your updates from there. Rest, we know how to do our reviews and meetings. We'll talk to you and discuss with you. That's kind of where you want to be. So it's very grounded, but when you have systems in place, and these systems you can expand to BIM, layer BIM on top of it, or layer sort of all sorts of components that you're looking at on top of it, which will, even design management and things like that. Quality obviously becomes extremely important. So my second half presentation, which is a data center campus, actually talks a lot more about quality, sir, in detail and high risk activities. But so the idea is that once your planning as a central piece is in place, you can layer a lot more components to it, but you just want to achieve the right outputs. Okay. So I'm going to skip through the last sort of benefits. They were happy, and we've seen the project through. The project has done well. Mace is obviously a running client to us, so they do a lot more projects with us. But that's that. If there's any question, I'd be happy to address. Second half, I'm doing a very interesting one on our work on a data center campus, which is a 10 data centers project. That one's quite interesting with a similar format, but we'll talk a little bit more then as well. But thank you. And if there's any questions, I'd be happy to address.
Thank you very much for the presentation.
Good morning, sir.
So you said the project was, it started when the COVID?
A day
Came
before
in.
sort of the COVID really
Right.
sort of picked up. Yeah.
So what was the impact? Did you have to reschedule everything?
So,
what was, how was it happening?
Our understanding are stories of what we know of the project from then, because like I said, we entered sort of almost 1.5, 2 years after that. But what we've been informed is that they had to obviously change their logistical plans already. Just when this thing was picking up, they had to kind of sort of revise what their strategy was going to be.
And the follow-up question would be that would you say that the tool or the technology that you used was the main contributor, or there was a poor planning process in the start of the project? Where is the load? Because with P6 and other planning systems, it's not that the projects could not be planned. It's not that the subcontractors could not be asked to do the planning in Primavera and then all collected together and put into the master plan, because this is how we do major projects. So where do you think the flaw was? Was the initial startup planning was not in place, or the tools really contributed?
I think that's actually a brilliant question, and that's something that we deal. So I've been with Visilean for 6 years now, and our day in, day out starts with, like, let's say a metro project in Pune and something like this in UK. So the question is really valid in the sense that you can manage these schedules in P6, and you can have a very robust system of working with P6 and Excel and different components as well. So the main problem is the people dependence, meaning somebody who had, let's say, set up was the core planner, let's say, for this project and managing that piece very beautifully and had no problems. I can take 2 hours and manage everything myself. Problem was that people are moving in the industry from one point to the other. And that's the reason everybody is transitioning towards a non-people, but a rather system dependence in place. So when you talk about systems, then yes, P6 and Excel in isolation are a little difficult to pick up compared to what a centralized system is able to do, which is where the benefits start to come. And we're noticing this across, whether it's international projects, our real estate developer projects, for example, were being managed on MSP, let's say, in India, and still are. But we're now seeing that the schedules, which were 3,000 line items, have now gone to 30,000, because now I'm doing 50-story towers, 12 towers for a residential complex. That's become the norm in North and, in places. So my projects are getting more complex, my schedules are getting more complex, and then building that schedule out is not helping in the same manner as dynamically I need to replan. So overall, it's not just Visilean or any other platform. Actually, planning is going to need a revision in itself, considering how the projects are coming through. And that's kind of where we are also evolving. So even our tool, like Sir sort of presented, is going to go through revisions. AI is going to play a role. But it's the ability to keep yourself as dynamic as possible when it comes to planning is what is most important.
Thank you.
Okay. You have a question? I can answer later, Vijay.
It's more for the benefit of everybody in the room. Somebody in the previous presentation asked a question about the ground level people who are using, right?
Yeah.
This is a follow-up on to that question. So there is digital transformation at a strategy level. There is digital transformation at the adoption level, ground level, the lowest in the hierarchy. Do you think, two questions. One, do you think as an organization, you are also partly responsible to get these two married? If yes, how do you do it at Visilean?
Again, very good question. We've obviously discussed this and have to discuss this quite extensively every day. But the short answer is, yes, we have to, every single day, you have to basically make sure that the two approaches are married and you're able to get very strong buy-in from the top management, and then make systems and offers in place so that the bottom-up also feels like participating and happily feels like participating. And I think what ma'am described is this overall sense of what a project means and how everybody contributes. I think, by the way, in India, we're starting to see a lot of that transition happen, meaning people are we're celebrating our projects quite a lot nowadays. We're celebrating all the major achievements quite heavily nowadays in our projects, whether it's a major trust, whether it's sort of, a major component of the project that's addressed. And that, I think, comes from the point that we want to celebrate the teams that's participating. So some of the ways are that, but I think the list is endless of how all we can do it, and we should try and do it. Yeah, thank you. Okay. Thank you.
Before that, I just want to urge all the participants, the second session which you talked about, the data center.
Yes.
It's very interesting. Please do attend that, because data center, that the project's duration is 8 months to 12 months. And how planning plays a vital role with the help of Visilean tool. So please do attend that, unlike any real estate project where they claim that meant for 5 years and then they keep changing 7 year, 8 year. Very interesting topic. I think since I know, please do attend that.
And sir, thanks a lot, sir. And sir is almost, I think, 5 years of data center experience in India specifically, bringing in just what we are seeing right now as data centers happening. He's been sort of instrumental in bringing that through. So any experience that you want to know more about, he's been in the middle of it. So thanks a lot, sir. Thank you. And thanks, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. I now request Dr. Kumul to please felicitate our session chair, Mr. Abhay. Can we please have a huge round of applause? Thank you, ma'am. Moving forward, we have our next presenter, Process Innovation and Performance Transformation in Aggregate Manufacturing.
ये प्रोजेक्ट व्यू में नहीं आएगा।
Next slide. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. I am Devendra Kumar, Manager Mines at L&T Construction. I am happy to share our journey at the 300 megawatt Lakwar multipurpose project, a story of solving problems and doing things in different way. This project is of national importance. Sri Nitin Gadkari, Union Minister for Road Transport and Highways, has endorsed the large Lakwar Dam as important water and power project for northern India. It's not an engineering feat. It's an example of teamwork and a smart planning. Let us begin with a short video introducing the Lakwar project.
देहरादून से लगभग 65 किलोमीटर की दूरी पर लोहारी गांव के निकट यमुना नदी में 204 मीटर ऊंचे बांध के साथ लखवाड़ बहुउद्देश्यीय परियोजना प्रस्तावित है, जिसकी सक्रिय भंडारण क्षमता 333 मिलियन क्यूबिक मीटर है। इस परियोजना से लगभग 33,780 हेक्टेयर भूमि की सिंचाई, 78.83 मिलियन क्यूबिक मीटर पेयजल तथा 300 मेगावाट की क्षमता के विद्युत गृह से पनबिजली उत्पादित होगी। लकवाड़ परियोजना के क्रियान्वयन से नॉन मानसून सीजन में वर्तमान में उपलब्ध यमुना जल में लगभग 65% जल की बढ़ोतरी होगी, जिसका लाभ पहाड़ी राज्यों उत्तराखंड, हिमाचल प्रदेश के अतिरिक्त हरियाणा, उत्तर प्रदेश, राजस्थान तथा दिल्ली को मिलेगा। साथ ही गर्मी के मौसम में इन राज्यों को पानी की कमी से कुछ राहत मिलेगी। इन 4 मैदानी बेसिन राज्यों द्वारा लकवाड़ बांध में संग्रहित जल का उपयोग किया जाएगा, जिसमें हथनीकुंड बैराज से हरियाणा, राजस्थान, उत्तर प्रदेश एवं दिल्ली को, वजीराबाद बैराज से दिल्ली को तथा ओखला बैराज से हरियाणा, उत्तर प्रदेश तथा राजस्थान राज्यों द्वारा उपयोग किया जाएगा। लकवाड़ बहुउद्देशीय परियोजना का निर्माण वर्ष 1987 में प्रारंभ किया गया एवं 30% कार्य पूर्ण हो चुका था, परंतु वर्ष 1992 में विभिन्न अपरिहार्य कारणों से परियोजना का कार्य स्थगित कर दिया गया। परियोजना की कुल लागत वर्ष 2012 की लागत वर्ष के आधार पर लगभग रुपए 3,966.51 करोड़ है, जिसमें से जल घटक रुपए 2,578.23 करोड़ तथा पन बिजली घटक रुपए 1,388.28 करोड़ है। लकवाड़ बांध के संचित जल में से वर्ष 1994 में बेसिन राज्यों से हुए समझौता ज्ञापन के अनुसार हरियाणा को 47.8%, उत्तर प्रदेश एवं उत्तराखंड को 33.6%, राजस्थान को 9.3%, हिमाचल प्रदेश को 3.2% तथा दिल्ली को 6% हिस्सा आवंटित होगा, जो
आज के लकवाड़ बहुउद्देशीय परियोजना में 6 राज्यों के बीच में जो आज एग्रीमेंट साइन हो रहा है, ये हमारे 6 राज्यों के लिए बहुत उपयोगी है। इसकी कीमत 4,000 करोड़ है और इसमें सबसे महत्वपूर्ण बात यह है कि जब जनवरी, फरवरी, मार्च, अप्रैल और मई इस 5 महीने में यमुना में पानी नहीं रहेगा और विशेष रूप से पीने के लिए दिल्ली, हरियाणा, उत्तर प्रदेश, राजस्थान यहाँ काफी पानी की दिक्कत है। ऐसे समय हम लोग इसका उपयोग सबसे बड़े प्रमाण पर होगा। यमुना का जो वाटर स्टोरेज है इस प्रोजेक्ट के कारण 65% बनने वाला है और इसका पहला फायदा ये होगा कि उत्तराखंड की सरकार इस समय जब बिजली तैयार करेगी और वो पानी यमुना में आएगा और
during exploratory drilling, we encountered a shear zone, a weak ground 70 meters below the dam toe between slate and dolerite trap. This was not identified during the pre-bid stage, and its discovery introduced first major risk for dam safety, and for contractors like us, it's a case of project delay. To address this shear zone, we implemented an innovative methodology, putting 2 vertical shaft and horizontal tunnels to establish shear zone area. Just look that.
300 megawatt Lakwar multi-purpose project is being constructed by Larsen and Toubro Limited on River Yamuna in the district Dehradun of Uttarakhand state. The project was awarded by UJVN Limited in February 2023. The project aims to construct a 204-meter high concrete gravity dam, proposed to be second highest concrete gravity dam in India. While initiating the works, significant challenge emerged: a shear zone beneath the dam foundation. Exploratory drilling of about 3,500 meters in studies revealed a 10 to 12 meter thick shear zone with 2 meters of clay band and 5 meters of Gaussian material on both sides, traveling at a 45-degree angle below the dam. This posed potential risk to the dam's stability and thereby delaying finalization of drawings for main works. For structural stability of the dam, the designer's Central Water Commission suggested to treat the shear zone up to 70 meters from the deepest foundation levels of each block, and requested L&T to provide a construction solution to enable them to finalize the drawings for dams. L&T designed an innovative and unique in-house concept methodology to address the shear zone. This methodology ensures the treatment of shear zone in parallel with main dam works. Shafts of 15 meters diameter are proposed on both riverbanks, each approximately 107 meters deep. The shaft construction will be started with the help of a gantry crane and paused at elevation of 563 initially. 2 access tunnels will be branched out by drill and blast method, one with upward gradient to reach shear zone at elevation 574, and one with downward gradient to reach shear zone at elevation 553. After reaching the shear zone galleries based upon the extent, the shear zone will be removed by mechanized excavation in multiple stages. On removal of shear zone, the galleries will be backfilled by M20 grade concrete in stages. On completion of treatment at elevation 574 and elevation 553, further access tunnels will be branched out for treatment at elevation 567. And after backfilling, shear zone at elevation 560 will be treated. Paralleling excavation and concreting from elevation 596 to elevation 581 will be done. Shaft excavation will be further done till elevation 535, and access tunnels made in the same manner as earlier. And will replace the shear material with the concrete at elevation 546, elevation 525, and later at elevation 539 and at elevation 532. Then along with the access tunnels, both the shafts will also be backfilled till elevation 584. Then the access tunnels will be made from both the shafts at elevation 584 to treat the shear zone at elevation 581 and at elevation 588. Further, the shear zone treatment will be completed by backfilling both the shafts till elevation 642 and turning the whole as a monolithic structure. This innovative engineering approach of treating the shear zone would be done first time in the world, and on successful completion will land Lakwar project among landmark projects across the globe. This innovative concept methodology with design proposed by L&T got approved by employer, followed by award of variation instruction for detailed design and construction of structures to treat shear zone. The landmark project has started taking shape.
Crusher setup and aggregate demand for this mega project is second major risk emerged for this delay. Actually, we had assumed that excavated boulders from dam stripping area would be used as raw material for the crusher and to manufacture aggregates. But with this shear zone treatment pushing timelines, getting stones for construction became a big problem. We need over 1.7 crore metric ton of aggregate. This is 25 times more volume used, which used in Burj Khalifa. We calculate that that means we are constructing 25 Burj Khalifa at Lakwar project. To meet this demand, we had to rethink entire approach. We built an in-house aggregate manufacturing system using 6 crusher units on track, first time in India, connected together and work better. As we shifted from in situ boulders to riverbed material, there are a number of challenges comes with riverbed material, that is excess fine, high moistures, and with this type of raw material to manufacture this quantum of aggregate is not a easy task. That's why we needed some process innovation, and same how we tackle these innovations will show you in next slide. With riverboard materials, regular wire meshes pegging and blinding is happening. This is list of challenges with riverbed materials. Due to time constraint, I will not elaborating these things. Just come on our game changers. What we had done. We responded with innovations. 3 new conveyors for optimized flow. Coarse upper frame of the crusher, that is in next slide. I will elaborate that. This slide shows that 3 additional conveyors that attached with original crusher setup to get quality material and reduce excess fines from finished product and silt, clay, deleterious materials. This is the setup of additional conveyors. We innovated our screening system, changed wire mesh requirement, customized rectangular wire meshes, hexagonal perforated plates, and heavy duty punch plates. These are innovations in our wire meshes. This is our major innovation. We innovate material which are used for manufacturing cone liners. We increased manganese percentage in cone liners that make it help as we increased working hours and reduces wear and tear time for the cone crushers. We changed as per site requirement upper frame of the cone crusher. This is basically technical part of the cone crusher. That's why I'm not elaborating these things. Outcome of this innovation is that we handle larger feed size up to 250 mm, improved throughput, and reduced rework and maintenance cost, achieved consistent 80 mm aggregate production. That is a major constraint for river material, because all materials are below 80 mm and some are escaping from jaw crusher and screens in round shape. This is one of major innovation in which we use our in-house manufactured jaw plate replacement system that make 3x faster jaw plate change. What we achieved: output doubled from 150 TPH to 300 TPH for a crusher. Waste reduced from 30% to 5%. Fuel saving 37%. Rejection dropped 95%. Jaw plate change time cut by 75%. Over 6 lakh metric ton aggregate produced, and putting a strong foundation for the 1.7 crore metric ton of aggregate manufacturing. This is stakeholder feedback. After innovation, we achieved 62,000 metric ton of aggregate production with single stage 250 TPH loco track crusher. In that case, OEM also surprised that how this efficiency increased by crusher. They are adopting our approaches, and we are also going for 2 patents are in process. By the next year, I will come here with our patents. That shows that we didn't just construct a dam. We built trust, skill, and a strong team. Thank you for your time. I am happy to take any questions if anyone have. no questions.
Probably I'll just ask one question. What happened to the project cost finally? You said you discovered the geotech reports not reliable.
Yeah. Yeah.
So what happened?
Actually, a number of variation item is there, and this project is a item rate contract for L&T. But this type of problem when comes in picture, then the project get delayed, and we have lost our opportunity to construct a dam. That time we come into picture to design this shear zone treatment methodology, and this is first time in picture. This is out of syllabus course. This is first time in globe. At that quantum of shear zone replaced with concrete, this is very difficult task. Then project cost. Nowadays project cost increased more than 1.5 times, 5,000 to 6,000 crore. And we started 3,662 crore rupees, and at that time it comes around 6,000, approx 6,000 crore, and number of variation is also in picture.
What about time?
Time it get delayed directly 3 years for shear zone treatment, and by schedule it's 69 month project, and after delay it will completed, I hope, by 31 or 32, 2031, 32.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
So the main reason for this was, you said, it was that the geotechnical investigation was not done properly, which is why you didn't know. Was that the case?
Actually, L&T doing balance civil works, that is maybe in first light. In 82 to 95, some of core drilling was there, and some smell of shear zone is in mind in government bodies, but they haven't opened in open forum. Once contract allotted to L&T done their own explorative, because safety is most important for us. We are constructing that quantum of putting that quantum of concrete on river banks. Then we had done our own exploratory drilling and proved that this is not. In fact, L&T is a single bidder for this contract. This contract 18 times extended due to no bidders. Then L&T comes in picture, and L&T told to two major risks is there. One is shear zone treatment, and second is to source aggregate for concrete. This is a very big issues.
Very interesting project. I'm very curious to know one more thing. Although we do a lot of time as a civil engineer, we do geotechnical investigation, but we tend to forget about the doing environmental assessment, which includes flood risk assessment, which includes past 100 years of history about that terrain. So have you done this kind of exercise?
Yes, EIA and EMP is in place, and to source raw material to manufacture aggregate, we are excavating reservoir area. And after a lot of struggle, we got approval for 60 lakh metric ton of minor mineral approval. This is first time in India to approve this quantum of minor mineral to manufacture aggregate. So we considered our crusher operation is totally water neutral.
Okay.
Totally water neutral, and for dust emission, we simulate artificial rain systems are there, and number of blowers and sprinkling waters are
once we are almost starting your session on WhatsApp.
to kindly take their seats as the plenary session is about to start.
We also kindly request to keep your mobile phones on silent or switched off mode for the session.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of NICMAR University, Pune and the organizing committee, I, Kanav Singh,
And I, Bhavisha Borde,
are delighted to welcome you to the first plenary session of the 9th International Conference on Construction, Real Estate, Infrastructure and Project Management, ICCRIP 2025.
ICCRIP 2025 is designed to unite leading industry professionals, esteemed academicians, researchers, and students from diverse fields, creating a dynamic platform for the exchange of knowledge on the latest innovations and advancements in the CRIP sector.
We are honored to have with us today some distinguished leaders from the CRIP industry, Srimati Jaya Varma Sinha, Srimati Vidya Basarkot, and Professor T.S. Dr. Editorial Mohammed, who is joining us virtually and will be sharing the rich experiences and knowledge with us.
May I request our esteemed Vice Chancellor of NICMAR University, Pune, and conference patron, Dr. Sushma S. Kulkarni, along with conference convener, Dr. Rajnikant Rajans, to felicitate Srimati Jaya Varma Sinha with a token of our deepest gratitude.
May I request Dr. Sushma S. Kulkarni and Dr. Rajans to do the honors of felicitating Srimati Vidya Basarkot and presenting the token of appreciation as a gesture of a sincere respect and gratitude.
We are also privileged to have with us virtually Professor T.S. Dr. Editorial Mohammed. Since his joining online, we extend a warm welcome to him.
We are very fortunate to have these distinguished personalities to address and enlighten us today. Our first keynote speaker for the day is Srimati Jaya Varma Sinha. Srimati Jaya Varma Sinha joined the Indian Railway Traffic Service, IRTS, in 1988. In the career of over 35 years in Indian Railways, she has worked on various important posts like member, Operations and Business Development Railway Board, and additional member, Traffic Transportation Railway Board.
She also has worked on diverse verticals spanning operations, commercials, IT, and vigilance. She was also the first woman to be appointed as the Principal Chief Operations Manager of Southeastern Railway. She has worked as the Railway Advisor in the High Commission of India, Dhaka, Bangladesh, during which the famous Maitri Express from Kolkata to Dhaka was inaugurated.
She has worked as member, Operations and Business Development in Railway Board, where she was responsible for the overall transportation of freight and passenger services on Indian Railways.
Srimati Jaya Varma Sinha is a former Chairperson and Chief Executive Officer of Railway Board, Ministry of Railways, Rail Bhavan. She is the first woman to be appointed to this apex post of Indian Railways. Today, we are fortunate to have her share her insights and experiences with us. Ma'am, we invite you to deliver the keynote address.
Good morning, everyone. Professor Kulkarni, Ms. Basarkot, Dr. Rajhans, all our friends over here. I am really happy to be here in this institute, which is doing the right kind of service which the country needs at this point of time. Our country is at a transformative stage where a lot of emphasis on developing the infrastructure is going on right now, whether it is a public enterprise or like the Indian Railways, the roadways, the private sector, whether the cities which are being planned, the airports which are being planned, the roadways which are being planned. It's a huge, huge requirement for the kind of construction and manufacturing which needs to be there within the country to make our country grow into a self-reliant, competent and sustainable developed economy. And I would like to take you people through a presentation which focuses on what specifically the Indian Railways is planning for in terms of infrastructure development, in terms of what is the future that India is looking at in terms of Indian Railways, and where we need to develop our skills, our competencies in order to meet those requirements. So, starting with what the Indian Railways means for our nation. Everybody understands that for this huge country that we have, the Indian Railways is the lifeline. It is the network which crisscrosses through the entire country, connects urban, rural, remote, mountainous, coastal, whatever kind of delta, whichever kind of topology that the country has, Indian Railway traverses it. And it is continuing to evolve there. So why is it so important for a country to have a resilient railway network? If you look at the geopolitics of the world today, what is happening in the world is it's way beyond just military power. It is what is labeled the comprehensive national power of a country. A country is not assessed merely by its military might or also just its sheer economic size. It is a complex web of what kind of infrastructure it has, what kind of potential skills it has, what kind of human resources it has, what kind of diplomatic initiatives which are there, what kind of inter-country alignments are being forged, and how resilient is the country in the face of any kind of situation. So here this is a complex web where both the governance is a huge part of it, but the governance as well as the private enterprises, the industries, all the corporations, everything which comes together into a complex web, evolving into the comprehensive national power of a country. So that is where the infrastructure part of this entire paradigm rests. And Indian Railways is a very, very strong pillar of the infrastructure that is there in the country. It is, of course, the instrument of national unity. And however, it is also the long-term goal of our country to move into an economic space which is sustainable. Our development today cannot be just focused on, say, roadways or airways at the cost of the environment. The environmental repercussions of every kind of infrastructure that is being built for providing the logistic support to the country has a cost, has an environmental cost. And if you look at the environmental footprint of these various modes of transport, you will see that Indian Railways is miles ahead. If we just talk in terms of the quantum or the network size of the Indian Railways, I am sure most of us are aware that it is the 4th largest network in the world with 68,000 route kilometers and running more than 21,000 trains per day, carrying 7 billion passengers annually, roughly 2 crores, more than 2 crores a day, and 1,600 million tons of cargo in a year, more than 4.5 million tons in a day. So why the railways? It's a very simple comparison between India and China, a very oft-repeated comparison. We keep on comparing our country with China. And if you see, around the 1990s, both the countries had a similar amount of railway network. Thereafter, the Chinese network expanded rapidly. And if you see, the route kilometers nearly doubled. And in terms of their economy, it was at the same stage as India at that point of time in 1990s. Today it has surpassed $18 trillion. We are still aiming at 5. So it's a very simple correlation between the way the Chinese railways expanded their network in every which way, whether it is the high-speed network, whether it is the cargo network, whether it is carrying heavier loads faster and longer trains. The expansion of the Chinese railways has played a huge role in making the Chinese economy prosper. So why the railways? If we want to talk about the whys of railways, of course, it is cheaper. It has minimal environmental impact, and especially in the present scenario, where oil and gas is becoming a tool in the geopolitics of the world. The entire network is almost electrified, and it runs on electricity which is being produced at this point of time by indigenous coal. So the reliance on imported oil is minimal, and the country is producing this energy which is being used by the Indian Railways. So it's a huge advantage in this uncertain scenario where a lot of pressure is being put on the kind of oil that we are importing, and the potential of it hitting our economy very badly is understood by everyone. So this is a place where the railway network hopes to remain impervious to the changes in the oil prices globally, and for import specifically in India. Of course, it is very convenient to carry large bulk quantities through the railways in a very economic as well as energy efficient and environment friendly way. Thank you. So what we are looking at in terms of what we want Indian Railways to be by the time the country turns 100, which is the vision for Viksit Bharat 2047. Of course, safety remains paramount, with the aim to be as close to zero fatalities as possible. Passenger services, cargo, net zero, we'll talk about it in greater detail. Connecting the unconnected parts of the country. Whether it is Kashmir, we've got Kashmir recently connected onto the railway network. The Northeast is getting connected very quickly. And there are many other plans underway. And of course, Atmanirbhar Bharat, becoming self-reliant in terms of both our own construction and in terms of our capabilities to manufacture our own high-speed trains, our own locomotives, wagons, coaches, whatever. We'll discuss that in a little detail so that the stakeholders, the academics, the industry, and the students understand where is this huge market for the talents which are sitting over here. So we can identify these areas where people are required with these specialized skills. The government is completely focused on ensuring that the railway network expands rapidly. If you just look at the kind of investment which is coming into the railways, the gross budgetary support, which is the kind of money which the government puts into a sector, for the past 3 years alone has been more than 6.5 lakh crores. So that is the kind of, and it is pledging roughly 2.6 lakh crores this financial year. And this is likely to continue for the next 5 years at least. Where is all this going to be spent? That is where the industry is required to step in. That is where the competencies are required to be built so that we have the people who can deliver what is required for the nation and for Indian Railways specifically. Safety, of course, remains the first area where all this money is being spent. And so there is a Rashtriya Saraksha Kosh where a lot of money is pledged into doing activities which will ensure safety on the Indian Railways. And this is the kind of money which is going into safety works. And if you just look at the kind of things which safety involves, it involves every field of the Indian Railways. There is a lot of talk about what is called Kavach. I understand this is primarily focused on civil construction, but even the electronic part of running the entire system is extremely crucial, and that is where a huge amount of expansion is going to happen. What we are calling Kavach, I will talk about later, and tracks, of course, which is primarily civil engineering domain, signaling, interlocking, improved coaches, manpower training, level crossings. Level crossings are a huge area of accidents, so they are being eliminated again by building road overbridges, underpasses, etc. And then there are technologies like WILD and OMRS which detect defects automatically while the train is on run. I'll just talk about all these things in a little detail so that we understand what is the requirement that the industry needs to come in with. We need to understand how the Indian Railway works as an organization. It's a government-run organization. That is what everybody understands. But within it, when we are talking of delivering these results, whether we are doing any kind of an activity, it is the industry which is coming in. It is the construction companies which are coming in. It is the signaling companies. It is the manufacturing companies. It is the factories which are all coming in to deliver what is required into a complete whole package for the Indian Railways. So I'll just discuss these things in a little detail so we understand which industry specifically is going to aim at this chunk of allocation which is earmarked specifically for railway safety. So Kavach. We keep on talking about Kavach. What is Kavach? Kavach is an automatic train protection system. It's, of course, electronically driven, but it has physical features. And the physical features are there at the station, in the locomotive, and in the signaling system. So this is where it is a level 4, SIL4 level safety system. It is an indigenously developed system, which has been, identified or manufactured or done at a fraction of a cost of what is being done in Europe. It is the well-known ETCS system of Europe, which is there it is at a fraction of that cost if that development has taken. And it is an indigenous version developed by our own engineers and in partnership with the private companies, and which is going ahead by providing us this kind of a safety feature. It is expected that this will reduce these kind of specific kind of accidents. They will be eliminated completely, and a human error will be reduced substantially. So it is being proliferated on the entire network. Of course, it has been prioritized to be proliferated first on the densest network, where it will yield the maximum results in the shortest possible time. But that is where a lot of expenditure is going in terms of safety. This is just a detail of how it works. We'll not go into that. If you look at the tracks are under constant attack. Every time a rail is hit by a wheel, an iron wheel moving over it, it generates minor cracks, microfractures, and which over time grow and they become bigger fractures, and then therefore the track becomes unsafe. So the strategy is to detect them well in time, to repair them well in time, and replace old tracks within its time. So all this is moving towards a very mechanized mode of monitoring as well as maintenance. A lot of investment is going into track machines. Track machines are being manufactured in India now. The largest manufacturer of track machines in the world, Placer India, has come and set up a company in India. And they are now even beginning to export the track machines which are being made in India. So they are meeting the domestic requirement and they are ready to cater to the world market. There are automatic track vehicle inspection vehicles which are coming up. And of course, the track structure itself is being changed into a stronger and a more resilient kind of a track with better fittings and better rails, both in terms of metallurgy, in terms of its cushion. The turnouts, which is where the two tracks meet and separate, that is called a turnout, and they are a bottleneck as far as the network is concerned. They have speed limitations. Mostly, whenever you are negotiating a turnout, the trains have to slow down. So having higher speed turnouts with that kind of a design and specifications is the idea. Of course, coaches are being improved. A lot of manufacturing of coaches is being ramped up. Passenger safety, additionally, passenger safety is looking at fire retardants. A lot of fire prevention measures are being put into place in passenger carrying coaches. CCTVs, emergency talkbacks, and of course, on stations, wider foot-over bridges, so that we do not have overcrowding and instances of any kind of a stampede. Level crossings remain one of the biggest areas of accidents, where the road users and even the other kind of trespassers causing major accidents and a loss of life, mostly for the road users and occasionally for the trains also happen. So it has been decided to eliminate all level crossings which are there on the Indian Railways. So they are all being replaced by a lot of road over bridges, road under bridges, and also bypasses where it is not possible you don't have enough space in those old urban areas where you can build these road over bridges. So again, the focus is on the high density routes first, to eliminate those, and then to gradually remove the rest over the country. Even across the yards, which are sometimes kilometers wide, the light foot-over bridges are being added so that the pedestrians have a safe passage across the rails. Then changing the entire way that the passengers are traveling today. New trains, we know of Vande Bharats, we know of Amrit Bharats, Amrit Bharats and Namo Bharats and the high-speed trains which are about to come. The stations are being transformed into Amrit Bharat stations. Multimodal connectivity is the emphasis, and the ease of booking is again a very important soft area which is required for improving the services. We will just discuss this in a brief thing so that we understand again, because this is a huge area where manufacturing is being ramped up and the factories are being set up specifically to cater to the huge demand of these new kinds of trains. And it's a public-private partnership where all these trains are being developed. We know of Vande Bharat trains. These have also been specialized for going to Kashmir and taking care of the weather conditions over there. The sleeper versions are about to come. Amrit Bharat trains are the non-AC counterpart of Vande Bharat trains. As I was discussing with Professor Kulkarni earlier, that out of the 2 crore passengers which travel on Indian Railways, 80% of those are people who travel in non-AC class. They cannot afford the AC fares. And this is the reality of the country which we sitting in cities forget. This is the class which is not being neglected, and this is the class which is being taken care of. They form 80% of the passengers traveling on Indian Railways. And to ensure that they travel in comfort, in safety, and they have the similar kind of comfort that a Vande Bharat passenger has. These Amrit Bharat trains have been designed specifically for that. They are completely non-AC, and they will be, a large chunk of these coaches will remain unreserved. So this is the kind of focus which the Indian Railways has on ensuring that the 80% of these people do manage to travel properly. Namo Bharat Rabbit trains, these are commuter trains. These are for short distance travels, for office goers, for people coming from rural India into urban areas to vend their wares, etc., or to work in the industry. These are again going to be proliferated, and again these are very, very comfortable trains. They are AC. These are AC trains, and they will have toilets, which is what today's metros and locals do not have, but these trains will be there with toilets. Of course, we are not forgetting the clientele, which is that 20%, which requires very fast connectivity between two commercial centers or two huge cities. The first high-speed train, or the bullet train as it's known, is coming between Mumbai and Ahmedabad, and the work is progressing very fast. This is being planned for proliferation across the country by identifying areas where this kind of movement is happening very frequently. So if we look at the timings which are going to be there between Mumbai and Ahmedabad, if this train moves with limited stops, it will reach in 2 hours. 2 hours, 7 minutes between Mumbai and Ahmedabad. So with that kind of a connectivity between Mumbai or Ahmedabad and other business centers, it is expected that a transformation will come in transit-oriented development, where people who want better life can stay in the suburbs and come to work in the city centers without any issue. So with that kind of a plan in mind, there are about 10,000 kilometers which have been identified. So we can just run through this quickly. These are the features, some of the features of bullet train. Amrit Bharat stations, where the stations are being transformed. Again, this is a lot of construction activities going on here, and it's all driven by private industry. It is being funded by the Indian Railways, but the work is being done by private players. So this is the kind of 1,300 stations have already been identified, and more are going to come. So this is the kind of future of stations that we are looking at. This is an existing Jhansi station that has been changed already. And of course, the ease of booking, a lot of work is being done on that in terms of the AI as well as computerization. We are looking at expanding the network per se. We are looking at connecting, Kashmir has already been connected, Northeast states will be connected, Sikkim, Char Dham, a whole lot of other projects are in place. These are some of the pictures of the projects which are going on. This is the longest Himalayan tunnel. Yeah, this is one thing that I just wanted to emphasize again, because this is a civil construction-oriented forum, that the expertise of tunneling in the Himalayan region, in the Himalayan topology, this has come to be known as the Himalayan tunneling method. And it has been improvised by changing the existing tunneling technology, and this is where a lot of specialization is required. A lot of work is going to happen in this region, in this fragile topology, and it requires a specialized kind of work. So this is something that the academics as well as the industry can focus on. And of course the bridges are also very specialized. So the bridge construction and the tunneling construction is something that needs to be given a lot of emphasis. The Pamban Rail Bridge, of course, I'm sure all of you know, is again an engineering marvel. If you look at the cargo logistics, the dedicated freight corridors, and building capacity ahead of demand. So the dedicated freight corridor is almost complete, the eastern and the western. But what we are looking at in the future is building capacity ahead of demand. And so for that, routes have been identified, and this is the way the economic corridors have been identified. These are the locations which have been identified for linkages, and these are the three major corridors on which expansion has already been planned. A huge amount of money is going to come into construction in these corridors. First is the energy mineral corridor, then the high traffic density corridor where multi-laning is going to happen, and rail sagar corridors where the ports are going to get linked to the rail network. Terminals, freight terminals are going to be developed again in a very big way, and these are some which are already in place. These will all be multimodal. Manufacturing, as I mentioned, is the emphasis is on Make in India. So whether it is freight locomotives or wagons, everything is to be manufactured in the country. Net zero, again, is a commitment that Indian Railways has given way ahead of the target that the country has committed to the NDC. And 2030 is the target for net zero, and the 100% electrification of the network is already very close. Ensuring that the energy that we are getting is also net zero is being worked upon by focusing on renewable energies and offsetting the carbon footprint. So coming to the end of my presentation, I would just like to sum up that there are 5 key takeaways in the kind of infrastructure development which is happening on the Indian Railways and the focus of investment which is there in this government sector. Though the purse strings are being held by the government, the delivery partners are the local industry. And that is where a lot of manpower would be required, a lot of competence is required. And they also the industry needs to ramp up its act. They need to deliver these projects well in time by ensuring that they have the volumes, they have the numbers, and they have the capabilities to deliver. If we just talk of numbers, we are looking at adding 5,000 kilometer track every year. We have already achieved it for the past 2 years. The target is to ramp up further. It is the bottleneck, the sticking point is that the industry players have to increase their capacity to deliver. So we have to work at it together. It is a partnership which can take, which is required in ensuring that India achieves its Viksit Bharat goal, and specifically the Indian Railways. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your enriching talk and highlighting the importance of a well-knit railway network and how railway is central to India's economic transformation. It is an honor to introduce our next keynote speaker, a true luminary in the world of civil engineering and infrastructure development, Srimati Vidya Basarkot.
A fellow of the Institution of Civil Engineers, UK, and fellow of the Institution of Engineers, India, Srimati Vidya Basarkot brings to this stage a career spanning over 4 decades, marked by exceptional leadership and transformative projects. Her expertise is as vast as it is deep, covering the entire life cycle of a large-scale infrastructure, from strategy and project development to delivery and operations.
Throughout her distinguished career, she has held pivotal leadership positions, including her current role as the MD of COWI India and EVP and Global Head of GCCs, and her previous tenure as the MD of Rambol India. She has been at the helm of landmark projects that have shaped our nation's infrastructure, including the New Noida International Airport, the privatization bids for Mumbai, Delhi, and Bangalore International Airports, and the Mumbai Metro Line 1.
A certified independent director and ESG practitioner, her influence extends beyond project execution into policy and thought leadership. She is an active member of national committees with both CII and FICCI, contributing her insights on urban development, housing, skill development, and civil aviation. Today, she will share her invaluable perspectives on the future of infrastructure. Please join me in giving a very warm welcome to Ms. Vidya Basarkot.
Namaste to all my friends here, dignitaries on the dais. The student community, first of all, the young engineers, industry colleagues, faculty members. Thank you so much for having me here today. One of my main occupations nowadays as the managing director of COVI in India is to interact with academia and build that pipeline for the future of engineering. So today, I really am very grateful that I could talk to a lot of you. Yesterday evening, I was here. And today morning, I had a marathon discussions with some of your colleagues in the placement cell. So I would like to take some time to actually interact with you, and not a very formal address, on 3 important aspects. When I sat with your colleagues and your faculty yesterday evening, watching the cultural event, I was so delighted that all of you are so rooted in your tradition and your culture, and you feel proud of the culture, the civilization that you belong to. And this comes back to me every time I go out. I have been managing European consultancy firms in India for the last 20 years. Every time I go and come back to my country, my faith in the engineering community of India is reinforced. I haven't seen a better engineering community who is so aspirational, so hardworking, so creative, but sometimes I feel that we lack confidence in ourselves. So we go out and see and come back and say, yes, we are better than the world. And I keep telling my engineers in my company that, you are the best. So you must actually believe that you bring that kind of capability to the whole world. Of course, some of that I'll also touch upon you on why the world is looking at India. Jayaji, thank you for setting the context on what the Indian government is doing and how India itself is repositioning itself on the world stage. So you are a large part of that community, that branding, that positioning that the Indian government is doing for itself on the global forum. And secondly, I would like to touch upon the future of engineering during my presentation. A lot of students come to me, a lot of parents of those students come to me saying, what do you think is the future of core engineering in India? I said, don't ask me just what is it in India, but ask me what is the future of core engineering across the world. And I will have a lot of great answers for you during my presentation today. And that also takes me to address some of the aspects on engineering, what we face today due to climate change, due to demand on sustainability, on why the society is looking at core engineers, the construction managers, the project managers of today, which I feel NICMAR is the hub of all that capability in the country. And why is it so relevant for us to look at the demands of climate change and how we can respond to that challenge to build resilient societies and communities across the world. After that, I would also like to touch upon during maybe the question answers or when the interaction goes on, I have been specifically asked to talk on women in STEM leadership. Okay, of course, you have a lot of examples on the dais itself. And though we are not very visible as leaders, there are enough leadership capabilities, and I have spoken to some of the students. I see a lot of potential that we can build on women in STEM leadership. So these are the three main things that I would like to touch upon today. Let me just take you through some of the projects of my company. It's pronounced as COWI, C-O-W-I, which is the two first names of our founders. This company was founded in 1930, almost 100 years back, in Copenhagen. Two engineers in their garages. It is one of those typical stories of a startup. Soon after the two world wars, they felt that the world, mostly Europe, needs rebuilding, and that's how they started the civil engineering consultancy firm. And 95 years down the line, I think their vision and their passion for core engineering has really stood the ground and is a shining example for all of us to take inspiration from. So I will just take you through some of the projects that COWI is doing across the world, not only in India, but across the world. But this is a small representation of the engineering community is doing. There are various other organizations similar to COWI who are doing great projects and who look at NICMAR, engineers like you, for predictable delivery. Because that is one thing that I hear from clients like HCC, FCONs, Government of India that we work for. What they want is predictable delivery, not only in terms of time, but in terms of quality, in terms of budget, in terms of supply chain issues. So that is something I know that your curriculum aligns very well on project management, on predictable delivery, on sustainability. So I'm delighted that what academia is thinking today is what industry needs today. But having said that, there are a lot of opportunities for us to sit together, the academia and the industry, and see that how we align with each other and how we build that pipeline for the future of our engineering. Let me just start with, the first slide shows you some of the stadiums that COWI is building across the world. And similarly, there are a lot of infrastructure projects that we are building across the world. And one of the critical components of building and delivering every project is project management. I was speaking today morning to some of your colleagues on how we in India are setting up a project management office in India to manage projects across the world, because technology now gives us that kind of a comfort, that kind of a confidence that sitting in India, we can manage projects across the world. So I'm looking at some of your students and even some of your faculty, where we can sit and look at the curriculum and how we can absorb this knowledge that is residing in NICMAR to see that our projects continue to be delivered predictably across the world. Coming to the portfolio that COVI has, 4 very major sectors: sustainable energy, large infrastructure, heavy civil projects, large buildings including data centers, and climate adaptation and water. Of course, in some of the projects, all these sectors merge and we have multidisciplinary projects, and some of those is what I'm going to show you today. Please feel free, of course, I said, if there could be some questions along the way, I'll be very happy to answer you. And another important aspect of companies who are rooted in Europe, in the Nordic area of Europe, is sustainability. It's always at the top of their agenda on how can we build societies which are resilient, which are sustainable, which do not impinge upon the rights of nature that's all around us. The environment and sustainability of that environment is always at the core of what we think. And of course, some of the projects that I will show you have always been a role model for sustainability. I'm sure all of you recognize the Chenab Bridge. COVI did the proof checking of this wonderful design. You can, just by looking at the picture and of course the statistics that are there, you will see what kind of a amazing design, structural design it would have been. And the government of India wanted some master of structural designing in bridges to check that design and certify that it is good to go before the construction happened. So we brought in our colleague from the UK, David Mackenzie. He's a known name in bridge engineering. He came and proof checked this bridge, and then the green signal was given for the fabrication, the installation. You can just imagine the kind of logistics challenges we had there. So each and every step of this project was drafted, was coordinated, was communicated to all the stakeholders, which is a fundamental of project management. I'm sure you all learn in your curriculum what is project management. This, I think, is a prime example of how a project was conceived, how it was planned, designed, executed, and now it is commissioned. I hope some of you will get the opportunity to actually travel on that bridge and appreciate the kind of infrastructure that the country is building. Another international example that I want to give you is an immersible tunnel that COVI has designed. This is connecting Denmark to Germany. We are completely bypassing the surface transport, and this 18-kilometer immersed tunnel. You can imagine the scale of planning, the scale of designing, and then the sequencing of construction. Again, these are all critical factors in project management, isn't it? How you plan, how you gather all the data, how you bring all those inputs to the designs, and how you sequence the movement of the elements so that they are immersed on the seabed, and then it is commissioned. Okay, it is actually now being constructed on the site. This is a double-lane motorway rail, all electrified rail tracks. And we have about 80 standard elements that are precast in the casting yard. Each one of those elements is about 200 meters long. You can imagine the kind of logistics planning that goes into it. Again, a key element of project management. And I have a small video here which will show you how the sequencing happens on the construction site. I hope it plays now.
This is one of Europe's largest construction sites. We're building the Fehmarn Belt Tunnel between Denmark and Germany, near the town of Rodbyhavn on the island of Lolland. The new link will be the world's longest immersed tunnel and the fastest route between Scandinavia and Central Europe. Following extensive preparations, the project is now underway. The first step in the construction phase is the large-scale work harbour to take delivery of the huge quantities of sand, cement, steel and gravel that are required to cast the tunnel elements. Behind the harbour, we're building a tunnel factory with 6 production halls for casting the tunnel's 89 concrete elements on a 24/7 basis. The standard elements are 217 metres long, weigh over 73,000 tonnes, and contain 2 tubes for the motorway, 2 for the railway, and a service passage. The tunnel elements will be immersed in a 12-metre deep tunnel trench dredged on the seabed. Dredging the 18-kilometre tunnel trench will produce 19 million cubic metres of soil, sand and stone, which will be transformed into new beaches and land areas adjacent to the construction site. The tunnel factory will be the world's largest for concrete production. The construction site will provide jobs for several thousand people. What's more, the project will create even more jobs at companies in the region, supplying the site with raw materials, goods and services. The finished tunnel will be assembled from 89 elements, cast incrementally in segments over a skeleton of reinforcing steel in large casting molds. Once the concrete is set, the molds will be removed, and the tunnel element will be pushed forwards towards the dry dock. This work will take place round the clock, with 9 weeks needed to produce 1 tunnel element. When the element is ready to be transported, it is sealed at both ends with a bulkhead, and the dry dock is filled with water. The element is towed out into the deep end of the dock, after which the water level is lowered to sea level. Tugboats will tow the element into position in the Fehmarn Belt. The ballast tanks are filled with water and the element is lowered onto the seabed. The elements will be installed with millimetre precision along the length of the tunnel. Once manoeuvred into place, the elements are pulled together and the water is pumped out. This creates a partial vacuum, which ensures a watertight connection. Finally, a protective layer of stone will be laid on top of the tunnel. Over time, the current will completely cover the tunnel with sand. Portal buildings are being constructed at Rodbyhavn on Lolland and Puttgarden in Germany, which will ensure that traffic has a smooth transition between land and tunnel on both sides of the belt. Once the technical installations are completed, the tunnel will open to traffic. People will then be able to cross the Fehmarn Belt in 7 minutes by train and 10 minutes by car. The world's largest immersed tunnel will be ready in 2029.
I hope that gave you an idea. How do I move to the next slide? Page down. An idea of what kind of exciting projects are being done across the world and where that critical component of construction management and project management, coordination, planning, scheduling, quality assurance, the very basics of what you're studying in your colleges today. And that is why I thought this may be a relevant example for all of you to feel proud. This is an industry that you are going to enrich tomorrow by coming in and joining our workforce. Okay, this of course is a very familiar project for all of us, and most of you would have visited this, the most elegant, simple and fascinating engineering design, the Lotus Temple in Delhi. This was another structural engineering challenge that COVI has delivered for L&T. This was about 35 years back. And the kind of designing that went on, of course, we didn't have BIM models or digital twins or softwares that we have today. all the calculations were done by hand. Am I not audible? Okay, okay. I tend to move here and there. All right. So this is an extremely fascinating example of what structural designing, what great project management can deliver for nation building. Look at the simplicity of that structure. Look at the elegance of that structure and what would have gone behind the brains of those engineers when they conceived it, when they put it on the drawing board, when they produced those drawings, went on the site, and there was a close coordination with Larsen and Toubro, who were the contractors for this, even to the last minute detail of what could be the joint filling, how that should be colored. Every micro detail went on into it. And even now, whenever I look at that structure, I don't fail to be mesmerized about what kind of thinking would have gone. So if this was done some 30, 40 years back without the tools that you have today, just imagine what you can do with all the tools that you have at your disposal today. You can build such a much better world for all of us. And that is where I want all of you to have faith in the industry and not keep asking, what is the future of my career? This is where your career is, even better than this. Because when this could be done by manual calculations, just imagine what you can do with all the tools that you have, softwares that you have with you. What kind of society you will be coming into and what kind of society you're going to build. So just another picture of, okay, I think this is a different version. I wanted to bring to you the complicated structural designing that went on behind it. And can anyone tell me what is the design life of this structure? Any idea? Any guesses? This is a design life of 1,000 years. Can you imagine the quality control that would have gone while it was being constructed? Again, you will agree with me, that is one of the main parts of project management, construction management. How do we build with the same quality that the engineer has foreseen in his mind when he said, okay, this will have 1,000 years of life, in spite of all the seismic zone that it resides on and extremely tricky soil conditions it had. And of course, nowadays, the construction technology has advanced far more than what it was in the 1980s. That is why I want you to really understand the kind of times that you are in. You are in, I think, the best time for the construction industry, if you ask me. And if you ask me, what is the future of jobs for me, I will challenge you. Look at what your seniors have done. Without the aid of all the tools and the technology that you have. So you should not at all ask, you should say, building on what has been done already, I will give you a better society, because now I am empowered with technology. Empowered, by studying in institutes like NICMAR. Absolutely no doubts about your career. Just some of the other projects that we have done in the port sector, ports and marine sector, because I would not like you to be restricted to just one sector in the whole construction industry. You can pick and choose what inspires you, what excites you. It could be roads, highways, airports, marine port. The whole wide world is open for you. I think I'll skip this digital walkthrough, because this may not be as, I can't skip this. Yes, I can. Okay, so coming to my next project, far more familiar to you, which is the Mumbai Trans-Harbour Link. This is where I would like to stress upon the sustainability aspect of project, what I mean by that. I'm not sure how many of you have visited this or drove over the Trans-Harbour Link. This resides in the intertidal zone. Okay, only 5 minutes, please. Intertidal zone of the Mumbai harbor, a lot of flamingos come to rest there. So we were told not to upset the biodiversity when the project is commissioned. So a lot of noise pollution, light pollution were controlled, and we stuck to the biodiversity guidelines and had this wonderful, sustainable trans-harbor link that is one of the projects that we are very proud of being in India. The Naini Bridge, I wanted to also touch upon the digitalization of assets. We have this geo-services also in the construction industry where you take a lot of scanners because every time you can't go to the site or the site is not accessible. So you take a lot of scanners and capture all the data and come and assess for structural integrity of an asset, whether it is still holding on to the design life or does it need a lot of maintenance, etc. So that is something that again is now becoming a big part of the construction industry. I'll skip this, okay. The Government of India infra budgets and schemes, I don't have to repeat what JRG has already taken you through, and that is an absolutely brilliant context for what I was trying to talk. So let me also skip these iconic projects which she also mentioned in her address. The only point that I want to make is that look at the investment that India is doing. Look at the investment that a whole lot of countries are doing, and they are struggling to have civil engineers, mechanical engineers, construction managers, project managers across the world. And who are they looking at to supply all this kind of expertise? It's India, because we have the skills, we have the scale, and we are sitting in India managing projects for the world. And that is absolute point that I wanted to make, because again and again the questions are coming on what Indian core engineers should be doing. This is an example of the global capability centers. Most of the multinational engineering companies are running in India, and I myself have a global capability center, not only in Kovi, I also did it in Rambol. What I mean is that our engineers work here and contribute to projects like the Fehmarn Belt, the immersible belt that you saw, across the world. And that is how much the world is depending on you. So the Global Capability Center is not just a buzzword, it's actually contributing to the world infrastructure development. And the last point I wanted to make was, what is the demand on construction industry because of the climate change? You see our towns and cities being flooded, bridges collapsing, roads collapsing, drainage not working properly. I do understand that some of us in the industry have not really done our duty very well. We did not build a great narrative for the industry, for attracting young talent. I admit that we somewhere did not really look at that to make the industry attractive for all of you to come and work. But now is the time to correct it. So I make it a point to go and showcase all these projects and attract all of you to see that your need is there for the industry. One, to look at sustainability, and second, to face the challenges of climate crisis, how we can build together great, resilient, climate change resistant infrastructure. And this is my absolutely last slide on what are the expectations of the industry from the academia. When I look at engineers, I say, look, you have these opportunities, but you must come with an open mind. Setting limits in your own mind that I will just join that company, I want this package, I want this work, etc., is limiting your own growth. I have never done that in my career. I almost never looked at what package I'm drawing or what could be my office timing. Is it 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock? No, I don't want to limit myself. Whatever is the package, whatever is the working condition, I will go and do it. And the package and lovely designations will follow you. Believe me, because I am the living example of that. And I know all of you have these questions in your mind. Should the package be higher? Should it be good? I mean, can I sit in an AC office? Can I work from home? These are not the questions that you should be asking today. There will be a time when you can ask, you can afford to ask those questions, but not immediately. You must be ready for hard work. You must be ready for absorbing all that the industry gives you, and bring that competence that people will come to you and say, can you work for me? I'll give you the package that you want. I'll give you the title that you want. Come and work for me. build that depth of expertise, that capability, and there's no stopping you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for providing valuable insights into Kavi's core principles and operations. And her insightful speech took us on a fascinating journey through the marvels of construction, unveiling the genius and innovation behind these wonders.
It is a great honor to introduce the distinguished keynote speaker, Professor T.S. Dr. Editorial Mohammed, who is joining us virtually.
Professor Editorial Mohammed is the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Development of University Technology Malaysia, UTM. He was previously the Dean of Faculty of Civil Engineering, UTM. Concurrently, he is also the Director of Institute of Smart Infrastructure and Innovative Construction, ICCRIP, UTM. In 2015, he was appointed as Head of Department, Geotechnics and Transportation in Faculty of Civil Engineering.
In 2016, Center of Tropical Geoengineering, UTM, was founded by Professor Eddy and was appointed as the director from 2016 to 2022. In 2017, he was appointed as a professor in UTM. Besides working in academic field, Professor Eddy also has an extensive experience working with the industries. He started his career in 1993 as a geologist with Oyo Corporation, Japan and Singapore.
Among the projects he was involved with are tunneling project for Singapore MRT lines 1994 and the investigation of the collapse of Highland Towers, Kuala Lumpur 1993. In 1995, he returned to work in Malaysia for Sunway Holdings and was appointed as Regional Quarry Development Manager. In 2000, he started working at UTM as a lecturer in the Department of Geotechnics and Transportation.
Professor Eddy has received many recognitions from international and national bodies such as Fellow of the Institution of Quarrying United Kingdom, Fellow at the Royal Institute of Geologists. Professor Eddy is often appointed as a professional reference to various government departments such as Public Works Department, Minerals and Geoscience Department, Johor State Government, Environment Department in matters related to sustainable development and disaster. Apart from that, he is also often consulted by various private sectors to be consulted nationally and internationally for more than 200 projects.
He is also the head and member of many research projects, and 15 of that were funded by the government of Malaysia. Professor Eddy has published more than 250 papers in internationally indexed journals and conference papers and books. He is also appointed as a reviewer for several leading international journals.
Today, he will be sharing his profound knowledge with us. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Professor T.S. Dr. Editorial Mohammed. Sir, we invite you to deliver your keynote address.
Thank you very much, Madam and Mr. Chairman, for the kind introduction. Could you see me and the slides? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I would like to extend high appreciation and it gives me great pleasure to be invited to this 9th International Conference on Construction, Real Estate, Infrastructure and Project Management by NICMAR University in Pune, India. And I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to the Vice Chancellor, Prof. Shushma Kulkarni, Dr. Rajini as the Convener, and Dr. Ramesh for your kind invitation. Also, I would like to extend my appreciation to all the keynote speakers and all the participants for this auspicious conference. I hope to be able to attend the conference in person. However, I apologize for not being able to be in Pune to meet all of you today because of certain circumstances that I could not avoid. But I'm happy to meet you on the internet, far away from Malaysia, and share some of the knowledge and probably the experiences that happen in Malaysia that could be useful for India situation. So I would like to talk on the causes and contributing factors of debris flow in Malaysia. Probably this could be new to some of us, as most of us are aware and familiar with the slope failure, but not the debris flow. The debris flow is somehow happens in the hilly area, which could be very disastrous in the area where we receive a lot of rains. And in India, as we know, most of the area is about receive annual rainfall of about 120 centimeter. But some part of India in the northeastern part, you receive about 400 centimeter average. And in Malaysia, we receive about 250 centimeter. So it can be said that some part of India receive a lot of rainfalls and could be risky of the debris flow as well. And of course, this would be beneficial for the real estates, infrastructures, and project managements field, where the debris flow is one of the disasters, natural disasters that could happen. In debris flow, actually, as you can see in the two photos below, is the result of the debris flow happen in one of the Borneo state in Malaysia, that is in Kundasang, Sabah, where you could see a lot of the sediments, rocks, woods, and other debris materials could be hampered to the lower topography. And on the right-hand side is what happened somewhere in 2022 in Kedah, where this actually happens and affected most of the villages that resides around those areas. And this debris flow, which normally occurs as the mixture of the debris, water, and it could kill many lives and disrupt the infrastructures along the lower area at the mountainous areas. And of course, when the natural disasters such as debris flow occurred and happened, then it would involve a lot of losses, such as the direct cost, the repairs, replacement, maintenance resulting from the damage. And in addition to this direct cost, there's also indirect costs that will be affected, such as loss of productivity, reduced land value, adverse effect on the water quality and sediment, and the productivity also could be affected. Looking in the trend for the past 30 years, what happened in Malaysia, there is more than 30 occasions happened since 30 years, in 1995 to 2024. As you could see, there are many occasions, meaning that averagely every year there's one debris flow that could happen. And the one that you see some explosive signs there, in red color, is where many lives has been claimed during this debris flow. So this is the new understanding for us, and it is important to see and understand where's the area that could be highly affected and dangerous. And looking at this rainfall intensity, this is where 250 centimeter, that is the annual average rainfall that happened in Malaysia. Okay. And one of the important factors that we found affected and contribute the debris flow is the topography. The hilly area, high area, where the initiation of the debris flow, meaning the trees, the rocks, the soil, could be greatly influenced by the gravity in the top and hilly areas. And then this critical part where the slope stability, water drainage, and the sediments could be accumulated in the upstream. And the steep slopes, which are prone to instability, sometimes it happens due to the wind, or it could be some typhoon that happened that could affect some of the trees, and the trees are all being damaged and fall, and this could be some of the contributing materials that will affect the drainage systems in the upstream. And it is also influenced by the intense rainfall. One is the intense rainfall. Secondly is the prolonged rainfall. The intense rainfall were heavy at one time, and prolonged could happen in 3-4 days later. So if we see this kind of situation, the risk of debris flow is become greater. The relationships between slope gradient and debris flow is of course primarily due to the gravitational force acting on the whatever materials that sit on the soil, rocks, and the vegetation as well. And the geology is something that we could not ignore, because as what we have experienced in Malaysia, we see that most of the area which were affected by the debris flow is sits on the highly weathered granite to residual soil. The soil, weathered soil, and loose rocks are the areas or zones that could weaken the slopes, and eventually it will cause the fall of this material from the steep slopes. In addition to that, we also noticed that the lineament density, meaning what is lineament? Lineament is the breakage that we could observe from the satellite on the ground. So they are lines that tell us on the past history what's the structural effects on the ground before. And these lines could tell us indirectly or directly where's the occasions of faults, of foldings or fractures that already happened, and these are the areas where the debris flow is risky. And as you could see on the right hand photograph shows the lineament density. On the right hand side where is dark blue color is where the high lineament density, and these are the areas where could cause a lot of the risk, increase the risk of the debris flow. And in addition to that, we also notice that the channel dimension, this narrow channel accumulates the sediments from landslides, vegetation, boulders, and it initiates the debris flow. And in the photo, you could see this is the area of the source of the debris flow where rocks or soil or vegetations could collapse, and later there's landslides over here, and then due to the water influence from the rains, then it goes down from the solid state now become the semi-solid states, and later when it goes down, this is where it could be the liquid states. So this is the formation and movement of the debris flow that we could actually divide it in 4 areas. There is source area, circulation area, accumulation area, and the dam failure or flood downstream. This is where the residents or people normally live, and major development takes place around that area. And in addition to that, the other contributing factors are the land use and land cover. These such as the forest area that helps stabilize slopes, enforcing soil, etc., and the construction of dams and reservoir that affect the sediments transport. And there's one case study that I would like to share. This is in Baling debris flow that happened in July 2022, where the disaster already claimed 3 lives and destroyed 17 houses, and affected more than 3,500 peoples, and estimated losses is about 25 million ringgit, that is about 6 million USD. So this is the case in Baling, Kedah. What happened when we investigated this area? It was found that the entire area is underlain by the granitic, where you see the pinkish color is granite, Semangul formation and Crow formation, that is sediments, that is in green color. And the important case and information here, that's a Bokbak fault. This is the Bokbak fault, the black color in line. Is oriented northwest southeastern, affects downstream direction of Sungai Kupang, and it produced a shear wave. When we have these fault lines, it produced shear zones that created weak zones between granitic and the sedimentary, because the contact between the granite and the green color, that is sedimentary rocks, actually it affected the stability. And the rainfall distribution during that time, it received about 290 millimeter per hour, and based on the estimation, the rainfall during the landslides and debris flow, at least 200 millimeter per hour for 4 hours. That's prolonged rainfall in Sungai Kupang Basin. Yeah, so one is heavy rainfall, and then subsequently the prolonged rainfall make the risk higher. And in addition to this, this is the land use of that area, and mostly the production forests are affected by the debris flow. And based on the aerial survey, the disaster could be divided into 4 zones, as what we have understand earlier. Some zones could be called as landslide zones, then the debris flow zones, and debris flood zones, and mud flood zones. So this is the different character of the debris. And the landslides occurred at the average angle of 30 to 35 degrees in the upstream areas. Other than that, the most landslide occur on the soil layer of the weathered granites, the intersection between soil and the rock, where you have the weathered granites is the loose zones. And the third thing, the shallow sliding on the plane between weathering of soils and the fresh rock. So this happened in the black color zones. And the red color zones, the debris flow thickness of 3 meters transport the rock blocks, tree trunks, and sediments along the streams with a cumulative volume of 2.5 million meter cube transported downstream. Due to the medium gradient of rivers, many rock blocks stranded along this debris flow profile. So here, 2.5 million meter cube are transported. Later, in the blue area, where the slope is less than 5 degrees, the water increases and a lot of debris is sedimented. The debris flow turns into debris flood. Kampung Iboy, that is the place of name of this place, received the main force from the impact of transported debris up to 800 meter wide, so very wide. And the debris flood zone does not involve many geomorphological mechanism that is less than 5 degrees. And at this area, 3.2 million cubic meter of debris are transported. So here, the red one, 2.5, the blue color is 3.2. That is where most of the debris material would be hampered around this zone. And lastly, at the mud flood zone, the green color, after the debris contain all the big and the heavy materials being hampered in the red and blue color. So in the green color, the water, sand, and large volume of silt material would be hampered around this area. And depending on the height of the water level, mud flood can overflow on the floodplains extensively. The recorded mud flood level range from 0.2 to 2 meter. And at this last area, the lowest area and plain area, about 1.1 meter cube of debris being transported. So in the area view, we could see like this, where the debris flow geological hazard map, the green color shows the safe zone, meaning only the affected debris such as loose rocks, soil, trees, and debris being affected. This is where the safe zone that is not affected with debris flow. This zone is suitable for reconstruction activities and evacuation. So this is the area. And the hazard zone, the blue color, this is where affected by mud flood about 2 to 3 feet, involve property damage without building destruction or death. Lastly, the red color zone is the lowest part, where this is affected by landslides, debris flow, debris flood, and building destruction and residents are difficult to be saved. So these are the area that probably the designer or engineers or the real estates should be worry about and take extra precaution. And in conclusion, the debris flow typically occur as cascading geological process. And in our country, we found that the factors relate much on the slope instability in the basin area, which are affected by the heavy rain and prolonged rain. And urbanization and human activities such as deforestation might worsen their occurrence. And debris flow is a newly geological phenomenon in Malaysia that is only understood for the past probably about 10 years, but there are always unexpected occurrences, especially in the monsoon seasons. A comprehensive understanding of the mechanism and the behavior of the debris flow will assess the fundamental hazard and provide a proper planning for structural measures. So with that, I would like to thank again to NICMAR University, and I wish the conference all the best and has the great success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your valuable insights on debris flow in Malaysia, shedding light on its causes and consequences. Your presentation has enhanced our understanding of this pressing environmental challenge.
We request Professor Eddie to stay with us for a few more minutes as we are going to have a question and answer session.
We now open the floor for an interactive Q&A session. We invite all the students and participants to share your questions with our delegates.
Please raise your hands so that we can give you mic. Or no questions?
Sir, as you have explained that some geological factors and the condition has led to the debris flows. So, can we mitigate such things, or what as a infrastructure development things? What sort of measures we can adopt for these particular areas? Thank you.
You can ask him, no? Ask him, like he has been asked question. I don't know whether he has heard it. For a loud.
Professor Eddy, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
So one question was there, what is the possible solution for such type of climate risk that is there? What are the possible solutions you would recommend?
Yeah. Thank you very much for the questions. We actually quite recent in understanding the mechanism of the debris flow in the tropics. This debris flow now become one of our major issues, and we have to take a good care of understanding and taking good precaution. What we studied now is the possibility of using the Sabo Dam, somehow that being used in Japan for the past 20-30 years, and we try to design it to suit to our tropical climate. The design is where the dam, which is not to trap water. Normally, dam is built to trap water, but this one is to allow water to penetrate, but to prevent the debris from going down. That means all the debris, such as the rocks, the trees, are trapped at the upstream. And then we also could use the different mechanism at the different channels or different streams. So the design would be also different for the different kind and size of the channels and streams. So to answer that, we are actually looking at the possibility of using the Sabo Dam, where we have the dam that is built to be able to trap the debris and allow water to pass through. So this is the solutions that we have moment. And a few areas in Malaysia already been built by this one, and the suitability is being assessed now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Eddy.
Any other question? Yeah, one more hand is raised. Can you give it there behind? Achha, someone here in front.
Hello, ma'am. So I'm Ratnesh. I'm from CDRI, and
it's for him.
No, my question will be to Jaya, ma'am. So, ma'am, I did my own research, PhD at IIT Delhi, and also worked in L&T and all. So, as I perceive, railway as an industry, like infrastructure industry, is very opaque to us. Like, I have not seen many papers or something like that. I know one of my friend who tried to do PhD on railways, but he could not do it. After 2 years, he had to drop it out. So what are some initiatives that railway is taking as a, make the data or information available for research? The other side maybe, and it might be important for NICMAR also, that maybe internship opportunities within your systems. It's not just the job which goes through the systemic recruitment system, but then internship or the cross-departmental learning on those kind of things.
Thank you. Very relevant question. See, Railway being an organization which is focused on just the delivery aspect, which is delivering the transport product, they have really not been very academic oriented or research oriented. We do have research organizations, but the kind of academic rigor and the kind of information which is the data that we are sitting on, it is a really a gold mine for people who want to research and want to do improve or come up with an analysis of the kind of construction, etc., which is going on. So what the railway is trying to do now is they have set up a university. That university is the Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya. They are trying to turn it into a specialized academic institute which would work on railway-related activity, engineering, specifically engineering activities, and utilize the data which is available. But that is one university. Whereas this country is full of institutes which are brilliant, like NICMAR and others. So there are a lot of avenues for partnerships. IITs are, it's unfortunate that whosoever your friend was not able to do that research, but IITs have traditionally been associating with the Indian Railways, and as Vidya ma'am had pointed out, that one example was the Chenab Bridge, where they did the design audit, but other bridges and a whole lot of structures, the structural audit is being done by associating one of the IITs. For example, for Pamban Bridge, IIT Madras was the partner, the design analysis partner. And IIT Mumbai and IIT Kanpur and IIT Kharagpur, these have been associating very closely with the Indian Railways as far as, actually delivering these a new kind of or different kind of structures which are being built. However, allowing students to, per se, take up research on the data that is available is something that we are working on, and we are wanting to build this data and put it in the public domain. So Indian Railways is working on that, and I hope that should be available pretty soon with the kind of digitization which has taken place in the system. So while the initial was all manual and huge amount of data, it was impossible to churn or even to share. Even within the organization, it was difficult to share. But today, with the kind of digitization that has come in, all this data is now residing in our databases, and a huge database center and an enterprise level data analysis center is being set up, and analysis of big data as well as sharing of data and putting it in the public domain, and allowing people to access data in an anonymous fashion and work on it. So there is a huge, I skipped the IT part of the whole thing. There is a huge emphasis on the data that is there in the within the organization, both in terms of the traveling public and the kind of work which is being done. So all our construction projects are now being monitored digitally, and they have records, they have data, huge amount of data, and monitoring as well as maintenance is also going digital. So data is becoming available, is being organized in a usable format, and I hope that it would be shared publicly also. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Reddy, for the insightful discussions given on debris flow. But one thing in India, since last 5 years, we have been experiencing a lot of debris flow because of cloud bursts and also because of cloth. In your discussion, you have discussed about the rainfall intensity, that is about 250 mm in Malaysia, but in our northeastern India, we are experiencing somewhere close to 500 mm. But then this debris flow is not very common out there, but wherever in Himachal Pradesh and in Uttarakhand, where the annual rainfall is about of the order of 180 to 200 mm, we have been experiencing this debris flow. So would you please explain the orographic nature of this and how orography is responsible for this, and also how GLOF is related to the cause of this debris flow?
Thank you very much. Let me. I'm very sorry, but what I understand, you are asking about the intensity of the rain and how it affects the debris flow, is it? Okay.
Yes, certainly that is one of the factors. But the second factor that I've been asking is how GLOF is interrelated with the cause of this debris flow, that is glacial lake outburst flood.
How what? How
GLOF.
Big size?
Glacial lake outburst flood.
Oh, glaciers, eh? Glaciers compared to floods. Okay, so the debris flow is where the ability to transport the debris in somehow the transportation agents and from the solid state, yeah, where you have the soil, the rocks, and the vegetation, that are all solid. And in solid state, most of it only could transported and fall due to the gravity, and it has to be transported by the transportation agents such as water, which will transform from the solid state to the liquid state or mud state. Yeah, and this one, once it fall down, the big chunk of the debris will be stranded at the upstream because of the weight and the sizes. However, it needs the water to transport and float the material and disperse at the lower part. As such, water becomes a very crucial factor in contributing to the debris flow. If compared to the glaciers, glaciers is in the solid state as well, because we have this ice and small, and it is not really transformed to become this solid state. However, the fine material of ice that's also able to transport and becomes the transportation agent for the boulders or the vegetation from the upstream to the downstream. But in my opinion, the effect, if it is being influenced by water, is far greater compared to the glaciers. Thank you.
Thank you, Ediso.
Hello. I'd like to ask Vidya ma'am a couple of technical questions. Can you allow me to ask, ma'am?
You can discuss one
Sure.
to one.
Thank you.
Yeah, because I think the time limit we have crossed.
Thank you for the questions, everyone.
So anyone who has questions can meet them and ask in person. I think they are available after lunch. Yeah.
Since we are running short on time, we would like to end the Q&A session here. And we would like to extend a heartfelt gratitude towards our esteemed speakers, Srimati Jaya Varma Sinha, Srimati Vidya Basarkot, and Professor T.S. Dr. Editorial Mohammed. And we sincerely thank the conference convener, Dr. Rajnikant Rajans, for his continuous support and guidance, and all the dignitaries and delegates for their valuable presence and making this session a remarkable success.
We extend a heartfelt gratitude to the audience for their support. Your attentive presence and encouragement have greatly contributed to the success of this session. We truly value your participation and look forward to your continued engagement in future academic endeavors. We would like to inform you, post-lunch Editors' Conclave shall begin in the mini auditorium at 2:15 p.m. You all are requested to be present by 2 p.m.
And a QR code will be displayed at the end of the session for all the students to mark their attendance. So this
begin. Also, we remind you to keep your mobile phones on silent or flight mode for the smooth conduct of this session.
Participants, scholars, faculty members, staff, and students. On behalf of NICMAR University, Pune, it is an immense pleasure to welcome you all to the Editors' Conclave of the 9th International Conference on Construction, Real Estate, Infrastructure, and Project Management, ICCRIP 2025. I'm Anshika Srivastava.
And I'm Jeevan Abraham. We are delighted to be your host for this session.
We are gathered here today for this conclave to highlight the emerging trends and challenges in the journal management and paper publication. The Editors' Conclave provides a platform for collaboration and constructive dialogue to address these issues, ensuring authenticity, transparency, and excellence in research paper publications.
We look forward to insightful perspectives from our distinguished speakers, who bring with them rich experiences from academia and journal editorial practices.
We take great pride in welcoming esteemed speakers from this conclave. First and foremost, Professor Charles Tarden, born in the Canadian Prairies, raised in Vancouver, obtained his undergraduate and master's degree at Simon Fraser University and the University of British Columbia. He received his PhD in 1996 from the University of Kentucky for a thesis on the political ecology of water management in post-communist Bulgaria. His key specializations areas are resource economics and policy, critical political ecology, human-environment relations, water resources, and forest resources. He has more than 100 publications, mostly in the area of sustainable resource management at the community scale. He is actively researching in community and household scale sustainable water systems in Uganda, Peru, and India. He is also collaborating with the UK water companies on sustainable water use amongst domestic and non-domestic consumers. Professor Tarden is also an associate editor for Water International and deputy editor-in-chief for the Journal of Bulgarian Geographical Society, and regularly reviews scientific papers for all major publishers and funding applications from major national funders. He'll be joining us virtually for today's conclave. We now invite Professor Tarden to kindly begin his presentation.
Sir, you are not audible to us. No, sir. सर अपना नीचे का साउंड Hello, sir.
I check now if that is working?
Yes, sir.
Hello?
Yes, sir. But sir, your audio is off. Video is off now. Yeah.
Okay, so
now it's
can you hear me
perfect.
now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you. So thank you very much for that kind introduction. Over the next 20 minutes, I'd like to share with you about 10 PowerPoint slides. I published that in advance so that the attendees know that they will not encounter death by PowerPoint presentation. There are only 10 slides, and I'll start those slides now. Hang on half a moment. Share screen. Let's go with that. Right, can you see my first slide?
Yes, sir.
Could someone let me know if they can see my first slide?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Fantastic, thank you very much. I just wanted to make sure everything's working. So I've got about 10 slides to share with you that talk about key challenges facing scientific publication, really from the point of view not of scientific authors or researchers who are keen to disseminate their research findings, but from the point of view of editors of journals, of scientific journals. As the introductory notes suggested, I am involved directly on the editorial board of 2 principal journals, but I also regularly review for pretty much all first and second quartile journals in my subject area. I tried in preparation for this presentation to come up with an estimate of how many reviews I myself might have done over the course of my career. And it's hard to be definite, but it's in the thousands. So I've looked at thousands of papers as a reviewer, as well as submitting somewhere in the low hundreds for publication myself. And I'm currently involved in a number of learned society journals in the water and environment area. If anyone is interested, that bottom link, that bottom DOI link, is to a publication that myself and Professor Justin Stoller of Miami University prepared a few years ago on some of the challenges facing environment and water scholars, particularly with respect to scientific publication. The first is, from an editorial point of view, the growing volume of submissions. When I started my career almost a quarter of a century ago, there were a relatively small number of journals, and we tended to submit manuscripts by hand or by post. That physical process of submitting manuscripts meant that submissions were relatively costly in time and postal costs, and they were handled physically by desk editors on the publication side. In a digital age, it's possible to submit to journals with the click of a few buttons, and that has helped accelerate the volume of submissions to scientific journals. You could even argue that for some scientific journals at least, it is too easy to publish submissions. The volume of submissions themselves makes timely and expeditious editorial work quite difficult. We know that publication volume and submission volume is also accelerated by the pressure that scholars feel to publish. So on the one hand, we've got scholars who feel pressured to publish so that they can progress their careers. And on the other hand, we've made it much easier to submit scientific papers into the review process by going digital. This has led to an exponential increase in manuscript submissions. To give you just a practical example of the kind of exponential increase we're talking about, a learned society journal like Water International, which has been publishing since the early 1970s, in the 1970s and 80s might publish on the order of 100 or 200 scientific papers. Now, in 2025, a big publishing house, MDPI journal, Lakwar, publishes many thousands of articles per year. So we're increasing the volume of output by an order of magnitude. And when you consider that not all manuscripts are published, with rejection rates ranging from 75% for Water International to probably 30 or 40% for an MDPI journal, you can see that the volume of submissions into editorial processes and review processes is absolutely massive and has increased tremendously over the last decade or two. This creates real pressure for editorial teams and peer reviewers. I spend a great deal of time just trying to find reviewers for scientific papers. This can take months. And I'm not exaggerating when I say that I can make 6, 7, 8 reviewer requests to secure one review. So when you consider that if I requested anybody in the room today to review an article for Water International, and if I email a request to you, it would be polite or reasonable for me to wait 3 to 5 days to hopefully hear back from you about whether or not you're able to review the article. And I have to do that 8 times. You can see that I might not have 3 external reviewers secured for any given submission for a few months, at least. And then you have to add on the time it takes reviewers to complete reviews. So there's real pressure on editorial teams and peer reviewers, which leads to a difficulty in maintaining both quality and timeliness. Creates bottlenecks, of course. We suffer from reviewer fatigue. A lot of the responses I get back from potential reviewers are along the lines of, I'm sorry, Chad, I can't undertake this review for you because I've already done 3 this month and I haven't any more time. That leads to delays in review turnaround, which really leads to real anxiety from corresponding authors who've submitted papers into the journal and are really keen for a timely decision. A lot of this pressure has also been created by the rise of so-called predatory journals. We call them predatory journals because they're basically pay-to-publish or pay-to-play enterprises. And here I am indeed pointing the fingers at MDPI, Frontiers, and some other scientific publishers. Their business model is a business model that's based on pay-to-publish, anywhere from 1 or 2,000 UK pounds to up to 3,000 or 4,000 UK pounds. And in that context, you can easily see why they would find a strong business incentive in pumping up the numbers of publications. For those of you in the room who may be following the journal Retraction Watch, you'll see that every fortnight when Retraction Watch publishes an update to its ongoing digital newsletter, quite a lot of the retraction activity and quite a lot of the academic integrity challenges are really in the domain of the predatory journals, which are too quick to publish papers that really need more time to be developed so that they can be published in a proper learned society journal. And that leads to my third point there, which is the impact all of this is having on research integrity and trust. We are seeing continual challenges to research integrity, and I'll talk about a few of those in a moment, and that's leading to a declining level of trust in some of the journals themselves. Related to this, there are ethical dilemmas around misconduct, plagiarism, of course, and data fabrication, image manipulation have been with us in scientific publishing for a long time. They predate the digital age, but certainly the emergence of digital capabilities, and in particular, the recent emergence of large language models and AI, has led to an uptick, an upsurge in instances of academic dishonesty through the use of AI for fabrication of results, image manipulation, outright plagiarism, etc. Part of our role as editors is to act as a filter. So one of the first things that we do when we receive submissions into the journal editor desk is look at whether or not a submission fits the remit of the journal. But once we're satisfied that a journal does fit the remit of the journal, we ask ourselves, is there evidence of academic dishonesty in the submission? We do have online tools that will help us detect plagiarism, data fabrication, and image manipulation. I'm the first to admit these tools are not perfect. We are, in fact, involved in a little bit of a scientific arms race between the capabilities of LLMs like ChatGPT or Gatsby to confect competent-looking material and our ability to detect it definitively. So that's creating quite a lot of work, and you won't be surprised to hear me say that there's an ongoing conversation within the scientific editing community about how best to effectively and efficiently detect academic dishonesty and then how to root it out, with some people in the editorial community talking about possibly creating blacklists of corresponding authors who are deemed to have been guilty of multiple such offenses across a wide variety of journals, because human nature being what it is, you may not be surprised to hear that if a given scientific author is dishonest enough to submit a falsified or fabricated article to a journal and they get rejected, they're usually not coy or bashful about simply turning around and seeing if they can get it published in another journal. So we do see a number of articles just making the rounds around the publishing houses. And so when we meet together to have scientific editing conferences or workshops, we'll sometimes say, hey, did you see that journal about X? I thought it was an obvious use of ChatGPT to generate its images or to falsify data. And they'll say, oh, yeah, we rejected that one last year. Okay, so they sent it round to you next, did they? So we're aware that this is happening. We have tools for detecting AI misuse, but it's taking up an increasing amount of time. A few more things that are a little bit more bread and butter. So if we set aside for 1 minute the rise of AI and all the good and bad uses to which it can be put in scientific publishing, it's a couple of things I just wanted to remind folks in the room to think about when they're thinking about submitting submitting articles to one journal or another. First, be sure to take a moment to look at the journal submission requirements. All journals will publish an author guidelines document, and they'll tell you how they want articles laid out. And those layout requirements will cover things like source citation format, APA, MLA, Harvard-type formats. They'll also stipulate things like section and subsection organization. Some of the Q1 journals will even tell you exactly how to structure your article in terms of including things like materials and methods sections, supplementary data files, and so on. One reason for desk rejection, which occurs sometimes hours after a corresponding author has submitted a manuscript into a journal for consideration, is quite simply that the submission doesn't follow the journal format and submission requirements. That is a common reason for desk rejection. So do have a look at the journal format and submission requirements and make sure you comply with those as far as is possible before you hit the submit button. Otherwise, you are risking a quick reject decision. The second point is perhaps a little bit more nuanced, but it speaks to something that I think is fairly common also, which is manuscripts of intrinsic scientific worth are sometimes submitted simply to the wrong journal. So quite often when I'm looking at new submissions into any of the journals that I work with, I'll see that it could be a good article, but I can't see why it would be submitted to this particular journal. In other words, it's not, why would it be of interest to this particular journal audience? So another common reason for desk rejection of a manuscript submission is that I might have satisfied myself that the journal is in the correct format and it's been structured as we ask corresponding authors to structure articles, but it's just in the wrong place. So to give a practical example, if you're submitting to Water International, we're very interested in articles that talk about the policy dimension of water and environmental management around the world. If you submitted to us an article about the breakdown of pollutants in a stream course using Streeter-Phelps decomposition equation, we would say it could be a great article, but not in our journal, and we would desk reject it. My final point is one that I think is also something that needs to be thought about carefully. Quite often, articles will make very bold statements. They'll say, in this article, I'm going to solve the world water crisis. And then they proceed, unsurprisingly, to not do so, because the claims of the article can't possibly be redeemed by the content of the article, however good it is. So there needs to be a much more careful matching of the aims and objectives of the article as stated in the introduction and the proofs that are subsequently developed through the body of the paper. And then the last thing I'll say on that point is please remember to demonstrate your claims clearly rather than simply assert that you have done so. Our external reviewers jump on this quite quickly, and quite frequently we'll get external reviews back basically saying that submission X has said that it's going to do this, but if you read it carefully, you will find that they present a lot of data and they don't really demonstrate the assertion. They simply say, we're going to prove this, I'm going to throw a lot of information at you in the hopes that I can bamboozle you, and at the end I'll say I've proved it. Reviewers are very quick to catch that one out, and that will lead to usually a reject decision after the review. So in that case, the corresponding author may well have waited 6 months or more to get a reject decision. A few additional things to consider, and I'm coming towards the end of my slides now. Correct author attribution is very important. If you're not aware of the credit taxonomy about who gets listed as an author in what order and in respect of what kinds of contributions, do please look it up. Not all journals necessarily explicitly refer to the credit taxonomy, but where we have disputes over authorship, and these do happen, we will look first to the credit taxonomy to see the extent to which a given submission has complied with the credit taxonomy. So do look that up if you don't already know about it. I've already mentioned that it's important to show how your manuscript relates to the journal's annual strategic statement. Lots of journals will publish an annual editor's statement or a strategic statement that basically say, this year or in the upcoming period, we're interested in articles that do X or do Y. They might take a regional view, they might take a topical view, but do look for those when you're looking for the right journal to submit your science to. And finally, I've already alluded to this, so you won't be surprised to hear me come back to it. Be totally honest about any AI use. So that's me being totally honest about AI use. The guidelines for using AI in scientific work and publishing are changing very quickly because the AI itself is changing very quickly. Some journals will still say that you cannot use AI at all in submissions. Most journals, though, if you look at their guidelines for AI use, will say things like It's acceptable to use AI as long as you're very clear about how you've used AI so that any reviewer can see, oh, they've used AI to create illustrations, as I have done in this presentation, but they haven't used AI to write the text or create the ideas that are being presented with the assistance of the illustrations. Very important to look at that and to be very, very clear. I think all of us in scientific publishing would say, you know, AI is here. As scientists, we need to make the best use of AI, but we need to do that in a way that protects scientific integrity and helps to rebuild that scientific trust that I was talking about a little bit ago. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Staden, for your insightful and thought-provoking presentation. Your perspectives have truly enriched our understanding. Now we have Dr. Weng Mak Lim, a distinguished professor and a dean of Sunway Business School at Sunway University. He is the record holder for the youngest professor in Malaysia Book of Records, a feature in the Academy of Sciences, Malaysia's top research scientist in Malaysia, and JCI's 10 Outstanding Young Malaysians. As a thought leader, Professor Lim has spoken on national media such as RTM and at international stage such as World Economic Forum, and published in top-tier journals like the Journal of Business Research. He is also the editor-in-chief of Global Business and Organizational Excellence, Deputy Editor of Journal and Global Marketing, Regional Editor of the Service Industries Journal, Associate Editor of Journal of Consumer Behavior, and Associate Editor of Journal of Strategic Marketing. Sir will also be joining us virtually for today's conclave. We now invite Professor Lim to share his presentation with us.
So thank you very much for the very kind invitation, and I thought Chat's presentation was very interesting. I think I can echo what she has shared in terms of the current landscape that is actually happening out there. As editors, that's what we face. It's not easy to find reviewers, and it's not just about finding reviewers. Now we have to deal with AI, we have to deal with all kinds of potential issues that may actually arise, right? So what I want to do is I want to share some of my thoughts around this space. But when I look at the session, it was about editors' challenges. But I want to also bring out the author's voice in this case, right? So if you allow me, I'll share my screen now, and you will see my screen shortly. Let me just put it in presentation mode. And yes, and this is what I want to share today, which is about the recent conversations around the publish or perish culture that we are experiencing in academia, and perhaps some of my thoughts on how to go about shifting from this publish or perish culture to perhaps one that embraces the publish and prosper ethos. And I would like to start with the dilemma of publish or perish. So last year, when I was on my way to the QS conference, Asia Pacific Universities in Macau, I came across an article by Sarah Donica, who is the co-editor-in-chief of Analysis Tourism Research. I follow her on Twitter or X, and I'm a big fan of hers because she does a lot of behavioral nudging for sustainable tourism. And I saw her article on the publish and perish culture, and the title itself caught my attention, right? Not enjoying the publish or perish culture, you have two options: either to feel it or to resist it, and which will you choose? So in this article, it challenges academics to reevaluate their participation in a matrix-driven research culture. To feel it, it means, according to our example, flaunt citation counts and journal impact factors. And we see many of these on LinkedIn, right? When someone when some of us, perhaps, got the acceptance, we say that, oh, I'm very happy to share that I have a paper accepted in this journal, and this journal is ranked A with what kind of impact factor, and that's it, right? So that's example of fielding it. The other example is, to always go for maximum publications. It's always, okay, how many papers I want to publish this year, right? And let's publish more than last year, kind of thing, right? So that's about fueling this kind of publish and perish culture. The other one is including co-authors with minimal contributions, right? And very often this happens with supervisors, all right? And my take on this is that the PhD student does the work. That's the PhD student's work, right? If we supervisors want to be part of it, I think we need to demonstrate our value on it. And if you were to look at COPE guidelines, to be an author, we literally have to be contributing to the research paper itself, not just the research project, but the research paper that is there, which means that we have to write something in it, we have to analyze something in it, and make a substantial contribution. So in order to be truly classified as a co-author of a paper. So that's how you feel it, right? According to Sarah's paper. And to resist it is to acknowledge our role in sustaining this publish or perish cycle. Because when we do posts on LinkedIn and flaunt our citation counts and journal impact factors and the journal rank without actually explaining the value of our post to our audience, that in itself is contributing to publish or perish cycle. And sometimes we are guilty of it, and we've got to actually acknowledge it. That's the first step to resist it. The second one is to scrutinize our everyday choices that reinforces this publication pressure. If we are always telling people to keep on publishing, last year you published 3, this year you publish 5, and you should publish in A-ranked journals and those kind of things, then we have to admit that we are actually contributing to this publish and perish culture, right? So, while that was interesting, I felt that the call for this kind of resistance to this culture is ideal, right? But the reality is that it may not be practical for many academics, especially among early career and mid-careers. Why? Because the reality of job market today is that, deans, deputy deans, directors, when you want to recruit someone, what do? You pick up a CV. How do you pick up which CV to interview? You will look at what they have done, right? And more often than not, what they have done is not just about teaching, it's also about research. So you'll be also looking at how active they are in research, what kind of topics they have done, and so on. Same case when you want to promote someone, especially mid-career researchers, from lecturer to senior lecturer to as a professor and so on, you'll be looking at the research that they have done, right? So the call for resistance is ideal, but if we were to say that we are not going to publish, and we are only going to publish when we actually find a question worth answering, right, and that may take a while, then that may be ideal, but that is not how the world operates. So what could be the potential solution? In my paper here, in response to Sarah's paper, was to champion the middle ground approach. And the middle ground approach essentially looks at two things: the quantitative aspects of this publishing culture, and as well as the qualitative aspects. The quantitative aspect is acknowledging that publication signals productivity. How productive are you as compared to other colleagues in the industry? Citations. Although we say that citations can be manipulated, but that is one measure of impact. And to me, citations is a measure of short-term impact, because the long-term impact is whether you change practices in the industry, change policies in the government, and that takes a lot, because you know that majority of practitioners out there and policy makers out there, they don't actually read journal articles. And it's our job to make them realize that these findings are there, right? So low-hanging fruit is actually citations, which signifies impact. But more importantly is the qualitative aspect. It's not just about doing the research and publishing for the sake of it, of meeting our KPIs and so on, because if we do a research, it's genuinely to find out answers that we do not yet know. If we already know the answers and a simple Google Scholar search can tell us answers, we don't actually have to do the research, right? So because of that, we do research to find out answers that we do not know. But sometimes the answers are very important. We need to explain why are the answers necessary, right? If the answers are not important, as not necessary, then we actually have a problem. So to do that is to answer that qualitatively. Necessity. If we don't do this research, what's the bad thing that will happen? Importance. If we do this research, what's the good thing that will happen? Relevance. Who cares? Who is calling up for these solutions? And urgency is how quick do we need to know the answers? Can we wait for the research answers 10 years later, or do we need to know as quickly as possible? Right? So doing So by having the middle ground approach where you do publish as well, and then you actually have the quality aspects to judge, perhaps, even if you're prolific, whether the work that you have done prolifically actually matters. When you put these two together, then you're building credibility within the system to not only protect your own careers, but also enable future change. All right? What do you mean by future change? For example, you don't increase the number of publication outputs expected from various people over the years. My view is that the number of publications should remain constant. As you move up the ranks, the quality of the publications improve, right? So it is unsustainable in my view, or impractical in my view, that expect that if you're a lecturer, you have 2, senior lecturer, you have 3, you have professor, associate professor, you have 4, professor, you have 5, right? Humans are not CPUs. Humans are not computers. They are humans at the end of the day. So capacity is one thing, but capability is another thing, right? Capability means that as you go up the ranks, the quality of your research actually improves. Right? That's why a professor is a professor, lecturer is a lecturer, because the way or the quality or the sharpness of the work improves as you actually rise up the ranks. And the ranks are earned because of the quality of the work that's being done. However, after writing the middle ground approach, it got criticized. What criticism did it got? It says that middle ground approach is a compliance, right? A partial compliance to the productivity count that is over there. Assumption is that productivity sacrifices quality and impact, meaning that the more you publish, the worse the quality is. But the answer is that really the case, right? If we look at institutions around the world, if someone publishes 20 papers, and 20 papers are all predatory papers, for example, they're all MDPI papers, they're all in sustainability, will anyone really take such scholars seriously? Will you actually recruit someone with 20 papers in MDPI journals only? As a dean, I will not. Why? Because if that person only has 20 MDPI journals and wants to come into my faculty and saying that they have 20 Q1 journals for MDPI, I'm actually very concerned. I will not actually recruit them. Why? Because then when they come in, they will ask me for money to publish their work. When in actual fact, you don't actually need to pay to publish, because there are so many journals out there that don't charge any single cent. So from that perspective, it is to the detriment of the individual of publishing in that kind of manner. So from that perspective, productivity without quality is not something that any institution will look for. So from my point of view, assumption here appears to be, or potentially, slightly flawed. This was another author that wrote in response, that perhaps takes a middle ground approach, that agrees that we have to address the publish or perish culture, and also acknowledges the dangers of outright resistance. The position to advocate for subtle collective resistance, right? Meaning to resist, but in a subtle manner, but doing so collectively. How? Emphasize originality and societal impact over publication and citation counts, meaning focus on what actually matters in the long run. Ralph Buckley, one of the prominent professors, is now a professor emeritus in the area of tourism, explains that historically academics have pushed for this research culture to be there, right, in order to secure research roles at universities, because that was the start of transition universities from teaching intensive to research intensive, and that arguing against the publication system is somewhat fertile and also risk negative outcomes of the discipline, especially in the tourism, in a discipline like tourism, where people did not actually take the discipline seriously, and they had to fight so much to say that, hey, tourism is not something that you just enjoy in practice, but actually has a science behind it, and it's a scientific area of research. So, if we look at what AI is happening today, with the recent ChatGPT study mode that is there, essentially our jobs as teachers could actually be replaced by AI, because personalized learning is there. They are able to create games, able to create quizzes, able to create scenarios that immerse yourself to cater to all kinds of learning, whether you're a visual learner, audio learner, a written learner, and so on. All those things can actually be personalized to ChatGPT today. So therefore, publishing research becomes even more critical as a function of universities, and therefore emphasizing the role of universities as idea factories. So in that case, failing to publish courageous research, meaning research that actually tackles serious big problems out there in a rigorous manner, will become a trap to become cuts, to create cuts in various disciplines, for example in tourism. Now, what is the real pain point in this whole publish or perish culture? The real pain point isn't choosing between quantity versus quality, but rather the expectation to achieve both quantity of quality. And that's what we are seeing today, because that seems to be what matters. The question is there a solution? If we have to be prolific, is there a way to do so? And the question is also this: should we really slow down in our research, especially when there are so many problems out there in the world? Are we, or can we afford to say, let's take our own sweet time to come up with solutions and let the problems be there? Let it stay there. We will take our own sweet time to come up with solutions to address those problems. Are we really in a position to say that? Especially with issues of poverty, of climate change that are becoming worse and worse every day. The answer is yes, there is a solution. The question is, how do the prolific scholars become prolific in the right way? Of course, we know a lot of unethical practices are going on, where there are a lot of name droppings, putting people there on papers when they did not contribute. So yes, I know those things are going on. But my point here is that, is there a right way to do it? Is there a way where we can openly say that this is the way how some prolific scholars are actually prolific and productive, right? And doing it for the right reasons. Not simply publishing, but publishing in good quality places. The answer is, well, what's the secret sauce? Right? The question is, what's the secret sauce? And here is the answer that I have for you. 4 pillars there. The first one is mindset, right? The mindset is to turn problems into opportunities. So that's number 1. For example, to turn the pressure to publish as an opportunity or a presence or a sense of urgency to come up with research that comes up with solutions to tackle these kind of real world issues that are there. So that's the first one. That's the mindset. The second one is strategy. Once you have a good mindset, what kind of strategy can you actually employ? Well, we have to go back to basics. Research is not something that we do in silos. Yes, some people may do single author works, but in general, it's about collaboration. So when you engage in collaboration, you engage in teams. Teams could be multidisciplinary. People bring different perspectives, different methodological expertise and innovations onto that, right? And with teams, you pool your resources together. And because of that, you're able to come up with more research to address more problems out there. Once you have a strategy, habit is important. Discipline is important. Consistent productivity is the way to go. For example, in 1 year, there's 52 weeks. If you're able to write 200 words a week, what is 200 words a week? It's font size 12 times New Roman, double line spacing. That's 3/4 of a Word document page. That's 200 words a week. All right. So if you are able to write 200 words a week times 52 weeks in a year, that's 10,000 words. 10,000 words is a single author paper. If you work with 2 other co-authors, right, to split the work, you actually have 3 co-author papers in a year. And that's just by writing 200 words a week. How do you write 200 words a week? Could be 2 hours. Right? Could be 2 hours. 1 hour you write 100, 2 hours you write 200. Of course, you have to read, you have to do your research, data collection, and things like that, analysis. Yes, that's it. That's right. But what I'm trying to say here is that you need to really block your time to actually write, because without writing, the paper or the research doesn't get out there, doesn't get published, and then you cannot then make a change because you don't actually have the results and the credibility to make a change. Right? You don't have the result to show. Right? And of course, the last one is that once you do all this research, important is to have your safeguards. Right? Safeguard is maintaining high quality research. How does high quality research look like? Well, you're using multiple methods. You're creating multiple phases, using multiple samples, doing a multi-study design to show that the results are replicable using different methods and across different samples. So from that perspective, you're putting yourself to the highest quality of research. So to me, gone are the days where you have one survey result come out with 2 or 3 papers. Today, for one paper, you have to do 2 to 3 surveys. That's the difference in the past as compared to today. And that's what high quality actually looks like. And of course, more importantly is ethical vigilance, meaning that you have to make sure that, for example, the data was collected in an ethical manner, and when you analyze it, the results are reproducible, it's transparently disclosed, and you have all the data that needs to back up the claims that you have. Right? So ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. For me, this is the 4 pillars, or the secret sauce, I would call it, to transition from the publish and perish culture to a more positive way of looking at it, which is a publish and prosper mindset. Because to me, the world needs more solutions, and we cannot rest on our laurels, and we must engage in high quality, good, rigorous research in a timely manner to solve the world's pressing problems with a sense of urgency. right? So with that, thank you very much. Hopefully this has been useful. Do keep in touch on social media. I'm on Instagram, on Facebook, on LinkedIn. And yeah, looking forward to take some questions and to discuss some thoughts with the audience here today. Thank you.
We are deeply grateful to Professor Lim for sharing his valuable insights with us today. His words have offered us much to reflect upon. Now we have with us Ms. Rachna Sehgal. She is the commissioning editor for the journals team at Sage India. She holds a master's degree in commerce from Delhi University and brings over a decade of publishing experience. Ma'am has worked with prominent publishing houses like Cambridge University Press and McGraw-Hill Education in various roles. Her background includes developing engineering textbooks and reference materials. For the past 7 years, she had been focused on managing journal publications in the areas of humanities and social sciences, science, technology, and medical journals. So before we begin, we would like to request Ms. Rachna Sehgal to kindly accept a token of gratitude on behalf of all the editors. May I request Dr. Rajnikant Rajhans to kindly felicitate her.
You please join. You both. Come. They are working hard. I will join. Please come.
Sorry, Meanwhile, the presentation is shared. I would like to thank you and thank you for the kind introduction, and good afternoon everyone, editorial board members, all the participants, and last but not the least, our virtual participants. I'm not sure they are with us now or not. Yeah, so thank you, Professor Chad and Professor Mark. I must say the presentations were very insightful. So let's start with this presentation, okay? It is an honor to be here today on behalf of SAGE to join this vibrant gatherings of academicians, research scholars, participants, and last but not least, the professionals of CIRP sector at the 9th International Conference on Construction Real Estate Infrastructure, or we known as ICCRIP 2025. I hope I'm audible to all of you. Yeah? Hosted by NICMAR University. I'm also delighted to share that SAGE has recently... Can I do it from here? Thank you so much. Yeah. So I'm also delighted to share that SAGE has recently partnered with NICMAR University to publish its esteemed journal named Journal Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah. I'm resharing this point that I'm also delighted to share that SAGE has recently partnered with NICMAR to publish its esteemed journal, Journal of Real Estate Construction and Management, formerly known as NICMAR Journal of Construction Management. And I would like to extend my sincere thanks to Shall we start? Yeah. Okay. Right. So I would like to share about the journal, which is a quarterly journal, and you can see the aim of the journal to work on or publish the research papers and relevant content related to project and journal management, infrastructure, construction, and invention. I would also like to give my sincere thanks to Dr. Anil Kashyap, who is the editor-in-chief of the journal, Dr. and Mrs. Sushma S. Kulkarni, she is the managing editor, and Dr. Rajnikant Rajhans as an editor of this journal, and the entire NICMAR team for placing their trust in SAGE. And we deeply appreciate the opportunity to collaborate on this important publishing venture to be a part of ICCRIP conference as publishing partner and co-sponsor. I also would like to highlight the types of the manuscripts that this journal invite for submission, and it includes the contribution in the form of research papers, managerial practices and policy perspectives focusing on important issue and new developments in the built environment, along with teaching case studies in the areas such as construction, real estate, infrastructure, project management, and last but not the least, journal management. Together, we are working to position the journal indexed in leading indexing databases such as Scopus, ABDC, Web of Science, ABS, etc. So the journal is also delighted to be one of the official publication partner of ICCRIP 2025, and we really encourage to all of you to please submit your paper in the journal. This is a milestone year for SAGE as well, as we celebrate 60 years of independence and commitment to academic publishing. SAGE is a globally renowned publisher in the field of HSS and STM, and publishing content in all important disciplines. It was founded by Sarah Miller McQueen in the year 1965, and SAGE now publishes more than 1,300 journals globally, including 200 open access journals in both publishing forms, gold open access and platinum open access. And we are proud to be associated with more than 500 societies and institutionals across the world. As an independent publisher, I think it was right. SAGE's business and management portfolio has been at the forefront of research and scholarship and as knowledge partner, so marked by our influential journal and digital resources that bridge the gap between theory and practice. We are committed to informing researchers and educating students to build a thriving global society and make a difference in a rapidly changing world. In tandem with our focus on this area and our kitty of reputed journals, we are delighted to welcome NICMAR's journal as the latest addition to this distinguished portfolio, and NICMAR and SAGE are collaboratively working to improve editorial workflows, establish robust guidelines for authors and reviewers, and cultivate an inclusive environment for knowledge exchange. So conferences like ICCRIP 2025 plays a vital role in this mission. It provides a space for dialogue, innovation, and meaningful exchange, and most importantly, offer a stage to connect people, researchers, and ideas that can shape the future of research. On behalf of SAGE, I invite all delegates and participants to visit our desk in the main auditorium lobby to learn more about our projects like business cases, research methods, and mainly about the journal and how you can contribute to it. So you can see here the two QR codes. The first one is through this QR code, you can go through the journal website and see the submission guidelines. However, from the second QR code, you can submit your article to the journal. We are also sharing here the web links. Through using this web links, you can submit your article to the journal. And I would also like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the dedication of the editorial team of the NICMAR University and journal and the organizers of this event and all of you who contribute to the scholarly ecosystem in so many important ways. On behalf of SAGE, we look forward to continued collaboration and to supporting initiatives that promote credible, impactful scholarship. Thank you, and I wish you all the very best to all the participants and very engaging and successful conference ahead. Thanks.
A heartfelt thanks to Ms. Sehgal for her informative and engaging presentation. So now, we open the floor for question and answer session. We encourage our audience and esteemed delegates to share their queries, reflections, and insights. Let this be an engaging exchange of knowledge and perspective. Professor Chad and Professor Lim, are we audible? Okay.
Yep, you are.
So anybody has some question? Professor Lim, this question is for you.
I just want to share. I visited your campus. It is wonderful, just like mini Singapore. I enjoyed the one-day visit to your campus with university, and it was wonderful. I was that time at UTM, so thank you.
That's very good to know. Thank you. Thank you very much for the kind words.
Hello, I think the question is open for anyone who would like to answer. So, as you said that the review process in general is taking a lot more time given the number of papers which are increasing. Do you have any innovative ideas or strategies of how you are looking into encouraging more people to accept reviews and give timely reviews? So, I understand the challenge is huge, but I'm just trying to pick your brain on if you have any interesting ideas or something which you are trying.
So, just three thoughts into that space. The first is, as many folks in the room may well know, there is an ongoing debate about the extent to which scientific reviewers should be paid per review. I'm aware of a couple of journals in my subject area that may well experiment with paid reviews in the near future. But of course, paying for reviews solves one problem by incentivizing reviewers, but potentially raises other problems. Not least, where's the funding going to come from to pay the reviewers? I think all of us are very concerned about high article processing charges, and we'd love to see them drastically reduced or even eliminated entirely. Paying reviewers seems to swim in a different direction, seems to move against that particular agenda. So, I'm aware of that as a thought. Just one other thing, actually, I'll share in this space. One of the things I frequently hear from reviewers when they turn me down, when I invite them to review papers, is, hey, Chad, look, I only review, say, 6 or 9 papers a year because I submit 3 papers a year, and I know that each paper that I submit costs journals usually 2 or 3 peer reviews. So I'm prepared to give that many reviews and no more. If you go down that rabbit hole of thinking about enumeration of numbers of reviews and the calibration of the numbers of reviews that you offer in relation to the numbers of papers that you submit, what you quickly see, and there has been some published work on this, is that most of the reviewing work is done by a very small number of reviewers who, for whatever reason, are very giving of their time, for which Professor Mark and I and other editors are infinitely grateful, right? Because at the end of the day, when we fail to get other reviewers, we all have small numbers of reviewers who we know we can gently encourage to take on reviews for us. but we're really anxious and concerned about overburdening them even further. So, I think there are a couple of solutions suggested to the crisis in securing timely, sufficient reviewers. But each of those solutions also seems to bring its own challenges. And so no perfect solution from my point of view.
Yeah, I think I'll add a little bit to that. I think the onus is also on us, as authors, not as editors or reviewers. I think as authors, there's always that paying forward, like what Chair has mentioned, in terms of, I publish 3 papers, I'll give back, 9 reviews kind of thing. But the other one is that instead of looking at it just from, a transactional perspective, for me, even though I'm an editor, I also do a lot of reviews as well. And the benefit of doing that is that I get to learn what's the latest insights are there in the field, right? And I think that's a good way to do it. To look at it. And the other one is that, it forces you to read. Sometimes we are too caught up with teaching, administrative work, but with reviews, you actually have to read in order to write the review. But that allows you to keep abreast of what's happening out there. So for me, I think that self-incentive or the self-awareness, self-improvement kind of motivation does help to keep you sharp, then give you a abreast of latest developments. Yeah, so I think it's also good for authors to actually do that. For me as a dean, when I interview people, I do ask, do they actually do reviews? Because that gives me an indication of whether they will be a team player in my school if they come in, right? So if they do reviews, I know that that they will be a team player. If we need a couple of pair of hands for events or anything like that, I know I can count on them. Yeah, so that is also doing yourself good if you actually engage in reviews, in my view.
So would anyone else like to raise a question or share a thought? Okay.
Yeah, thank you for your valuable inputs. I just wanted to understand the journey of the publications in another decade. To connect this question, like 2 decades ago, even in IITs and premier institutes in India, we didn't have that kind of publication culture per se in terms of the quantity. You mentioned a very good point about the quantitative versus qualitative. Now, major emphasis of all our publication actually has to be contributing to the body of knowledge and to be more precise to the industry. Unfortunately, what is happening right now is in most of the places in India, we are still running behind the numbers, like number of publications per year, number of citations, and somewhere we are not able to connect with the real world problems. And so that connects me that 2 decades ago, we were never running behind the publications. So I just want to know that what will be your foresight, like what is going to happen in another decade, and how as a faculty we should cope up with this kind of challenge.
Maybe I'll chip in first on this one. I somewhat disagree. Reason being is because I think at the top tier journals, editors and reviewers are not just looking at another piece of research. We are also thinking about how will this actually make an impact on the industry. So that's why when we look at certain areas, like the managerial implication section, we're also looking at, what kind of recommendations are you recommending? Of course, it has to be based on evidence, based on your study, but also whether the recommendations that you're giving, are they really actionable? So putting ourselves in the shoe of the industry, if I'm the industry player and I read your article, can I actually take your recommendations and implement it right away? To what extent, right? So I think from a top tier journal perspective, they do look at novelty, they do look at the value of that novelty, and how does that actually impact the intended beneficiaries of that research. That's top tier journals. Of course, you have some journals that perhaps are not top tier, they're emerging and so on, and that, may be more academic
And that implies two things, I think. One is not many disciplines train scientists to write translational research. So I think there's a challenge faced there. And two, I don't think many journals currently clearly and explicitly make space for translational research. Certainly in water and environmental sciences, we can certainly do better. And so maybe 10 years from now, there'll be in our guidelines for authors, which I've encouraged everyone to have a look at if they're interested in publishing, there'll be a specific paragraph that says, we're also really interested in translational research, research that faces stakeholders. And if you're preparing a manuscript in that direction, here are some things to think about. That would be something I'd like to see, actually.
Yes. Thank you, Professor Chad. Thank you, Professor Lin. So with that, we conclude our Q&A session, and we sincerely thank our audience and delegates for their thoughtful questions. And this was a truly enriching discussion.
We sincerely thank our esteemed experts for taking the time to be with us today amidst their demanding schedules. Their thought-provoking insights have been truly enriched our understanding of evolving landscape of journal publication. We also extend our gratitude to all participants and attendees of the session. I request your attention for a few announcements. Tea has been arranged outside this venue. Please feel free to help yourself. The technical session will resume at 3:30 p.m. at the respective venues. The Doctor Colloquium will be held in SO2, FO1, FO2, and parallel sessions on practitioner's perspective will be held in the mini auditorium. And finally, we warmly invite you all to join us for the valedictory function at 5:30 p.m. in the main auditorium. Thank you and have a wonderful afternoon ahead. and all. On behalf of NICMAR University, Pune, I, Anshika Srivastava and Kanika Agrawal, take immense pleasure in welcoming you to Practitioner's Perspective session of the 9th International Conference on Construction, Real Estate, Infrastructure and Project Management, ICCRIP 2025. ICCRIP 2025 brings together leading academicians, researchers, and industry professionals from across the globe to share insights, exchange knowledge, and explore emerging trends shaping the future of construction, real estate, infrastructure, and project management. The Practitioner's Perspective session in particular serves as a unique platform to bridge the gap between theory and practice, highlighting real-world experiences and industry challenges.
We are fortunate to have with us today two distinguished leaders of the industry, Mr. Milind Fartare and Mr. Abhay Vengurlekar, who will be guiding us as the session chairs for this session. Their vast knowledge and experience will undoubtedly enrich the discussions ahead. We are truly honored by your presence here today and look forward to an engaging and enriching exchange of ideas. We are pleased to introduce our first session chair, Dr. Milind T. Fartare. He is a highly experienced and awarded academician with a solid foundation in both engineering and management. A seasoned industry professional turned educator, he has guided students and institutions through roles of significant leadership. He has served as the ONGC Chair Professor for Strategic Management at the Administrative Staff College of India, Hyderabad, and has been honored with the Excellence in Teaching Award at NICMAR on three occasions. His expertise lies in marketing, strategic and project management, underpinned by an impressive portfolio of books with leading publishers like PHI and Taylor & Francis, and 22 plus research papers in reputed national and international journals. Beyond academia, he has contributed to high-impact projects such as the Ease of Doing Business Research for India's Ministry of Commerce and Industry, cementing his reputation as a scholar and thought leader in project and infrastructure management. He has been with us since yesterday, and we extend our warm welcome to you, sir.
It is my immense pleasure to honor Mr. Abhay as our next session chair. He is graduate in mechanical engineering and PG diploma in business administration from University of Canterbury, New Zealand. He has over 30 years of project management experience, having worked in Singapore, Netherlands, UAE, Qatar, and New Zealand, delivering major oil and gas projects for clients like ExxonMobil, Nestle Oil of Finland, Evonik Industries, etc.
So, we are pleased to have you with us today. Now, we would like to invite the presenter of Digital Lean Transformation in Data Center Construction, the DPF Campus Case Study.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Again, it's good to be back. This is the third presentation that I'm doing, and the last one. This one I've been particularly sort of looking forward to. This one is about our work with data centers, specifically one case study that I'll be covering today. The campus that we're referring to is the DPF campus. And before we talk about the DPF campus, I'm going to give a quick insight into what we've done so far with data centers, so you get some context about what we've been able to do over the years. I've been told to stick to the timeline, so I'm going to be a little quick through this one. In terms of data centers, we've been working with a number of them across UK and Europe. Even in India right now, we've started work with data centers. Currently, the portfolio is around about more than 15 active projects. These are all large-scale data center projects. Interestingly enough, our journey started with data centers in 2018. Our first customer happened to be a commercial project, had to be a data center project. So that was with Mace, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. We've been dealing with a lot of different stakeholders. So we're also dealing with direct customers, in certain cases like Digital Realty. We're also dealing with some very large contractors like Mace, Mercury, Loop, and so on. So I'll talk a little bit more about that. 2018, our first commercial customer was this Mace project, which was a data center project in Dublin, Ireland. This actually became a flagship project and a big case study for us, and was kind of what propelled us to success in the data center space over time. What they were able to do back then was to basically transition from an analog sort of a position of doing sticky note planning to what you're seeing on the screen, which was back in the day what our software used to be, which was this digital approach. So you basically went from crowding rooms to and sticky notes that couldn't be tracked to basically a very basic digital approach to sort of production planning. An advanced version of what that looked like over time was this, which is that they were able to integrate BIM, really monitor sort of each of the components. As we know, data centers are extremely complex sort of projects, especially when it comes to the fit-outs phase. We have very complex MEPF sort of items that have to be done. There is a lot of prefab elements that also need to be factored in. So there's very strict regimes that they follow. So now in this project, if you see, in the screen that you're looking at, the BIM model actually showcases certain drywalls which are sort of not ready in this pink color. Anything which is green is good. It's either complete or it's ready to go. And you can also see a very strict regime of how they're doing basically their planning. So at the bottom, if you notice, to the left-hand side, what they're showing is different locations. So data centers are heavily into location-based planning. So you'll get into your data halls, your colos, and then sequences. And each of these halls or sequences or colos will follow a very strict regime of how each of the packages will follow each other, because you can't afford to have crowding. And so to ensure flow that we've heard a lot about from lean talks today, you can imagine how important it is to keep this coordination effective. You'll also notice that they're following a very strict regime of weekly activities. So they're dividing the activities into weekly durations. So that was very strictly followed, that you will only have weekly duration of activities and review your PPC at the end of each and every week. So we've been quite sort of, we managed to take this project. We were introduced on CLN 3. This project went on to be executed up to 4, 5, and 6 with us. One is when they were taking, and they had just started, they were taking around 21 weeks to do one fit-out sequence. This is again documented. It's published in an IGLC paper actually. 2 is when they had deployed some lean practices and were able to reduce it through the repetitive works and sort of the lean tools that they were using. They brought it down to 16, and with sort of using Visilean and also the learnings that they had developed over time, they were able to eventually bring this down to 9 weeks. We didn't document what happened up to 6, but we've been successful so far on different projects with Mace. The case study that I want to talk to you about today is one that has happened in 2023 with us. This one is very interesting. So we started working with Digital Realty, which is it's not an end client, but it's a customer, and then who caters to end clients who take up these data center projects, spaces. This is a data center campus, which is in Germany. It's in Frankfurt. This is basically 10 data centers planned in the same campus, just like this university campus that we're in. And this project will overall run up to 2031. There are multiple different contractors. You have, if you know about DPR, DPR is one of the contractors on certain of these data center projects. And then they have local contractors in Germany like Zublin-Bau, Loop, and all of these different contractors working together. So these are contracted out over time. So each of the data centers that need to be made live are actually given to different contractors. And so sequentially, the work is going on across the campus over the last 4 years and will continue up to at least planned for now 2031. One of the interesting parts is that part of this campus hosts a historic building or a building of historic importance. So they're actually doing a retrofit inside that building. So they're not allowed to touch the 2 grids outside, which is the facade will be maintained, but they're penetrating inside and then redoing the entire space, which actually makes the projects extremely complex to work on. When we were brought in, it was 2023, and the major challenge that time was that this campus, even though there are 3 data centers right now under construction at that time, and then few more to come, and 2 which were operational, the point was that the infrastructure that would support all of these data centers up to 2031's completion had to be catered for right now, meaning the entire infrastructure line that will support all of the gen backup, the electricals, everything that had to be done, will eventually have basically the later data centers just plugging into it. So the infrastructure channel became really important, and you had different contractors individually doing these data center projects that had to liaise with each other and talk about interfaces. So when we began on the project, we were actually on site. We've been on site for over the last 1.5 years. We actually started from a sticky note planning approach and went down to the basics, took the P6, took the different Excel files from all of the subcontractors, and then really collected contractors, not sub, and collected their sort of look ahead and the major milestones. And then we actually introduced the software over time. So overall, the idea was to bring in all the pieces together, centralize sort of tracking, and we really started with the basics. We started with only 2-week look-aheads. That was the initial ask. Let's just start with 2-week look-aheads, start putting them together. Let's do effective constraint mapping. Let's see where our interfaces is, where our handoffs are, and then just try and update that regularly. So that's how we started. We're now at the point where they have migrated to proper 8-week look-ahead plans. They're also importing 3-month plans and then doing detailed 8-week look-ahead plans and so on. But that took some time, and we've eventually grown into that. So if I show you here, what's actually happened is we've eventually migrated to an approach where different P6, so DPR had their own process. They were doing a very lean approach to their planning, but compared to the other contractors, it was not matching at all. And so you had a lot of detail in certain plans, but you were missing a lot of details in the other plans. And so for Digital Realty, which is the client in this case, which has their own team that operates sort of as campus managers, as they call them, which are senior construction managers, for them to collate everything together became quite challenging. So these were the kind of P6 plans were then brought into the system. So you can see the P6 to Visilean sort of transition. And then those milestones were utilized. And then the detailing of the 8-week look ahead and the 6-week and the 4-week was subsequently done. The process that was defined, and this is something that if you're doing pull planning or sort of look ahead planning, this is something that you'll come across a lot, but you'll do a review of your milestones, which is from the P6. You identify all the major deliverables, map any constraints, and then each of the trades will plug in their detailed activities within those milestones. So you're coming up with a very clear process of when should you do your 8-week look ahead, when should you do your 4-week, and then how do you come down to your weekly work plans. So we were able to chart out not just actually bringing in the data together, but exactly how this process needs to be. And you can see what this process chart looks like. It actually shows you roughly what a Gantt can be like, where you're visualizing your milestones, you're visualizing your constraints, which are those little red barricades. And you can see at like the detailed 2-week look ahead level, how do you achieve that plan, right? So this is what we call is planning as you get closer to the job. This is very regularly done on project sites. It's just that what kind of systems do you have that supports it effectively? By doing it with us, for example, what these people are able to do is always roll back up to the original plan without disconnecting them. So you are connected to the original P6 or whatever you brought in through the virtue of having one single place to kind of do it. So there was a workflow defined. All the campus managers would discuss, they would add all the constraints, they would have all their detailed look ahead plans, and then they will use the app to give the updates from site. The constraints became a very heavy factor. They would basically account for any potential problems. There was a lot of discoveries, there were a lot of space overlaps that would be found, and then they would put down as constraints and make sure that these constraints are resolved before any of the work is actually executed on the ground. One of the major things that they do nowadays is also what we call as high-risk activities. So HRA management is a very important factor if you're getting involved in any data center project, almost through. Any work that's cleared for site has to be tagged for their high-risk activities. And these high-risk activities are then cleared, and they have to be declared if you're going to be working on heights, if you're going to be sort of doing welding works, hot works, anything like that. So the entire management of the HRA activities to make sure that the work is ready to go next week is also being done here. And if you're probably aware with, again, data centers, quality handover events become really important. So trade-to-trade handovers, quality sign-offs, commissioning, snagging, all of those components can sometimes lead up to, like we're dealing with certain projects in Amsterdam, which led up to 40,000 of snag items for a very large customer eventually. So that detailed tracking for any GC or for anybody sort of getting involved becomes quite important, but also a huge task. And then that's how you get into, so if you see the snapshots are blurred because of obvious reasons, but if you see the greens and the reds, it's a very visual indicator that in this colo, in this space, in this location, are we through with all the snags or are we through with all the commissioning activities? And those are cleared. There are also flags that are declared for basically commissioning activities. So those are also tracked quite visually. But point here being, without getting into the detail, that planning becomes, in any project which is complex, planning becomes a lot more than a Gantt chart. And you will see that as you sort of reach industry and start to get into the dailies of site execution and things like that. But there are ways to manage it, and there are a lot of different ways to manage it. But these are some of the ways in which these people have been very successful at doing it for this project. A little bit more on the commissioning that I was just talking about. checklists become a part of it. So you're doing quality sort of sign-offs as well. So if there are checklists that need to be included, they've included that as well. And workforce management, which is again important to know where the workforce is going to be, how much workforce are we planning for a project of this scale. You really want to know where the people are and are we having any shortfalls. So these are kind of I spoke earlier today in the morning that there are lots of options that you can layer on top of a system that's built for planning. So these are the kind of layers that you're able to add eventually to make sure that the project is being managed effectively. And to support all of this planning and reviews, you can layer, like I mentioned in the morning, what we saw in the first few slides, which was BIM, to basically give you a visual output to know what's going right and wrong or what you've planned. You can do it with any other tool. You can do it with reality capture. You can do it with 360 cameras. You can do it with side cameras. You can do it with drones. Drones also play a major part. All the drone documentation, any form of reality capture, any other data set that will help you visually understand what you're trying to achieve and what you're going through. These are all just the add-ons that become quite effective. So these are actually from the project again. And so a lot of these reviews on these projects happen in this manner. One screen will show, like, let's say the drone outputs, one screen will show the BIM, one screen shows the production plan. And so collectively, that's how these reviews happen. I'm going to skip through this, but what we've actually reached to a point now is that with Digital Realty, we've built the production manual, and this production manual is now released to their contractors when they're onboarding them. So how these projects will be delivered using the software, and what are the production sort of management techniques to be followed, what is the look-ahead frequency. These have been built into their own manual, which is now passed on to contractors like Mercury and so on, and that becomes the routine that they constantly follow. I'll close with project controls, but of course, we've discussed PPC in the morning, but again, that becomes a very important metric. But there are some other metric and detailed dashboards that they do get into, but there's a heavy focus on tracking the plan reliability, as we call it. Last two slides, but basically what they've set up on the campus right now are production labs. So that's what the production lab looks like. This is what the actual DPF campus production lab is. So that's sort of Visilean on both the screens that you can see. Or there are screens on all sides, but it's very similar to the original MACE project that I showed you, which had something called the Gold Command Room. But essentially, it's a room like this. It has screens and it has all the info. But people do gather together. They're able to contribute through words, through spoken word, and through their laptops, and basically put in the information and then discuss constraints and things like that. But that's exactly how all of the participants now participate in these reviews and plan for the look-aheads. That's it. Thank you. Happy to take any questions.
Hi, Param. Great presentation.
Sorry, Suman, you'll hold 1 second. So we are the software providers. So essentially, so the scope, sir, is essentially they get subscription, and I have a component which is the setup and training, ideally, right? Which is that I have to set them and train them. But especially with clients like these, you get involved in day-to-day. So we're on these calls. In this case, we've been visiting site also every month, once a week, since 2023 November. It varies between clients to clients, but this one is very extensive. So extensive from the point of view of on-site as well, but even in UK projects, India projects, remote online connection is quite common. So the team that I manage, which is the customer support team as we call it, we're all architects and civil engineers in this team exclusively, and they understand day-to-day of construction. So our day begins with, like, let's say Pune Metro, for example, if I'm working on, and then DBF campus by like afternoon. So the day includes a spectrum of different kinds of projects and different kinds of customers. Suman, sir.
Yeah, on this data center, MACE was the client that they were building it?
The first one that I was showing was the starting point was MACE. The DPF campus that we've discussed is Digital Realty's campus, which will be eventually given or leased out or given to actual users. But Digital Realty operates as a client, and the contractors are DPR, Loop, Mercury.
So you had to onboard the contractors also to work on this.
Yes.
So what was the question is, what was the challenges that you faced in their adoption and how you overcame them?
So in this case, the initial challenge was that all the contractors were really varied in their approach in the same campus. Meaning if I'm doing one data center here and one in Amsterdam, that is okay, I can handle it, even if it's for the same client. But within the same campus, because there's some level of dependence, DPR operates completely differently and the local German contractors are a very different way. So yeah, here there was a mix and it was a bit complex. That's why we started with only 2-week lookaheds. We said no doing high-level plans, no P6, no nothing. We'll start. You just put 2-week lookahead, make sure that is updated, and make sure you discuss that properly. 2-week became 4, became 6, became 12. And obviously, we had a lot of support from Digital Realty in this case, which is why the production manual has now been built so that there is no question. So that has to be followed. And that has happened 2 months back. So it's taken almost 15 months to get to the manual. But initial 4 months was hardcore. So Yogi, if you remember, Yogi Raj was actually part of my team. He was there on campus for 1 month. And then he was going every month for a week. So he would do something very simple, but he would actually go to each contractor, sit with them and say, give me, aap apna 2-week look at me ko de do. I'll put it and we'll set it up. But then when they start seeing it, they go to the meeting and they're like, "Theek hai, at least what I've put is there." Then conversation happens. So that's how the support then becomes a little relaxed. Okay, thank you. So, yes, please.
Before you go, just one last question. You spoke about quality control and linking to signing off, for example. So are you generating the quality reports through the system? So are you linking the document? So is document control also part of that?
No. So
and
not.
Last one.
Yes.
Is RFI also? Is it possible to generate RFIs and close it there?
Okay, I think all very valid questions. Sir, on the quality and the snags and the commissioning part, it's mostly the planning piece, right? That needs to be managed, not the documentation. In our case, the documentation has to be managed, but in certain cases, they will put it with the task if it correlates to this. So if I have any snags that I need to clear for this HVAC unit, I have it connected to the BIM model and I can load documents. But we're not a document management system inherently. So not to actually become a repository of documents at all. It's mostly on the planning front. How do we make sure the snags are getting resolved, the right people are going out and knowing that the snags are done or a quality handover. In real estate right now, there are some clients that are looking at quality. We were discussing with Suman sir also. We have a checklist module, so some of them look at it, but it's not inherently a quality piece in itself, but checklists can be done. What we did for RFI is actually Pune Metro, right here, this project, where we did introduce a request for inspection. So that's where RFI was deployed. Even today it's being done, and at the moment we have around 84,000 RFIs on our project, on our system for this project. So that's been possible. But it's a localized implementation, meaning not everybody has taken up RFI as a module with us. So the focus will still remain primarily the planning piece and making sure that you're getting the updates on that part. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to share the presentation guidelines. Presenters will be given 10 minutes for their presentation and 5 minutes for question and answers. So total time allotted to each participant is 15 minutes. Presenters are requested to adhere to the timelines. Next we have Bridging the Gap, a practitioner's guide to designing effective training programs for construction quality control.
I had already given a presentation in the first half also. Sir is knowing about it. So once again, thanks to the NICMAR for giving the opportunity. And I'm happy to see the dignitaries and the students also. So today, this presentation is basically belongs to Mr. Vivek Singh and Mr. PKS Bhadoria. And none of them has joined this ICCRIP. So on behalf of the Build Street, I am presenting this presentation, and hopefully I'll do the justice with their presentation. So the topic is Bridging the Gap, a practitioner's guide to designing effective training program for the construction quality control. This paper outlines the structured framework for designing an effective training program for product quality assurance in construction projects, ensuring that the employees acquire and implement essential quality principles. So here, basically what gap these two authors has identified, that there are many trainings being conducted at the site, and in turn the product quality is not improving. Only for the sake of documentation or for generating the records, these trainings are being conducted, and they identify that this is a gap which needs to be addressed, and through this paper they have tried to address it. Quality assurance in construction is critical for achieving durable, reliable and safe infrastructure. A well-structured training program for the employees involved in the quality control can significantly enhance the product quality by enhancing the adherence to the standardized position and opted best practices. However, many training programs fail to deliver the desired outcome due to the vague objectives, lack of evaluation mechanism and ineffective training delivery. So one thing is that the objective or the purpose of training is not very clear to the person who is preparing the slides or who is delivering the slides. Another point is that the lack of evaluation mechanism. One has undergone the training, whether he has learned or not learned is not being properly assessed. Third one is the ineffective training delivery. Maybe the person who is giving the training is maybe the junior or maybe not be from some other subjects. So that may also add into the situation. Without a well-defined approach, training efforts may not lead to the consistent improvements in quality performance. That means the training, if you are conducting training for the product quality or quality control, it must give some improvement in the quality performance. That means in the improvement in the product. So structured training program, an effective training program should be structured into 3 interrelated phases: pre-training, training delivery, post-delivery evaluation. Everybody is aware with this because this is common. But what author has tried to do, what he has identified, that I'll cover up. So in the pre-training part, defining the quality standards, the foundation of an effective training program is a well-documented standard operating procedures or the work procedures. The documents serve as the backbone of the training curriculum and ensure consistency in construction quality standards. Senior technical experts must develop these procedures to ensure alignment with the opted best practices. Here what is happening, you are giving a training, you have developed a training module, but your company's standard operating procedure is saying something else. There is a mismatch between what is the standard operating procedure is saying and what the training module or the PPT has covered. So that gap should not be there. That is the first point. Second point is that senior technical experts must develop these procedures. Because generally these ISO documents or management system documents or standard operating procedure is done by some consultant. And the people, those who are responsible, they have not even seen also. So here he is emphasizing that these experts must be a part of it because they are the person responsible for the product quality in the company. So they must, first of all, they must develop, they must be a part of the standard operating procedure or the work procedure development. Simultaneously, from the standard operating procedure or the work procedure, what are in the process? Which are the key elements or which are the key steps wherein the product quality can differentiate? So they have to identify and then that has to be taken into the training module. So the role of the senior technical expert or the senior people is too much in this stage. Now pre-training, defining quality standards. Here what is important is to understand that there are several factors which are included in this phase. Identification of the critical activities. So the activities having the greater impact on the product quality needs to be identified. In a process, there may be a number of activities, but which are the activities which may give a more impact on the quality of the product? So these needs to be identified, and emphasizing these activities ensure the quality training directly contribute to the project success. A standardization of the work procedure, this point already I have discussed. Incorporating the feedback, here it is important. If you are developing a training module, you must incorporate the past experiences or the stakeholders' inputs So those are the professionals' inputs and client, so that the training content or the training syllabus must be relevant and must address the quality challenges. And that's a very, very important point. Because if I am giving a training on some product quality and my syllabus or the content is, suppose that knowledge is not relevant today, or it is obsolete knowledge, IRC codes get superseded, their new version comes. So that what you are delivering must be relevant. And that relevance means in the current state of in what time you are giving the training. Setting measurable metrics. Identify the key steps in the procedure that will be assessed during the training. Help the clear metrics for the learning objectives. Here it is very, very important that when you are assessing or evaluating the training outcome, so it must be, there should not be so much subjectivity, there must be objectivity into it. Pre-training, define quality standards, draft work procedure that form the core value content. Here, the more focus is given on the procedure, because if your work procedure or the standard operating procedure is wrong or not relevant, in most of the companies I have seen this gap, because once for the sake of certification, they prepare all these documents. And once certification is over, it is valid for next 3 years. In that 3 years span, they do not make any correction into that. They just keep on maintaining that. So here what he is emphasizing, if with that kind of philosophy, if you take and develop this training module, it may not be relevant. Training delivery, ensuring the knowledge transfer. So how that has to be ensured by the trainer itself, and that is that knowledge is getting transferred, or the people are really absorbing the knowledge, or they are not into the training itself. Training delivery, ensuring knowledge transfer. A well-structured syllabus must emphasize technical justification, the rationale behind each procedure. It is very, very important, because if you are giving a training to somebody, you must say why this procedure is important to you. So that why is very important for the person even before he learn that thing. If he knows that this subject is not relevant to me, he may be in the training, but he will not be active. So that rationale behind the procedure must be understood by the participants. Consequences of non-compliance. If you do not follow that procedure, or if you do not understand that procedure, what could be the risks and what could be the potential failures, that needs to be highlighted during the training. Organizational excellence, reinforcing that adherence to the procedure is mandatory within the organization, ensure consistency in construction quality. So that means you are making it a mandate that whatever you have learned, you have to implement it, right? It is not you have learned and then you have forgotten. So this is that point. Evaluation awareness. Even before start of the training, the person must know how I will be evaluated or tested after the training. Because it's not like that you have given the training and then you have given the test paper, or you have highlighted what are the percentage during the training, after the training. So what way you are assessing and what is the method, that must be, assessment criteria must be, before the training it must be known to the participant. Training delivery. Now this is the second phase. Ensuring the knowledge transfer. Trainer selection. There must be the right selection of the trainer. He must have hands-on experience. He must have practical insights, and he must be fully aware with the procedures of the company. Training duration. This is just a tentative duration. They have proposed that ideally for each procedure, there must be 1 to 1.5 days training. However, the point which needs to be understood is that very long session must be avoided, and very short sessions are also to be avoided. Pre and post training test. So here the one point, catch point is that even before the training, he is suggesting for the test also. Whether it is feasible or not, I don't know, but that's what the author is saying. Post-training evaluation, so that we have already discussed. Post-training evaluation, measuring the impact. Now the training is completed, now you are assessing the impact of the training. Assessing the process and product compliances. correct execution of the work procedure essential for maintaining quality assurance. So you will be checking in subsequent months or some subsequent period what are the changes has come in the process and product compliances. Use of the objective rating mechanism. So there should not be subjectivity in rating. Application of the statistics, data-driven approach for scoring, enhance the fairness and reliability in the performance evaluation. Post-training evaluation, so this is the phase 3, measuring impact. Again, it is continuing in continuation to that. Elimination of the subjectivity, setting high passing standards. Your passing marks should not be very low. It must be high, 70%, 80%. If you keep the passing marks in the training low, that means you are facilitating them not to learn properly. So that is one of the points they are highlighting. Conducting periodic reassessment, multiple evaluations over the period that must be done. Continuous improvement and feedback, evolve with the change. That means you have to, whenever the change comes, if some code or standard or even some standard, your company's procedure has changed, it must be highlighted in the training also. Regular feedback mechanism, so that you can understand whether your program is relevant and effective or not. Ongoing process, training must be a continuous ongoing process, and it is saying that if you don't conduct the training, it is considered a cost of poor quality. Otherwise, if you are adhering to this, it will add value to the product quality. It will improve it. Periodic curriculum review, integrate new methods, technologies and regulatory updates. Proactive approach, keep employees aligned with the latest developments in the quality assurance and standards. So finally, to conclude it, structured scientific designing training is crucial. A systematic approach for pre-training preparation, effective knowledge transfer, and post-training. All 3 stages, it should be adopted. Measurable objectives, there should not be subjectivity. Well-trained workforce ensures compliance with the quality standards, best practices, project specification. Investing in comprehensive training program improves quality, project outcomes, and fosters a culture of excellence. Thank you very much. Any question?
Yeah, any question?
So this is the 2 sides of the coin. If you are conducting ineffective training, that will waste your money, waste your man hours. Simultaneously, if you are really focused on that, and if you take care of these things, it will give improvement in the product quality.
So this is, sir.
Yes.
So is this, the recommendations that you have given, the correct ways of designing, training and delivering, is this something that your organization is already following, or this is like a wishful thinking to do? Like, what is the status?
See, you have asked a question which I need to explore about it. But regarding the organization, I am basically associated as a consultant now. Up to last year, I was in the employment status. So now I am having. Any other question?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions, but I'll restrict them to only 2 or 3 maybe.
Right.
You have covered all the dimensions of enhancement of training or ineffectiveness of training. But one important component you have missed out, that is the trainee himself. Training himself, yeah. I mean, he's also an important stakeholder in the entire process of training, no? You have put all restrictions on everywhere. Syllabus अच्छा होना चाहिए, trainer अच्छा होना. Trainee का क्या? Trainee भी तो अच्छा ही होना. At least he should be willing to be trained. Otherwise, some people come here only for just because their HR has sent them. They have come here.
That's a very.
You can take a horse to the water, but you can't make it drink water. So that is an issue. So that also has to be incorporated. Yeah. And then 1 to 1.5 days, etc. is only in specific cases, cannot be generalized per se.
Understood, accepted.
Yeah, and then passing marks,
the basic essence of 1.1.5 is that there must be sufficient duration. Neither it should be very short duration, nor very long duration of the training is recommended.
Yeah, and again, very high marks itself is also debatable in itself. You may set the passing standard high and yet pass everybody by giving very high marks. And then say still the training is not effective.
That's a person. Because if I would be in that position, I would definitely set the high marks.
Well, that's all in a lighter vein.
But I can't make it a generalized. That's a point.
Yeah, well, that's all in a lighter vein I wanted to say.
Yes, yes.
So, as far as training, do you also consider what kind of costs you are looking at? Is it internal trainings, or you recommend training from outside? What is your idea on trainings?
See, I generally feel that outside training, when the person comes from the outside, here in what I understood with this presentation also, I'm telling on that behalf also, because they are saying if you are giving this part to the outsider person, first of all, he has to know the organizational standard operating procedure. And that is a bulk of procedures. He may do copy-paste to it. Better involvement of the training for the not delivering part. Delivering part maybe some senior person can give, but the people, those who are responsible, very, very senior people and technical people, they must be part of preparing this training content. And they must be part of the, if not the training content, because initial requirement is that they must be a part of the standard operating procedure, work procedure, formats, everything, whatever is needed. So when the company standard operating procedure and the quality manual or the entire documentation is ready and being accepted by the management, not accepted just by signing, they know about it, what is inside it. So once it is over, then internal people must be selected, good competent people, and they must be given this kind of thing. I don't think external training serves the large purpose of it in this case. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Next, I invite how real-time dashboards solve the client's biggest pain, delays, disputes, and no updates.
Hi everyone, good evening. I'm Bina Paul from Comfort Engineers. I'm the brand manager there. So I'm here to talk to you about how real-time dashboards solve the client's biggest pain. Delays, disputes, and no updates. So we're going to start unconventionally with a story. So the story is of the blind man and the elephant. I'm not sure if anybody in the room knows about the story. So this story is written by an American poet, John Godfrey Saxe, who was inspired by Indian fables. So the story goes like this. There were 6 blind men, and they were first introduced to what an elephant is. And with touch and feel, they're trying to understand what the elephant is. One touches the trunk and says that it's a snake. The other touches the ear and says that it's a fan. Another touches the tusk and says that it's a spear. The other feels against its body and says it's a wall. And another one wraps itself around the leg and says that it's a tree. And the last one feels the tail and says it's a rope. The poet writes, "And so these men of Hindustan disputed loud and long, each in his own opinion, exceedingly stiff and strong. Though each were in the right, all were in the wrong." What if I told you a very similar situation exists in the construction industry? For the elephant, consider the project status. And each of the stakeholders like architect, consultants, electrical contractor, etc., are being asked by the client what is the scope or what is the status of the project at a scale. But they're only able to give answers regarding their scope of work. And this leads to a very similar situation that you'll see in the next slide, which is this. The client asks, what percentage of the project is complete? The architect, he looks down at his drawings, at the work that's been done, and says 60%. PMC 50%. Electrical contractor says 70%. MEP consultant says 40%. You can imagine as a client what the confusion that he's feeling, the frustration that he's feeling. So we at Comfort Engineers very humbly thought that yes, we should do better. We as an industry should do better. And what we came up is what I want to talk about in this presentation. So It's about an entire system that we have built to solve this particular problem. So we're going to talk about everyday chaos in construction, why clients lose trust, what prompted the Comfort Engineers digital shift. I'm going to take you through a digital project journey, exactly how we manage our projects on our digital platform, build in-house, our cultural shift that supported this, because we are strong believers that technology alone cannot help. It has to be supported by people. I'll be sharing a real-world success stories with actual metrics of what the success was, what's next for Comfort Engineers, and a vision for the industry, from reactive to proactive. So everyday chaos in construction. WhatsApp is the site manager. I think this is something that everybody's seen a lot. You have visual updates, photos of projects being shared. You have documents being shared through WhatsApp, which is not version controlled. Excel sheets is not equal to project tracking. You have manual data being entered. You have outdated data. And this results in missed milestones. And you're even surprised why it's missed. Where's that PO again? To search a simple PO, you have to search through multiple mails just to find one particular document. Inventory in someone's diary. It's surprising to know that a lot of inventory management of what is required, what is ordered, what has been delivered to the site, what is left and what has been installed is probably managed in a diary or maybe even an Excel sheet. What does this lead to? Over-ordering and stockouts. Rework. As a result of wrong material being ordered, or it could be poor coordination or rushed handovers. So why exactly clients lose trust? We'll get into that, but just before that, I want to get into a little bit of stats. So according to the World Construction Network, and this is from the December 2023 report, in India, 46.6% of the projects are delayed, and 18.7 is the average cost run. So if you have a 100 crore project, you can expect to easily spend up to 119 crore. So that's a lot of money. So let's go exactly into what makes them lose trust. No daily visibility, like I talked about just before. Yeah. So Excel can't run a project. Everything is tracked technically, but because of manual inputs or outdated data, they're not able to see. They're missing deadlines. Scatter documents. You check mail, you check WhatsApp, then you just ask somebody for a PO. Cost surprises, like we talked about, how since they do not have a correct analysis of what exactly is the material being ordered and left at site or what is remaining at site, there's a lot of over-ordering that's happening. Repeat work, like I just discussed before. So we at Comfort Engineers realized you can't control what you cannot see. And that is what prompted our digital shift, our journey from opacity to transparency. Just a little bit about us before that. We are a digitized MEP construction company. We have been in the industry for more than 30 years. We have completed over 400 plus projects from clients around the world. Our Comfort family is 1,300 plus people strong. We have made sure that our projects are 100% trackable in real time. And we have operations around India. Just a little about the certifications also. So we have ISO certifications for quality management, occupational health and safety management, and also for environmental safety management. Our Dun & Bradstreet rating points towards financial credibility and our ability to carry out high-stake, high-scale, large-scale projects. So this is just a look through to all the systems and services that we provide, especially in mechanical systems. Then there are the electrical systems, plumbing systems, and fire and safety systems. So I'm going to take you through a digital project journey. It's going to be a video.
We will take you through a digital project journey showing you how we digitize our construction project to bring efficiency and deliver quality. We begin with entering our project details like project name, client name, project location and billing location, expected start and end date, and reference PO number. followed by a deep dive into the project requirements, which means understanding the project's scope and definition. We prepared a comprehensive bill of quantity where all our equipment will be used are specified and quantified. Every material from the most critical equipment to the tiniest nuts and bolts is selected with due diligence, considering various factors such as dimension, certifications, make and model, aesthetics, efficiency level, cost, noise level, weight, and ease of operation. The same goes for tools to be used for the project. Orders are then placed carrying all relevant details and terms to our certain vendors to ensure no loose ends. Once the construction phase starts, we constantly track the project visually against BOQ and against planned timelines. Starting with the visual journey, we monitor the project area vice to see how the area developed over time. Reports can be shared with you periodically where you see before and after images, weaving the project journey for you. To arrive at an objective project status, we monitor what the materials are intended, ordered, delivered, and installed. We also use Gantt charts that are automatically updated to track planned or actual timelines. All this and more makes comfort engineers stand out in the crowd and deliver the ultimate project experience. Come, experience the new with us, where we remove all the cons from construction. CE is the trusted construction partner for world's leading brands.
So just a snapshot view of what the video was trying to say. So we provide real-time visibility. The clients have to chase updates. You have live dashboards that show each project by area. You have visual representation, and also you have a live chat which shows exactly what is happening in the site. Excel in, execution in, Excel out, execution in, Gantt charts, automated alerts, and progress link timelines. So there are no outdated files. You see what's happening in real time. And if there's a delay, you know about it. We have a centralized platform for all documents, and they're version controlled. So you don't have to search through mails. You can see what is the updated latest drawing. So there's no question of over-ordering because we track every bag, rupee, and reason. We have a platform, a Constructionary, where we have already documented every material that you possibly require. And we have a real-time inventory with material tagging. So you have a unique ID for every material. So there's no possibility of wrong ordering. And also rework is not an option, not a possibility, because you have your material specs are locked, you order exactly, you install it, and everything happens in the due course because you don't have to order the wrong material. So the cultural shift. So we do not subcontract our labor. All our labor are in-house. What this has helped us is to make sure all the accountability is with us. It also has helped us to give compliant execution. There are fewer errors. And also our employees undergo regular training, earns industry certifications, and strictly follow safety protocols. Another very interesting thing that I want to bring your attention to is how we don't just float POs to our vendors. We have a vendor portal, which I'll be getting into in just a minute. But what that essentially means is that whenever there's a requirement of any material for us, the vendors are able to see it. And since there's a common material ID, they don't have an issue of sending out the wrong material. So what we're trying to do is kind of build an ecosystem where everything happens very seamlessly. So what this means for the client is that they never deal with supply confusion or material mismatches again. Client dashboard access, what I just talked about. So what this has led to is fewer calls, fewer doubts, faster decisions, basically building trust. And we have moved from being site-centric to client-centric. And there's a line that we always say at the company. It is the only disruption that the construction industry really needs is the end of client frustration. So we have built processes around that. We always try to keep learning. We try to improve. And yeah, let me quickly share a real-world success story. So this is of the Foxconn project that we carried out in Bangalore. It is an industrial project, and you can see the services done as listed. This is a warehouse and dispatch factory. So what is a major challenge in this project is that we had to complete 13,200 tons of refrigeration chiller plant and 16,500 tons of refrigeration cooling tower to be delivered in 4 months. I think anybody who knows much about this can know that it cannot be, it usually takes at least up to 10 months. So what we have been able to do with this is that crystal clear scope, unified BOQ and verified specs, eliminated confusion and wrong orders, seamless tracking and billing, everything, like I said, everything is tracked in real time on one platform. You don't have to switch between anything. Smarter logistics and execution, delivery is tracked, proactive planning ensured uninterrupted site progress. What this led to is 60% time saved. We were able to cut down admin and coordination effort, keeping the project on track. What's next for CE? So this is what I was talking about with the vendor portal, the contractor portal and the client portal. What we want is to build an ecosystem to connect everyone in construction. So while we have discussed a lot about the client portal, the contractor portal is what we personally use, and vendor portal, beyond just seeing what is the requirement that we have, the vendors can also see orders awarded and lost. That they can see what exactly, like suppose it shows the number exactly that, okay, you have lost this much, you've won this much. And this is a new initiative. Future and immediate demand and orders and bills, everything is tracked. So just a snapshot view of everything that I discussed, what the industry was and how it is transforming now. A quick video. So thank you, and a small disclaimer before we break for questions. If there's any question that right now I won't be able to answer, make sure you can be sure that I'll be taking your contact details and I'll be getting back to you in case I'm not able to answer it right now, but please ask.
Maybe I'll start with one question.
Yes,
you
sir.
said you will have all the materials listed in. So how are you doing that? You're taking the material takeoffs and directly able to import it, or what is the link between your system and the design quantities?
Yes, sir. I understood your question. So so the platform that I talked to you about, one second, I'll just go to that page. All right. So this is an ecosystem that we have created. What we have additionally to this is what we call constructionary. It's a list of all materials that even, let's say you have a bolt The board will be mentioned, the company will be mentioned, the specs will be mentioned, everything is mentioned. It's like, let's say in Amazon you want something and already everything is listed. You just have to select it and add it to your cart. That is kind of what's happening here. So we already have all this material, everything that you require in your project, it'll be there. So you just have to select and add accordingly. I hope I've answered your question.
So you have to go item by item and select. If there are 10,000 items,
No. You have a lot of options. Like if you want to be very specific about it, this is also open. Like if you, for example, if your requirement, okay, if I want AC in a particular brands, then I can go and do this. Or if I just want, let's say, just an AC, you can put that and quotations will come accordingly. It's like that. If you're very specific about the brand, you can do that also.
Yeah, if I may. When you talk about no disputes, it is generally when there is a difference of opinion, right? And you've addressed that with bringing everything into a single place. But what about there still exists a difference of opinion? Do you have any resolution? You majorly talked about dispute mitigation methods.
Okay.
What about dispute resolution methods? Do you have any contingency for that?
Can I get a little more idea of what you exactly mean by dispute? What kind of disputes are you talking about?
Let us say there is the client, you are fixing the client's perspective in the initial stages,
Okay.
but he does have some changes in an execution phase or something of that sort. So in such cases, what is the plan of action that you really go forward with?
So if it's something related to, let's say, if the requirement is, suppose, okay, you have a change in the drawing itself, then that has to be taken from the scratch. Like we will be accordingly, like we talked about how updated versions of documents. So according to that particular document, the work will be done. But in case there's a confusion about regarding like what is the project status or why is this work being delayed, we have exactly reasons why. We're not saying that projects don't get delayed, but if it's delayed, we know exactly how and how we can get it resolved.
Yes, but why I wanted to ask that is most of the times, now you are talking from the consultant's point of view, how to deal with the client's problems of updating them, but it is usually the other way around when the client is making the problem to the consultant.
Okay.
So it is better to always have a contingency which works both ways. I'm sure there are some places where we can address things. I don't want to discuss this further. We can carry on with the other questions.
Sure. Actually, we are a contractor. We are an MEP contractor. Yeah. Was there any other question, sir? I think you had one question. Yeah, quickly. So sorry. Achha, I'll take his question off stage then. Thank you so much. Thank you, team.
Yeah, it's usually procurement is in your scope, or what you are doing that 4 months in that Foxconn case, what you said, that's only for the execution, or that includes design and procurement also? Is it
Thank you. I hope you all are enjoying ICCRIP and the presentations. I would request everyone to kindly be mindful of everyone's time. Next, we have the leadership blueprint, enhancing coordination and execution in construction.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Myself, Rahul Kadukar. I'm working as Senior Planning Manager. So, before starting, I will start with a question to all the dignitaries, to all the members, to all the students who are working or who wants to work in the construction industry. How many of you here have faced project delays not because of poor engineering or weak planning, but simply because of misalignment between people. I think it's me first, because I'm working in a construction firm. So yeah, I face this problem. So now I have got the proper audience. So let me start. So here I am to discuss on the leadership blueprint, enhancing coordination, execution in construction. So this is just agenda and what we are going through: introduction, problem statement, the 3-pillar leadership blueprint, implementation in real projects, benefits and observations, and conclusion. So in going to the introduction, we usually focus on schedules, budget, resource management, and all these things. But what really drives the execution is the leadership. So leadership is the key which connects planning, execution, stakeholders. These 3 points I mentioned here, but there are many things the leadership can connect to. There are many quality controls, there are many safety measures that have been taken care on the site or during the project. So only doing the things doesn't work. Making them happen with the proper mindset and with the proper leadership is the thing that it is done. So why I'm here, why we are discussing this? So what is the problem statement? So what are the common challenges that we all face? First one, misalignment between planning and site execution. If I may allow, or if you may allow, I can change my language to, let's say, Hindi for proper understanding, because in English I cannot tell you कि site पे क्या होता है, right? So misalignment between planning and site execution. Plan कुछ किया था, हुआ कुछ और. Client will say, आपने तो ये बताया ही नहीं था. This is not what you have told. This is something has done. So what is this actually? What was planned was not properly communicated to the team, or not, it was not properly dropped down to the team what exactly needs to be done. So there is a misalignment. Next, poor communication with key stakeholders. Tomorrow we have concrete to do, but it was not communicated to the RMC plant, and they have not opened the plant at 6 a.m. in the morning. So this is the common problem that we face in the construction industry, right? Why this happens? Why this happens? Actually, I will come to the point in my further slides, but I would like to mention this. This happens due to lack of ownership. No one took the ownership that tomorrow we have to start the concrete. It was like just planned, it will be done, but no one took the ownership like it should be communicated. And how ownership comes? It comes with the leadership. Third point, delayed decisions because no one takes ownership. So I was coming to the point, I have already explained it. Fourth is firefighting instead of structured risk management. What does it mean? If you are facing some risk, if you know some risk, before going to if you have figured out some risk, rather than going to get the solutions of that problem, we just start firefighting. ये क्यों हुआ, ऐसा क्यों किया, आपने order क्यों नहीं दिया, ये होना चाहिए था, you did this wrong, you did this wrong, you did this wrong. So these are the statements that all you will hear. I think some students are here, so you will hear in your future career, I'm sure that, because we all hear that. And yes, I forgot to tell, I'm also NICMARian, so I can understand. So how to go with this flow, means how to improve these things. So there is this is what I am proposing. There is 3-pillar leadership blueprint. The pillar 1 is stakeholder prioritization. So what is stakeholder prioritization? Stakeholders, there are multiple stakeholders, okay? Internal, external, environmental, organizational, there are many type of stakeholders that you might be studying right now. But we have to prioritize this. There are various types of models, or there are various types of techniques that you can do, but what I have preferred here is the salience model that bifurcates the stakeholders in 3 types. First is latent stakeholders, they just need a monthly updates. Then expected stakeholders, they need weekly trackers or weekly updates. And there are definitive stakeholders like clients or senior management or PMC, they need the daily updates. So they have to be given a proper update daily. Then it is bifurcated to weekly, and then it is subjected to monthly. Second one is adaptive leadership. So we are talk about leadership, how a leadership should be. He should be very aggressive, or he should be very firm or he should be technically strong. I think the leadership should be adaptive. What does adaptive means? When a project starts, there are multiple phases of project. Let's say some of you, the students and the sirs will agree on me that initiation, then planning, execution, monitoring, right? Then closure, right? So there are the phases of the any construction project, right? So the leadership should change as per the stage of the project. So at the start, in early stage, we need a directive leadership. So a boss or a PM or whatever the leader who is leading that particular project should direct the team and tell and give the clarity and get the vision clear of what the project is needs to be done. So this is the first step that a leader should do. Then at a mid stage where the project is going on and everything is on the table, that needs to be shifted to the coaching, means build ownership in the team. We have talked about this earlier. Without the ownership, the project, you may face many delays, you may face many problems, you may face many cost overruns, plan overruns, and EVMs are getting like trashed like anything. At the peak of execution, servant leadership works best. So what is servant leadership? If few of you might have gone through the PMP, the servant leadership, he's the person who removes blockers so the team can deliver fast. So at first, the leader should direct. Second, leader should develop. Third, leader should remove the blockers. So the flexibility comes from the situational leadership theory. Okay, and also this connects to the various project management theories and all. The third, planning as a leadership tool. So here we are, like without planning, nothing can be done. So planning is the spine of any project or spine of any project, not only the construction phase, but also all the other projects that we have. So traditionally, planning is seen as a reporting job. Again, I will just switch my language to Hindi. Planner आया, DPR, DLR दिया, and his work is done. No, that is not the place. That is not the thing a planner should do. So what a planner should deliver a leadership through is weekly look ahead programs with risk flags. It's not only next week what we need to do, but if we have to do this particularly in next week, what are the red flags that needs to be taken care of? We need to remove that. Then there are earned value metrics, SPI, CPIs and all that needs to be taken care. Then there should be, as we have seen in previous presentation about the dashboards and all. So we have implemented a RAG dashboards. RAG means is nothing fancy. It is a red, amber and green. So red means it's a critical issue. Amber is there is a warning that might get critical, that particular issue or risk. And green means everything is on track and everything is going fine. So I have applied this on one of my projects. So this shifted planning from reactive to proactive. A planner or a leader should not be reactive, he should be proactive. He should know what are the risks and how to take care of the things. We'll move ahead. Implementation in real projects. So as I have discussed, we have prepared a silence map for stakeholder management, 3 types. We ran weekly war room reviews with RAG trackers. Just now we have discussed. Escalation was planner-led, not left-hanging. Means the planner was not only there to prepare MOMs, he was there to take the action and he was there to raise the flags. And dashboard went out every Monday to the client and the concerned stakeholders. So this helped us to, I will not say run project very fast, but yeah, this helped us to run the project very smoothly. So what are the benefits? Trust improved across departments because there are very few complaints or blames on any other departments, but they were all reactive because they knew what to do. Risks were identified earlier, so firefighting was not done. It was a reactive process. Execution delays reduced by 10 to 15%. This percentage may vary because these are my observations on our project. And team morale went up because planners were no longer sidelined, but they were put in front and made them to run the show. In conclusion, I will just read it out. In construction, leadership is not just for the top. Even planners can and should lead through the stakeholder focus, adaptive leadership, and proactive planning. If we reframe leadership this way, we can transform project delivery from reactive chaos to structured excellence. So I will just leave you all with a note. A good leader doesn't just manage schedules or budgets. A good leader builds alignment, trust, and momentum. Thank you. Any questions? Wow, great.
Congratulations, first of all, for completing on time.
Thanks a lot, sir.
You have achieved the unique status of the only one which finished on time. So that's a good thing to do.
Thanks a lot, sir. That's a planner do.
Yeah, I think you have done good planning. Coming back to your presentation, you talked about different styles of project management, adaptive in the first or directive later on,
yes,
like that.
Yeah.
Do you think these are achievable things? Because a person is a person, he has a style of functioning, and practically we are talking of attributes which he needs to have all along.
Right.
So when he is being adaptive, he also needs to be direct.
When the team understands the things, what needs to be done, then we have to guide them and we have to give them the ownership. That's what I have mentioned here. If you are doing this, take the lead, take the ownership, and finish the work. I have given the example of concreting, let's say at the 6 a.m. And at the end, when the team knows what to do and team gets the ownership, the leader should remove the roadblocks that they are facing while execution. So this is what my perspective on I will say a proper leader, or I will say what I am seeing myself in future. Yeah.
A very appropriate term, war room review with rag trackers. So weekly war room review, it is an absolutely good term which you have used.
Yes.
Because when I was working in the construction company and initially when I saw this kind of review, I got scared. The people who are fighting and they are about to saying like that. So the appropriate word you have used, for that I must congratulate to you.
Thank you, sir.
What is the rag trackers?
So I just mentioned rag is nothing fancy. It is just red, amber, and green color coding.
Okay.
Yeah. So what are the points that I have mentioned? What are the points that we mentioned in that war room? I used to make them red, so they are very critical. We have to act on it very fast. Nevertheless, the time and the cost and everything. Amber means they are in like orange, or these are the things which might get critical if we don't act or if we don't take steps to align them. And third was green. Everything is fine, so no need to discuss on that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I just wanted to know the purpose. I mean, what made you think of this study?
Sir, while I'm working, let's say 8 to 9 years of experience that I have, I came through various leadership aspects. I had different project managers, I had different project directors. What I have seen is there are some things that needs to be taken care from the top. Every time a project was delayed, it's not like all of my projects was done on time, just like the presentation. It's not like that. Just a minute. Nice timing. So it was not like that. But what I thought is, if the leader is good, if the leader is taking the ownership and leader is doing his work in this way, all the delays might be taken care of, all the stress that is going on the side, because the war rooms that we do, If we don't do in a room, that happens on site. That happens on that particular execution.
Yeah. So just a piece of suggestion. I mean, why I asked this question?
Sure.
From the point of view of the students, if you include some more elaborate examples, say these few slides were a theory.
Yeah.
So some examples out of your tenure of experience, you may hide the name, but something of that sort will really help the student.
I appreciate the suggestion, sir. I would have done that, but I knew that the time was very less, so I had to do that. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have flexible scheduling in linear and iterative construction projects, a research-centric approach.
Good evening, everyone. I am Anusha. I am from Central Planning Cell of Power Transmission and Distribution Business at L&T. I do project planning, scheduling, monitoring, and control of the project from initiation stage to closeout state. Now, today I am here to present a practitioner's approach on flexible scheduling in linear and iterative construction projects, a resource-centric approach with dynamic prioritization. Linear and iterative construction projects are different from a typical sequential or building projects. These projects are widespread along the dispersed locations and where work will happen in multiple locations rather than the single locations. So here the important thing is the number of resource gangs that are available will be equal to the number of parallel paths in which we can carry out the work. In this case, why golden standards can shortfall? As we all know, since decades, CPM has been a golden standard for scheduling. But since it is proven and systematic method where the project follow a fixed sequence in construction, because we can effectively map the dependencies to calculate the project duration. But when we move to linear and iterative projects, CPM starts showing its weakness because it has some limitations of rigid sequencing. Means it is not suited for the projects which are having repetitive tasks, and also it is a static in nature. Means it requires manual divisions which cannot be in real life. It can't be possible because the site situations may continuously change. And the one more important thing, weakness is resource blend. Means it will keep on considering the logical dependencies rather than the resource constraints. Now let us discuss about the real scheduling challenges that we face in linear and iterative projects. The first one is lack of dynamic adaptability. Since our linear and iterative projects, the situations may change each and every day. ROW issues may arrive and the work fronts may keep on changing. In this case, our traditional methods may lack in the dynamic adaptability. And the second one is the visibility issues. Means the misalignment, we don't have any proper tool to measure the alignment between the plan versus actual. So in this case, there will be visibility issues and manual processes and revisions. When we create or recast a schedule, usually we'll do it manually, which may lead to some errors also. So the traditional methods will lag in this manual process, and schedulers also lack with the proactive tools. So usually all the schedulers will prepare a tools which will tell what happened already, but not the post-mortem analysis, like what to do when something is going to happen. So these are the real challenges that we are facing in the scheduling of linear and iterative projects right now. So by seeing all these challenges, we have questioned ourselves whether we can make a framework for linear and iterative projects that really work for us. because we have seen so many challenges with the traditional methods. They are too rigid and they are too slow, and there are many visibility issues. So can we bring in the flexibility? Can we bring the dynamic prioritization? And can we embed the resources directly into the heart of the scheduling? And if yes, how can we make it scalable across the project, and how can we make it practical? And that's how we came into the framework called resource-centric approach with dynamic prioritization, which I'll be taking you further in the further slides. The first one is resource-driven scheduling. Instead of task A should complete before the task B should start, we have moved from to start task A, it should have all the resources, and that resources should be available. So in this, the resources are the key drivers of your schedule. We have moved from the task logic mindset to resource flow mindset. This is the first approach. In continuation to this, we have come across a big challenge, because in linear and iterative projects we have so many options where the work to be carried out. So in order to overcome this, we have created a dynamic priority index, which is an intelligent mechanism for the task prioritization. So it is a function of 4 weighted parameters, which is resource productivity, seasonal limitations, task dependencies, and client priorities. By taking into the consideration of all these parameters, we will arrive into the priority of like which location to do first, and then which location to come next. And then comes to our automation engine. So this is the enabler of our schedule flexibility and efficiency. It contains 3 pillars. One is VBA, Python, and then Primavera P6 web services. What this VBA does is it consolidates the data and creates a template from Excel, and then our Python will come into the picture. It do advanced data processing and calculation to create our dynamic priority index to make our schedule more flexible and easier. And then the last one is Primavera P6 web services, which is a crucial API to programmatically create our schedule and modify the schedule elements also. Now I will be explaining you one by one. So here is our complete framework, which I am going to explain you further. I will explain you by taking a real life case study. This is a PGCIL project in Uttar Pradesh. At a voltage level of 765 kV with a stringing length of 100 kilometers. In the total 292 towers to be installed, and the contract type is item rate, and with the project duration of 23 months transmission line project. In this project, we have some significant challenges, because stringing length is too long, 100 kilometers, and we have huge number of tower count also, 292 tower locations. So if we would have gone with the traditional scheduling method, we would have followed the same sequence of activity flow for all the towers. But in real life, the conditions may actually change. So now I am going to take you into detail how our framework has helped us to overcome these challenges. First one is automatic template creation from the basic inputs. Here we have used Excel VBA. We have collected inputs from all the stakeholders, customer BOQ, and then resource plans, gang mobilization plan, everything. And through VBA coding, we have made the template in the structured way, and then our Python comes into the picture. So using the Python and Primavera P6 web services, we have automatically created the schedule, which has reduced the schedule creation time from 1 week to 1 day. So once our template is ready, using Primavera web services, we can directly import all the activities, relationships, resources, resource assignments to the schedule within 1 day. So in this way, we have reduced our schedule creation time. And then coming to how we have transformed our time-based schedule to resource-driven scheduling. Usually in time-based schedule, what we'll do, we will estimate the durations based upon the experience. But now what we have done is like our durations are not based on the experience. Our durations are based upon how much quantity of work has to be done, what is the productivity of the particular gang, and how many working hours will be there on a particular day. Based on this, our durations are driven based on the resources, but not on the experience. So here, if you see in the screenshot, this is the snapshot taken from directly Primavera. I have assigned a foundation gang with the scope, quantity and productivity, and the budgeted hours are calculated automatically. And then resources are treated as a gangs and assigned to the activities. Here in Primavera, we have created resources such as stringing gang, foundation gang, earthing gang as a resources, and as a whole unit, these resources are assigned to the activities. And then coming to mobilization plan. So in any schedule, our resources should be optimized. So to do that, we have entered a gang mobilization plan. If you see in the first picture, there is a foundation gang in which we have entered per hour how many gangs are available in the particular project. So what it defines is like the number of gangs will be equal to the number of parallel locations in which we are going to perform the work. So in this way, we have entered all the gang mobilization plans in Primavera to optimize the resource usage. And then once after the schedule is ready, no schedule can be ideal. Seasonality will play a very important role in the project. So we have to alter the working hours. If we take ideal working hours, then our plan will not be realistic. So to make our plan realistic, we have introduced a calendar constraining in Primavera, in which we will directly enter the number of working hours that in which site execution we may perform actually. In the monsoon, we'll just go to the calendar and reduce the number of working hours so that we can make our schedule more realistic to the ground reality. And then schedule with the dynamic prioritization. We have entered all the dynamic priority indices. Based on that, we will assign to that activities, and once we level the schedule, the locations are scheduled based upon the dynamic priority indices which we have given. Now coming to the resource constraint scheduling. So we have kept a ceiling limit to the resources. Whatever the resources that are above the ceiling limit, that will be automatically rescheduled to the further months. So in this way, we can make our schedule close to the reality. So whatever the operations that I have explained can be correlated here. And we have created the resources, resource assigned, productivity is been assigned, and then the resource driven scheduling is performed in Primavera. So till now we have created a scheduling framework which is suitable, but how can we measure it? Like the framework which we have created, we can say it's successful when it yields a very good result. So in what way we are going to measure it? Here the metrics I am going to use to measure my whatever the plan that I have made is correct or not. So the parameters are like, the first one is schedule alignment, which gives us whether my schedule is moving in the right direction or not. And the second one is schedule adherence index, which gives the speed and productivity of the project. And the composite measure by combining these two is schedule performance index, which is a combination of schedule adherence and schedule adherence index. And the values are shown below. Now these are, now I will be showing you 3 cases. The first case is the project is on the right path but too slow. And the second one is fast but in the wrong direction. So productivity is ahead of the plan. And the third one is balanced schedule. Now the case study which we have implemented is, the result is this. And the blue color is the planned schedule and the green one is the actual one. And this is the month on month, you can see the values plan versus actual. So we can, as an example, I have taken all the 5 months and I have taken the SPI values which are very close or near or more than 0.91, which indicates our schedule is balanced and high performance. So to conclude with, we have moved from activity centric to resource centric with the dynamic scheduling, and also our automation has reduced the schedule creation time from weeks to 1 day. This improves our consistency and visibility. So to conclude with, flexibility is our new critical path, making our schedules as dynamic as the projects we deliver. Thank you. Now I am open to questions.
We'll take 2 questions. Could you tell us something about the development of this model?
Yes, sir.
You're part of the development?
Yes, sir. We have only developed.
So maybe we can, in 30 seconds, can you tell us about it?
So actually what we have done is like we have Primavera P6 web services, sir. So that first we have to host an in-house server. We have to maintain one in-house database in that. We have using the VBA, we have created the templates. Using the templates, we have loaded the template to Primavera using the coding part. Using Excel VBA, Visual Basic Application.
That will vary from obviously project.
Yes, project to project it will. And we can even standardize it. Say for example, for all the linear projects, we can create a one template, and for the sequential, we can create other template. It can be standardized.
Any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have proactive forensic analysis, mitigation schedule risks.
Good evening, one and all present here. I am Radhika from Central Planning Cell of Power Transmission and Distribution IC at L&T. I do planning and scheduling for projects across the various business units. I am here to present practitioner's approach for proactive forensic analysis, mitigating schedule risks in construction projects. In complex and dynamic systems like project schedules, where even a small change can occur at largest consequences, project schedules work in very similar way. A small delay in an activity such as a procurement approval or a short hold in site access may appear insignificant in isolation, but this is because of the slightly interconnected in activities and then due to the multiple dependencies it has having. Now here comes the challenges. Most traditional forensic analysis is reactive in nature. It's because it usually begins only after the delay has been occurred. And major consequences are it causes only after the delays has been occurred, and then many issues still remain invisible when they are created only after in the scheduled project timeline. In project, activities are sequentially interconnected. A single slight delay can have a cascaded effect in the multiple months across the project timeline. Once the delay are discovered late, the recovery for an option window is very minimum. So, for the project to crash the schedule or to accelerate the work, it requires a huge effort as well as the very high cost. Now we'll see the reactive path. It usually happens, I already said before, only after the delay has been occurred. Then the analysis is performed. Then this results to the dispute or the claim between the various stakeholders. By the time we are recognizing it, the project has already suffered both financially and time loss also. But whereas in proactive path, it is very different. Instead of waiting for the delays to unfold, we will be going with the early detection, spotting early signals. Once it is identified, we will be having the preventive actions which will be taken, where it leads to the controlled outcome, where the risks will be go unnoticed. By the result, we will be having a financial and time correction and keeping the project on track. This reactive delay management explains about the past, whereas the proactive approach shapes the future. Now, here we are going to see about the delay analysis, how it has been evolved. On the right, you can see traditional forensic analysis looks backward, whereas it investigates the delay, what it has happened. On the left side, the prospective analysis looks ahead to model the potential delays. In the center, you will be seeing the proactive forensic analysis, where both the worlds it brings together. It monitors the live data, giving the early risks and enables the timely mitigation actions. When we are going to see the table, now the shift becomes very clear. Traditional forensic analysis, it only happens after the project or any dispute is arised. Whereas in prospective, before an anticipated delay itself, we can able to do it. In proactive, throughout the project execution, we will be doing, and we can keep the project on track. Project documents are not just static documents, it will be evolving, right? So like site progress might be happening and site conditions might be changing, resources get shifted and priorities might get altered also. So because of that, when we are relying on the static data, it will lead to limited insights and the slower actions. So because of this, a project delay will arise like a volcano. When it is arising out only, we will be knowing the risks, what it has been caused. Now, we are going to see the implementation and framework, what we have done it. To make the proactive forensic analysis practical, we required a structured framework. Just by introducing the data, automated inputs, and then a decision making. For this inputs, we have real-time site data and then a project data. Real-time site data like field reports, progress measures, and then resource status, and then resources shifts also. Then we have the project schedule data, which is our backbone. We are using it as Primavera and other planning systems. Together, we are bringing both the data together, and then we will be knowing what is happening exactly in the site versus the structured plan against what it needs to be measured with. Then this data, it will be fetched into the core engine like automation scripts, Oracle P6 web services, and analytical models to detect any deviation or in the forecast risks. This core engine produces an output like alerts, early signals, and then revised schedules, what is the exact site reality, and then optimized resource allocations. To implement this framework, we have used a combination of automation tools and schedule platforms also. Each is having a significant role in reducing a manual effort. Now, this is where our framework becomes very much tangible. Here, first we are collecting the data using integrated project management system through both the websites as well as the mobile application. We will be collecting the data in the form of like site progress and then delay registers, where like site team will be updating at the site level. Then this data, it will be fetched for the data consolidation using the VBA automation. This standard data, it will be taken to the Primavera. This validated entries, once the schedule, it will be run. After that, from our Power BI report, in-house Power BI report will be generated and we can able to see the real-time dashboards. Based on this, site teams are also now responding very much quickly, and they are identifying it and they are providing for crashing the schedules and giving the mitigation measures. We have taken out a case study in the nuclear power plant project at Kudankulam of power transmission and distribution IC with a contract value of 980 crores. Case study in reactive approach has been taken out. Before, the critical path was forecasting a finish date was 19th May 2029. Majorly, the critical path was driven by sequential delays in cable laying, fireproof coating, and commissioning also. On top of that, multiple dependency lags across different stages compounded the slippage, stretching the schedule further. As we know, the forecast is based on the site updates with the uncontrolled delays. Overall, the project is logged in a sequential delays. Now, after the intervention, a critical path, we have done resequencing the activities and then dependency adjustment and addressing the delays. Also, increasing the productivity, better resource allocation, and partial overlap of certain works reduce the slippage. And we have brought it to 13th August 2027. This is shows a reconstructed impact with a control delay. Edward Lawrence, as everyone knows, the father of chaos theory, if the flap of butterfly wings can be instrumental in generating a tornado, it can equally be instrumental in preventing a tornado. In the same way, in our projects, small proactive steps has been taken so that where the delays has been whether it has been cascaded out of control or effectively contained. Let me show you a real case where it has been taken out. In an ongoing project in Metro project at Chennai of Power Transmission and Distribution IC with a contract value of 470 crores, we have taken this proactive approach. As overall, before the project, it was showing in 2028 was the finish date, and after taking the interventions followed, we have brought it to the contractual completion date, which is 2027. Let's dive in how the interventions has been taken up. Before the critical path, it was having engineering drawings and then supply items like cables and then 33 kV GIS, which has cascaded effect on execution as well as the commissioning part. Now, after following the interventions, the schedule slippage has been reduced from 8.5 months to the 0 months. One of the most critical work that we have executed is shortening the critical path by 256 days. This is how we have done this. On overall 5,150 activities was there in the schedule. The schedule was having a delay of 8.5 months. So 2,100 activities were cascadedly affected. We have a set of measures through which 188 activities, which is near to critical and non-critical, we have touched upon it, and then we have brought it to contractual finish date. This is the resource leveling for cable laying. You can see the before after pictures. In before, the gangs were allocated, over allocated, as well as in some activities it is very idle and some activities it is very high. But once after the resource has been shifted, it is working very smooth. The workload is much smoother. We are eliminating the peaks as well as the gaps. In the comparative results, time overruns were identified only after the delays has been occurred, whereas in proactive approach, it has been identified even before the delay has been occurred. In reactive method, 656 events were identified resulting in 1,007 days and in associated cost overruns. In proactive, 2,100 events were caused a schedule slippage of 8.56 months. This was proactively crashed, working only on the 188 activities. Reactive methods like delay detection, reconstructing delays, lack of predictive risks, delayed communication, frequent scope changes. So from this we are coming to know like the shift from the reactive to proactive is very much necessary, so that if we are shifting it, we can able to better monitor the time, control, time, cost, as well as the risk in the complex construction projects. Because of the implemented framework, we have the following advantages like minimizing the manual errors, enables faster informed decisions, increasing the strategic value, and enhances the resilience. Just like a butterfly evolved from a cocoon, project control also have evolved from a stages. First came the traditional forensic analysis, where we look backward to identify what went wrong. Then came the prospective analysis, in that we are look forward for the model potential delays, and then comes the proactive forensic analysis, where we don't just anticipate delays, we are also mitigating them. This represents the transformation of project controls from a reactive firefighting into a strategic predictive capability that safeguards delivery outcomes. Whereas like reactive butterfly also gives the wings, proactive approach also, in that we have helped to move the delays into timely, effective and reliable project execution. Thank you. I'm open to your questions.
I'm afraid we will not be able to entertain any questions because we are in a hurry. We have to be there in the auditorium.
Okay.
But the presentation is well taken.
Sure. Thank you.
Quickly conclude.
A very good evening to everyone. It is with great honor and deep gratitude that I, Dishan Yogi,
and I, Harshita Shetty,
stand before you all today on behalf of NICMAR University, Pune, as we bring the 9th International Conference on Construction, Real Estate, Infrastructure, and Project Management, ICCRIP 2025, to a close.
Much like the 8 editions that came before, the 9th International Conference on Construction, Real Estate, Infrastructure, and Project Management, ICCRIP 2025, has been a tremendous success. Our shared exploration of knowledge and innovation has truly been inspiring.
The conference has offered us a distinctive platform for collaborative learning and knowledge exchange. It has been a truly enriching experience, bringing together thought-provoking keynote addresses, insightful plenary sessions, dynamic panel discussions, and technical paper presentations. Enriched further by practitioners' perspectives and the editor's conclave, the event has not only stimulated our intellectual curiosity, but also broadened our horizons.
On this occasion of valediction of ICCRIP 2025, we are privileged to have with us our chief guest, Dr. TVSN Prasad, Chief Information Commissioner, Haryana, the Vice Chancellor, Dr. Mrs. Sushma S. Kulkarni, and the conference convener, Dr. Rajnikant Rajhans. At the outset, we request our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Mrs. Sushma S. Kulkarni, and our conference convener, Dr. Rajnikant Rajhans, to kindly felicitate our chief guest, Dr. TVSN Prasad. I now request Vice Chancellor Ma'am to kindly felicitate our conference convener of ICCRIP 2025, Dr. Rajnikant Rajhans.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you, sir. We would now like to introduce our distinguished chief guest to all of you. Dr. TVSN Prasad is an accomplished economist, policy leader, and senior civil servant with nearly 4 decades of service in the Indian Administrative Service and International Development. He holds a PhD in economics from IIT Delhi, is an Edward S. Mason Fellow at Harvard University, and a J.K. Galbraith Scholar in Public Finance and Infrastructure Economics. Dr. Prasad has served in several pivotal roles in the government. As Chief Secretary, he led the entire administrative machinery of Haryana, overseeing more than 3 lakh employees, a $17 billion annual budget, and cross-sectoral development programs. At the national level, he held key Government of India positions, including Joint or Additional Secretary in the Ministry of Home Affairs and Mission Director of the National Mission for Clean Ganga, steering some of the country's largest governance and environmental initiatives. He has also served as Secretary in Finance, Revenue, Cooperation, and Home Departments, where he introduced reforms in fiscal policy, sustainable development, cooperative finance, law enforcement, and digital governance. Internationally, Dr. Prasad worked with the World Bank in Washington, D.C., where he led transformative infrastructure and energy projects across Africa and Asia, including IDA's largest partial risk guarantee operation, which received the Corporate Excellence Award. He pioneered India's first SGD-based public budgeting system and authored the State Public Finance Accountability Act, advancing fiscal accountability and sustainable development. Currently serving as Chief Information Commissioner of Haryana, Dr. Prasad also teaches as Distinguished Professor of Economics and Public Policy at the National Law University. A prolific author, he has published extensively on fiscal policy, energy and development economics, and continues to contribute to global dialogues on governance, sustainability, and economic policy. Sir, we are immensely honored to have you with us today. We now invite you to kindly address the gathering.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, particularly to NICMAR, for giving me this opportunity of being with you in this valedictory session of this prestigious international conference. At the very outset, I would like to make one interesting observation. Women currently own 13% of all construction firms in the world. I don't know whether you're aware of it. And it's no wonder that a woman is heading your university. And I wish that NICMAR should drive the process of women holding or owning double the world average of 13%. We should reach a stage where women, 1 in every 4 firms in India is owned by a woman. Secondly, I would like to say you're all lucky people. You stuck to engineering. I started as an engineer too, but I went off to being a civil servant. When I look back, I miss engineering. You get concrete results, literally. We get files and files, brickbats. And you know better than anyone else, concrete is better than bricks. Aritra and me did some economics courses at PhD in IIT Delhi. I was doing my PhD in IIT Delhi. So that's how he knew me. So he asked me to come and be a part of this session. So I told him that you are actually mujhe fasa rahe ho, because I don't know anything about construction management, zero. But he said, you can come and speak about anything. It's your choice. He said, civil engineers are kind. They will absorb everything. No wonder you use the term curing. It's like healing. You have concrete understanding. Another fact, the world construction market size is $15 trillion. Entire India's GDP is $4 trillion. So just imagine what important role construction industry plays in the world. And just imagine how much scope the construction industry has to contribute more to India's economy. So it's cool that you're part of it. And it is set to reach $25 trillion in the next 5 years. So you should not miss this opportunity. In India, it only contributes to 9% of our GDP. So we have a lot of scope. I'm told Sweden pays the maximum to its construction industry. Maybe we should leave Sweden far behind if only we increase in our productivity, in our technology, and institutions like NICMAR are key to that process. As I said, it's not brick and mortar anymore. It's not just that. It's a lot of technology. 3D printing, I'm told, is set to reach $3.3 billion market size. Similarly, building information modeling, I'm told, is the biggest new age technology that's set to take over the world. And this is all about construction. And it's all about NICMAR's role in this construction. Already, construction industry it's the second largest user of drones and robots. But we don't see it much often in terms of spread. So we need to spread that. And as I said, NICMAR has a key role in that. Today, construction industry is contributing to 9% of India's GDP. It is generating more than 50 million jobs. It's one of the sectors with the maximum FDI inflow. You know, infrastructure is key to national growth. And construction industry not only supports itself, it supports 250 allied sectors like cement, steel, and so on. And of course, it is central to government's flagship programs. So how does 25-26 outlook, what does it say for construction industry? ICCRA is projecting that the growth will be 6 to 8% this year, and EPC revenue growth will be 10 to 12%. Operating margins are stable at 10.75%, and the order visibility is showing a 3.5 times increase in terms of interest and booked orders. So what are the key growth drivers this year and beyond? Infrastructure, housing, both retail and rural and urban, energy, railways, and so on. But then we have a lot of challenges: execution delays, cost inflation, competition, and risk exposures. So how do we address that? But before that, just to summarize how 25-26 outlook looks, it's not as good as what we had in the post-pandemic era. Just after COVID, real estate saw the biggest boom, either in terms of construction or in terms of real estate prices. We don't have that boom now, but still it is looking robust, driven by a massive budgetary support and a strong demand for infrastructure. But then we need to streamline on the regulatory side. We need to get digital resilience in. So how can NICMAR play its role in this growing industry? And NICMAR, as we know, as this conference proves, is a hub for global knowledge. 19 countries have participated in today's conference, not a small thing. I am told that around 220 papers were presented in a span of 2 days. It shows that you are not only growing, but you are being recognized as a center of excellence and research. And your faculty teach in niche areas, which again is good. But I would like to point out 3 areas which I feel country will benefit, the economy will benefit, and more placements and jobs will come to your students if you focus on these areas. So one, upscaling existing technologies. I already mentioned building information modeling. I think that is key. As I said, this business is set to reach $25 billion size by 2030. We should not miss on this opportunity. We should do more and more BIM. And the Gulf countries particularly, the entire oil money is coming into infrastructure. If you focus more on BIM, I think we'll be able to do remote planning, remote technology transfer, and then help the construction boom and be part of it. Modular construction is the second big area. All over the world, we have a lot of model construction, but in India, except in metros, we haven't seen much of it. All our metros are big beneficiaries of prefabricated modular construction. I think we should do more of it. Then you have this virtual and augmented reality. This also is a huge area where your students can really get. If California or Texas, if they are the gaming hubs of the world, why can't NICMAR be the VR, AR hub of the world for construction? I think we need to look at it and step up our efforts in that. And then, of course, sustainable construction. Focus on green, efficient buildings, practices, ESG frameworks is another area that NICMAR should work on. Then the second bunch of activities, we should adopt emerging technologies. You might have heard of digital twins in construction management. Real-time monitoring and decision making, they are the twins. Internet of Things, using Internet of Things for site efficiency, equipment tracking. 3D printing, as I already said, rapid prototyping, on-site manufacturing. We are not doing much of 3D printing, are we? We should mainstream it more into construction. And then on productivity increase, using robotics and animation. And of course, in terms of transparency in contracts, enforcement of contracts, we should look at blockchain technologies where we can. And then in terms of expanding research areas, we have construction, supply chain management, project planning and scheduling, sustainable materials and technology, and then digital transformation I already spoke about. So what other contributions NICMAR can make in policy areas? I identified some, not to sermonize or tell you what you should know, but to give you feedback from the rest of the society and the government as to what we would like NICMAR to serve the country with. Look at all those big housing projects where customers are complaining that they are not getting their flats on time. Why is this happening? It's because a lot of these project developers, they siphon off money. They use it in other projects. ILFS, which went down, is a great example of how money is siphoned from one project to another project. And a lot of people are putting their money in housing projects, putting their pension, putting their lifetime savings, and they feel cheated. There's a lot of oversupply also. For example, in real estate itself, people make big promises, but they don't deliver. People make bookings at much higher cost. When the flats are delivered, because of oversupply, the cost goes down. So many such things are happening in real estate sector. So these kind of things are not healthy, because what happens is that many of our construction projects turn NPAs, they turn bad loans, and then the customers are stuck in between, and the entire construction industry gets a bad name. And you're turning out, I'm told, 2,500 students from here, their jobs will get affected in the process. So NICMAR can actually help in introducing self-regulation in the industry. I think you should seriously work on that, because you have industry backing, you're an industry-run institution. Industry would welcome that if you can bring in a self-regulation. In housing industry, I was traveling from Pune to Bombay to Pune now, Mumbai to Pune. The rains are actually wreaking havoc on the roads. I'm told that after every rain, we have these potholes and the road goes inoperational and all that. And then we start all over again, spending so much money. So NICMAR should actually bring in some industry quality, infrastructure quality, enforcement protocols from SOPs so that these don't get repeated. If we have such a key institution in Pune, at least we should ensure that NICMAR should participate in infrastructure regulation in terms of quality, in terms of other things, by coordinating with regulators, coordinating with the state government and others. I think we should take this initiative. Then finally, on project finance, one of the biggest problems in banks giving loans to construction projects and realty industry is that our DPRs are inflated. A project which would cost 100 rupees is estimated to cost 150 rupees. And the debt equity ratio of 70-30, the promoter is supposed to put in 30% as equity. Instead, because it's inflated, the debt itself becomes 120. And then equity portion also comes from the banks. So the promoters are actually funding the entire project with money taken from elsewhere, borrowed money, and then they're also siphoning it to other places. So this is causing a lot of fiscal strain on projects, and that's one of the reasons why many projects remain unfinished because of lack of funds. NICMAR can consider developing financial instruments which will leverage guarantees from financial institutions and promote bankers to bring in inbuilt risk mechanisms. Let me give you a small example. When I was working at the World Bank, I was working on, from Washington DC, I was working on various countries including Nigeria. So Nigeria has a lot of crude oil, and all that crude is pumped out by various international majors, Shell, Chevron, ExxonMobil, EDAX. Along with petroleum, crude, comes a lot of gas. Petroleum is very easily sold. There's a lot of market for it. Crude is obviously required for 100 things. But then the gas, when it comes out along with the crude, it needs to be bottled, it needs to be harnessed, it needs to be piped and sent to various places. It requires a lot of midstream and upstream investments, infrastructure, before that gas is used. So it's very common for oil companies to simply let that gas go into the air and just leave it into the atmosphere. You must have seen wherever oil is extracted, along with the oil well, there is a big flame going up, and that is because the gas is being flared. In Nigeria, in 1 year, so much gas is sent out into the atmosphere. That much gas is enough to light up entire Africa for 150 years. So much of gas, even today, is being sent out. Obviously, it is damaging the climate. It is damaging the economic opportunity, wealth, natural resources being thrown away, all that. And then you know that a lot of poverty in Africa. Not only Africa, we also get liquefied natural gas from that continent. We import it. So for us also gas will be available much cheaper. So it's a global wealth that is being sent out. So and why is it not happening? Is it because of lack of technology that they are flaring it? No. It's because investments have to be made. We estimated $7 billion of investments were required. So Shell, Chevron, all these people, they don't want to put in so much money because they are not sure they'll get return for it. The gas will be used for fertilizers. The gas will be used for power generation. These are sectors where a lot of default takes place. Customers don't pay up. For example, power, it's highly subsidized. Fertilizer, it's highly subsidized. So these investments are big, but they are not risk-free. So from the World Bank, we came out with a financial structure. What we said was that Shell and Chevron, ExxonMobil, ADAX, there were 7-8 companies. They will not put in any money from borrowing somewhere else. They'll put in their own investments. But we said that Standard Chartered Bank and Citibank will back them up by giving back-to-back financing. And we said that in case these two banks are not getting the money from the projects, we said that we will, all the revenue that flows from the project is put in an escrow account. And if there's a default, from that escrow account, the banks can draw the money. And in case there's a further default, we said the World Bank will pay up and we'll collect it from the government. With this kind of a financial structure, just using $4 million, we could leverage up to $7 billion of investment. So there's less strain, the financing cost is less, the interest cost is less. So the scope for construction industry, coming back to it, is not just in adapting technology, but also in adopting intelligent financial structures. On human resources, NICMAR should nurture professionals needed to drive growth and sustainability. The students here should prepare themselves for meaningful impact. They should emphasize on values, learning and making a difference, and they should foster multidisciplinary roles. For the next international conference of 2026, the 10th edition, I would suggest 3 areas in which NICMAR can focus upon. One, on startups. I think on VR, AR, 3D printing and BIM, these are 3 areas I am suggesting, but then you can think of more. But your students can take advantage of the growing and bustling market in coming in with startups. We don't have adequate startups in these areas. And all over the world, there's a huge demand for these technologies. Then the second focus area I would suggest for the next edition is self-regulation. I think being in a pole position, industry-backed, and also in a niche area, NICMAR can actually work on how to address oversupply issues. It can work on publishing details of defaulting industry players. It can work on quality standards. I think you can put it up to your governing council, where industry is part of the governing council. And then they, with their help and collaboration, I think you should work on self-regulation and also get involved in quality maintenance in major signature projects around us. And then you should also work on project finance in terms of due diligence, innovative financial transaction, and so on. Construction industry has multidisciplinary challenges, from technology to labor to material to quality to skilled manpower and so on. So we require a multidisciplinary approach. I can only think of 2 people right now. One is Jules Dupuy, who was a great French civil engineer who taught economics. He was a self-taught economist from 1840s. He built the Eiffel Tower. He built the bridges in Paris, and one of the most celebrated economists who happened to be a civil engineer. We have our own Mr. Visvesvaraya, Mokshagundam Visvesvaraya, who is an iconic civil engineer, who also was an administrator and economist. I'm happy that NICMAR is actually adopting this kind of multidisciplinary approach, not just focusing on one area. It's creating technologists and engineers who also excel in economics, and in administration. Finally, I congratulate the Vice Chancellor and the distinguished faculty here and the esteemed speakers who have presented so many papers. I'm told in 22 rooms, around 220 papers have been presented from 19 countries. It's a very laudable achievement. May this research be mainstreamed. What that's important, that we should mainstream this research and knowledge so that it gets translated to the ground. And your students are the best ambassadors to do that. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, sir. It was indeed a very enlightening address, and we all have got valuable insights from your rich knowledge and experience. May I now request our Vice Chancellor and Conference Patron, Dr. Mrs. Sushma S. Kulkarni, to deliver her valedictory speech.
Honorable Chief Guest for today's function, Dr. TVSN Prasad Sir, our conference convener, Dr. Rajnikant, Acharyalu Sir in front of me, all the deans, faculty members, delegates, and dear students. So yes, last 2 days we have been discussing, deliberating, and a lot of interactions, I think networking. So anything and everything which a conference expects is happening over here. And I could get a lot of good feedback also from participants that how they are enjoying this conference. But I must really first of all thank TVSN Prasad sir for his excellent address to all of us. The way he has suggested the various areas where NICMAR can work. And I have requested him, can he share his speech with us, address with us, so that we can take some of those policy papers forward. Because our strength is that we are governed by industry giants. And if we can work on those policy matters with the industry and government, I think that is the voice of NICMAR or voice of authority, which we expect. As the university also will be contributing to the body of knowledge. So thank you, sir. Thank you for all your support and the address which has given us a direction. I think the feedback should be from the participants. They have filled the form. Hopefully all of you have filled up the feedback form. And you will carry back whatever learnings you have taken from here. Go back and start working on whatever you have captured here. That is my message to you. Okay, don't say कि देखेंगे, करेंगे, जब होगा तब देखेंगे. You know, so those things are something you will forget very fast. You will forget whatever you have learned here. But if you want to pursue it, just take 1 or 2 things in your mind and follow it up. Try to practice that. If you are a faculty, try to practice it in your classroom. Share it with your students. If you are a PhD scholar, use it for your research. As a faculty also, you can use a lot of things for your research, whatever you carry from here, like the policy papers which he has suggested, or lots of speakers have told you about different research areas which are emerging out, or what is the need of this CRIP sector. So anything which impresses you, carry that back, follow it, work on it, network with those people, and you will see that you yourself are improving. You are getting engaged in a new area. And all this will help to build up your profile also. And it may also give you an area of passion where you need to work. Right? So you need to work in that area of passion. So it can be as a student, as a doctoral student, or a PG student, or a faculty, or an industry expert. Whatever, wherever area you represent, So I hope that you will all carry it. I wish you all the best, in the sense all those who have earned and won the prizes, they have been selected for their papers. I would like to congratulate them. And all those who participated, who presented, they also are congratulated on the same scale, because it's important that you come here, submit papers, share your thoughts, share your research with the community, so that you get inputs to take it forward. It's very important sharing your research, because sharing will only help you to improve it, make it better, and then publish it, so that it is used by the whole ecosystem as reference material, right? So if someone refers your paper, how does it feel? It feels good or not? I see some faces nodding, right? So that's the ultimate aim, that you have worked hard on your research. Some people may say, nee, we do it because it is required in the appraisal. It may come, because education system is such that in your appraisal, we count your papers, which journal you are publishing, and how much of citations it is getting, what is your H index, what is your I index, what is this, that. But then those are the parameters for you yourself to gauge how you are performing, how your papers are performing, how you are disseminating the knowledge. So these are all very important parameters as a faculty in an education system, in higher education especially. So with this, I think a big hand for conference convener and his whole team. I know big team has been working. It's difficult to name everyone, but I know a huge team has been working, and sir, they have been working for almost last 8 to 10 months. It's a long tenure, like international conference of this stature requires long hours of work and dedicated work. So I'm really happy that the team NICMAR has done this wholeheartedly with their full passion, and we have tried to satisfy everyone over here, but maybe some incidences do happen, so we should forget it there and go back with whatever learnings you have. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We are immensely grateful for your unwavering support and encouragement. We'd now like to take a moment to sincerely acknowledge our academic partners for their expertise and support. We are deeply grateful for our academic partners, Loughborough University, Wentworth Institute of Technology, Westminster International University in Tashkent, IIT Madras, National Institute of Technology Karnataka, Surathkal, VNIT Nagpur, the Institute of Infrastructure, Technology, Research and Management, Ahmedabad, and the University of Technology, Malaysia. Their collaboration and commitment to advancing knowledge have enriched this conference with an inspiring spirit of scholarly exchange.
We also extend our sincere appreciation to our knowledge partners, the International Council for Research and Innovation in Building and Construction, CDRI, DigiQC, Incoban, Indian Institute of Infrastructure and Construction, L&T Institute of Project Management, Pune Construction Engineering Research Foundation, Visilean, and Rasta. Their expertise, insights, and practical contributions have been invaluable in shaping discussions, bridging the gap between theory and practice, and enhancing the overall impact of ICCRIP 2025.
We extend our heartfelt gratitude to our sponsors for their generous support in making ICCRIP 2025 a grand success. A special thanks to our platinum sponsors, ICICI Bank and L&T Construction. Our gold sponsors, Tata Projects, Hilti, and Bank of Maharashtra. And our co-sponsors, SAGE. Your contribution has been instrumental in shaping this enriching and memorable event.
It is with great enthusiasm that we now begin the prize distribution ceremony of ICCRIP 2025. We respectfully request the dignitaries present on the dais to kindly do the honors. The first category is Industry Showcase.
The runner-up is Credboards Digital Construction Private Limited. They win a certificate of merit and a prize money of rupees 10,000. Please give them a warm round of applause.
The winner of Industry Showcase ICCRIP 2025 is SitePace.ai. They win a certificate of merit and prize money of rupees 15,000. Let's give them a big hand of applause.
Now, we would like to announce the winners of Hackathon.
The runner-up is Team Claustrophobics, comprising of Anantharam R, Kaushik, Lakshmi Narayan Kumar S, Likhit Kumar. They win a certificate of merit and prize money of rupees 10,000. Please put your hands together in applause for them.
The winners of Hackathon ICCRIP 2025 is Team CodeCrete, comprising of Gokul Krishna, Arjun Jyoti Prasad, Sri Ranjani Sri Kumar, and Shravan Nair. They win a certificate of merit and prize money of rupees 15,000. Please give them a warm round of applause. Moving to the next category, we have the results for Practitioner's Perspective. The runner-up is Santosh Wagh and Om Wagh for the paper titled Morphometric Analysis of Nashik District Using Geospatial Techniques. They win a certificate of merit and a prize money of rupees 7,000.
Moving on to the next. The winner of Practitioner's Perspectives ICCRIP 2025 is Gurjeet Singh Kambo for the paper titled Financial Model for Hazard-Free ROW in Linear Projects. Moving to the next category, we have the results for the best case study.
And the winner of the best case study ICCRIP 2025 is Ravindra Munje, Ajinkya Joshi, Vilas Patil, and Vaibhav Kond for the paper titled Selecting an Optimal Motor for Electric Two-Wheeler Applications, a Decision-Making Dilemma. The next category is Doctoral Colloquium. The second runner-up is Shivam Priyadarshi for the title Assessing Critical Infrastructure's Risk to Extreme Events-Induced Geohydrological Hazards in a Mountainous Settlement in Eastern Himalayas. They win a certificate of merit and a prize money of rupees 5,000.
The first runner-up is Shivani Senthil Kumar and Paulumi Ghosh for the paper titled Multi-Story Residents' Perception of Their Home's Thermal Comfort, Evidence from Pune and Relationship to Building Elements. They win a certificate of merit and prize money of rupees 7,000. Please give them a big round of applause.
And the winner of Doctoral Colloquium is Prince Chittimala, Yuvraj Patil, Vaidehi, and Rahul for the paper titled Analytic Hierarchy Process, Methods to Establish Optimal Location of Recycling Plant. They win a certificate of merit and prize money of rupees 10,000. It's time we acknowledge the winners of our last category, Best Research Paper, ICCRIP 2025. The second runner-up is Harshita M., Reshma E.K., Vidyashri J.C., Jaya R.S., Yashaswini C.N. for the paper titled Sustainable Subgrade Enhancement, Leveraging Non-Woven Geotextiles for Long-Term Infrastructure Resilience.
We move on to the first runner-up. Our first runner-up is Avinash Ojha and Unnati Agarwal for the paper titled Performance Assessment of Geopolymer Paver Blocks designed using IS 10262 and IS 17452 standards. They win a certificate of merit and prize money of rupees 7,000. Please give them a big round of applause.
And the winner of the best research paper, ICCRIP 2025 is Chandrakant S. Gokhale. Applications of EPS Geofam in cellular compensated foundations for a building. They win a prize money of rupees 10,000 and a certificate of merit. Thank you, esteemed guests. It is often said that while each of us may just be one drop, together we form an ocean. This rings true today, as the collective efforts of our committees that have shaped ICCRIP 2025 into the grand success we see before us. In the days leading up to this conference, our student volunteering committees, that is Hospitality Committee, Guest Management Team, and Stage Management Team, worked with great dedication to ensure every detail was in place. The anchoring team prepared diligently to keep the sessions engaging and seamless. The Discipline Committee gave their constant support in maintaining order and decorum throughout. Our cultural clubs added color and vibrancy, making the conference both enriching and lively. And above all, the Student Council has made planning, guiding, and coordinating for months, standing as the backbone of this success. They have been instrumental in making ICCRIP 2025 a resounding success. Their tireless dedication and hard work have truly turned this conference into a grand event, and for that, we owe them our deepest gratitude.
We now request the dignitaries on the dais to kindly give away the certificates of appreciation to them. We would like to invite Mr. Ruturaj Taure, Logistics Coordinator, Student Council 2024-25, to receive the certificates on behalf of the Student Volunteering Committees and the Cultural Committee. At this moment, we would like to take a group photo to capture the efforts of all our organizing committees. I'd like to invite the members of the Student Volunteering Committees, that is Hospitality Committee, Anchoring Committee, Discipline Committee, Guest Management Team, and Stage Management Team to please join us on the stage for a group photo. Also, we would like to call upon all the guests sitting in the front rows for a group photo as well.
Next, we call upon the Student Council, whose leadership and coordination have been central to this success. We now request the members of the Student Council to kindly come on the stage for a group photograph.
Finally, we invite the ICCRIP Organizing Committee, whose professionalism and planning have shaped this event. We request the members of the ICCRIP Organizing Committee to kindly come on stage for a group photograph.
Thank you, ma'am. And sir? We now request our conference convener, Dr. Rajnikant Rajhans, Dean Research and Development, to kindly propose a vote of thanks.
Our chief guest for the valedictory session, Dr. TVSN Prasad sir, Vice Chancellor NICMAR University Pune, Dr. Sushma S. Kulkarni ma'am, keynote speakers, delegates, participants, faculty colleagues, and dear students. On behalf of ICCRIP organizing committee members, I, as convener of ICCRIP 2025, stand before you to extend our sincere thanks and gratitude to all the participants for giving us opportunity to read your papers, works, review it, and learn many things, many new things. Like Sir mentioned, we received More than 300 papers and 350 plus participants attended this conference. 200 plus papers were presented at the conference. And this came from 19 countries. A new trend we are seeing, participants are preferring to present papers online. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the chief guest of the inaugural function, Mr. Arjun Dhawan, Vice Chairman and Managing Director, Hindustan Construction Company Limited, our inaugural dignitaries, Professor Dr. Vijay Gupchup sir, President NICMAR University Pune, and Dr. Tapash Kumar Ganguly, Interim Director General NICMAR. I would like to thank all our keynote speakers, Mr. Amit Prothi, Director General CDRI, Mr. M.V. Satish, Executive Committee Member and Advisor to the Chairman and Managing Director L&T, Srimati Vidya Basarkod, Managing Director COVI India, Srimati Jaya Varma Sinha, former Chief Executive Officer and Chairperson, Railway Board, Ministry of Railway India, Professor T.S. Dr. A.D. Tonijem Mohammed, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Development, University Technology, Malaysia, for sharing their expertise and knowledge with us. I'm grateful to our Chief Guest, Valedictory Session, Dr. TVSN Prasad Sir, Chief Information Commissioner, Haryana, former Chief Secretary, Haryana, and Distinguished Professor of Economics and Public Policy, Nalsar University of Law, for gracing the occasion. All session chairs, editors, and other invited speakers, as the organizing committee member, we are grateful to you for taking out time from your busy schedule and giving feedback to each and every presented papers. In fact, the abstracts were shared with all the session chairs 1 week around before, and many session chairs, they read those abstracts and gave the feedback to participants. I'm grateful to our academic and knowledge partners, media partners, sponsors, and publishing partners. I'm grateful to the management of NICMAR University Pune for extending all supports to make ICCRIP 2025 a grand success as always, and for believing Team ICCRIP. The scale of ICCRIP 2025 was beyond imagination without the Team ICCRIP. We worked hard to get your presence and to ensure enriching experience. On behalf of entire organizing committee member, we tried our best to felicitate and provide all supports to each and every participants. And hence, as a convener, I'm thankful to my entire team, ICCRIP, for their commitment. May I request a big round of applause for my team. Many staff members were supporting the team ICCRIP in this task. My sincere thanks to each one of them. Team IT, hospitality, accounts and administration, team infra, services, and to all departments who extended all supports to make this event a grand success. Thank you to one and all. And thank you to the Student Council, NICMAR University Pune. You must have seen the strength. Our strength is Student Council and the student volunteers. Without their support, this was not possible. Whatever planning we do, execution, without Student Council and student volunteers, it is difficult to implement on the ground. I really appreciate their contribution in making this conference a success. May I again request for Student Council and volunteers a big round of applause. Finally, any event without a great audience is not a successful event. So my sincere thanks to all the participants, delegates, attendees, and students who participated here and attended sessions as great audience. Thank you everyone and goodbye till the next ICCRIP.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words.
We now humbly request the audience to rise for the Indian National Anthem.
अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
With this, we bring ICCRIP 2025 to a close. Have a great evening ahead, and we hope to see you all again next year. Thank you all. Stay safe and take care.